there's not a better destination than WA. You've got incredible natural attractions. The coastline here is unbelievable, but our favourite for all of us is just tapping into the experience of learning about the wineries, eating incredible food, and just getting stuck into some of the world's best produce. Today we've been lucky enough to check out Glenardy Road. They grow all their food here. Everything is processed here and brought to the table.
The food, the wine, the experience of the farm all being right here. You're immersed in it. The crew here know exactly what they're doing. They make this beautiful product that is enjoyed the world over. And on the flip side, the same people making your wine are the same people getting barrel bottles.
It's not every time you have a meal that you know where it comes from. There's something that feels good when you know that everything has been grown right where you're standing.
Oh, it's so dreamlike, isn't it? Being here, getting the waves of your life and having the best meal of your life as well. And just incredible locals too, like yourself, Flick, that you get to see every year. Every surfer loves coming to WA, especially the ones on tour. Big thanks to all the locals that give us the lineup, but also host us at these fine restaurants and vineyards. Glenardy Road, wow, that was a blast. Actually, we went there together. I ended up going 2 days later. It was so good. Great family, owned and operated location. Hope to see you guys there soon. Let's get caught up with this one. This is a wave that Brisa got during the break.
Oh, okay, one big belt for Brisa. Can she get around this section? Oh my goodness, that converging bit of whitewash just absolutely eating her alive there. But yeah, good attempt for the first, for that one big maneuver. It's pretty solid on a really decent section.
Brisa lost early at Bells, and so she flew here very early. She's been here for a while now. When she showed up at main break, it was like 8 to 10 foot, sun was out, light offshore, and she was looking around the crowd in the water, and she's like, I'm the only one from the tour that's here. She was absolutely thrilled to get just several sessions in at main break, and more than ready for competition today.
Oh yeah, you think about, we'll get back to that. Looks like Yo-Yo's having a look.
Yolanda Hopkins, let's go with the rails, comes into this one around the corner. Has that low stance where she can just stay right above her surfboard on those carves. Wants to dig in a little bit more here on the second turn. Throws in the wrap. Can she get here in time? Goes for another one off the top. Takes the step into the flats with like an inch of water between herself and the bricks. I love her aggressive approach, and she's been finding just enough space to survive that radical end section.
Oh man, that end section, it brings us so much entertainment, right? You kind of like, do it, but don't do it, don't do it, don't do it. It's just one of those, like, you know, stomach kind of goes up into your throat moments, or your heart drops down into your stomach. It is absolutely like mortifying sometimes watching these surfers go for that last maneuver. This wave forces her out into the face, you know, for that first turn, but the inside section lines up nicely, and she's able to bank off a couple of extra turns and really able to go up into the lip for the last moment. But yeah, you can just see it gurgling and sort of regurgitating on itself here on this inside section as we look to this replay, super slow-mo. And yeah, it's so hard to go up into the lip. Anytime a surfer hits the lip here at main break, it's so much harder. It's like hitting the lip at sunset. It's really difficult. And yeah, she navigates this inside section so well. So I'm looking forward to seeing where that score goes and how many points are on offer for Yolanda.
Asked Yolanda before the season started, is she going to use wax this year? She just cracked up. She likes that full deck pad across the board, and it really works well for her. It's kind of been her signature little twist on the tour. Numbers in for Yo-Yo, 5.83, then a 6.17. When you look at a surfer doing this, actually open with a 4, so it's 4 to 5 to 6. That's just that rhythm that people love. Certain surfers just thrive off catching a lot of waves, and then you go 40 minutes overlapping format. She's really leaning into that, where she can really surf her way into a solid rhythm that she has right now.
Yeah, and it really at main break, I think it's a confidence thing too. I'd be interested to know if anyone, I mean, Yolanda out of anyone probably did have a free surf. She's very keen in the mornings, sometimes likes to go for a 5K run in the dark and then your morning free surf. But like, you're interested to know how much time. Obviously Brisa got here really early, but, oh wow, okay. that one just slipping underneath Yolanda and breaking in a pretty different position on the reef, super far in. But you can see, look at the way that wave was reeling down the line. It had a nice wall to it as we look to see all the women sort of getting caught by that one.
So all the surfers getting caught by that set. Kaipo, did you see that? He's dealing with that same set right there?
Yeah, Joe, I just dealt with that set. We made it out, but it's just it's actually what's happening right now with the different angles that are coming through here. You know, you got those southwest ones, good for the right, and then you got those real west ones that go into the channel. That you every once in a while you get some of those bombs coming through and catching the competitors, which they just got caught. I just wanted to mention a thing about Yolanda Hopkins too, just because I'm here early in the morning. I'm really committed to my job. 5:15 in the parking lot, and Yolanda was right there, suited up. You know, she donned patrols. She actually makes a goal of being the first person in the water every morning for the warm-up sessions, and she's been pretty consistent doing that.
Yeah, it really shows a lot. You know, we've seen Sally do that, you know, for years. I remember Sally at a wave pool event. She started paddling around because the machine wasn't on yet. She was just on dark, so it'll probably be a competition between Yo-Yo and Sal this year. And it paid off for Sally. She won the first heat. Yolanda leading over Brisa at the moment. And it's nice just to feel the energy of the event before your heat starts, before you're actually being scored. You've already felt your equipment, know everything's working. There was a moment Yolanda thought she might be, you know, the only surfer representing Portugal on the women's side. Then she got back up with Kika Veselko. That's a first for surfing history for the women's side of qualifying for the championship tour. We mentioned the energy of the CS, this European force, bigger and better than we've ever seen in the past.
Yeah, it's really epic to see. And I think, you know, we're seeing some new names, some new narratives play out, some new storylines. You know, we've always had a charge from Portugal on the Challenger Series or qualifying series. You know, I think, you know, one of the women, drawing back, Teresa Bonvalot, she's been at it for a long time. She's been right, you know, there on the cusp of qualifying, not qualifying. And, I think back to the year Sophie McCulloch needed to do the unthinkable, the last event on the Challenger Series and win at Haleiwa. And essentially by her doing that, she actually knocked Teresa out of that last qualifying position. So, there's been moments where it's almost happened, but to see this big charge, from the Europeans on the Challenger Series and then onto the World Tour is epic because, you know, you think about the representation for all the younger women now surfing in Europe and what that means to them to have that inspiration now.
Kika Veselko backing up Hopkins this year for Portugal. She draws a top turn, gets stuck, and then wipes out on her opener. That's the non-priority heat that just started. See how quickly things go in our draw here today? Non-elimination format gone. Straight into one-on-one heats, allowing us to overlap on the best day of the waiting period. We're scoring. Veselko will start off incomplete, but that'll get the priority going within her heat as she takes on Bella Kenworthy.
Yeah, this is cool. Bella's obviously been here last year before, so she's had a little bit of experience about what the West's all about. But I'm interested to see where this heat goes. I was playing the bracket and, earlier yesterday, and I was like, I just couldn't pick this one because, Kika, I know that she can put the board on rail. I know that, she's really strong. Obviously, spent a lot of time, around Irasira, and I think she's strong on the rail. Bella, though, you got to, go to, she's been here before. She's had the reps. She's worked, closely with people like Chris Moore's dad and put that time in. He's obviously been here a lot. So there's a lot of, I didn't know where to go for this one, and I actually can't remember who I ended up choosing. But, I was struggling. And especially when you take into consideration the forecast before when you play fantasy or the bracket challenge, because that can dictate too, who you're going to pick. So, it was an interesting one for me.
Oh, the bracket's so fun. Good luck to everybody. Hope you joined the league that we have, Battle of the Booth, and see how you do against our brackets. It's cool to see how the whole event plays out. Then you can set up your fantasy team. A lot of people chose Bella Kenworthy into this year specifically, knowing that she was injured a lot last year with that knee brace on. And, they kind of tried to keep it quiet, going, no, nothing's wrong. And you'd see this huge brace on the knee. You're like, oh, it's just for confidence. And a lot of times athletes just don't want to even show that they have any sort of injury at all I remember one time Courtney, I saw her back all taped up, and she was like, nothing to see here. You know, just they like to just show that they've got it all. They're not going to show any sort of weaknesses of any stage. And I was impressed with Bella, how she still competed with that big knee brace on and with a giant off season, longest one I think we've ever had. She was able to really heal up to really prepare for her second strike on the World Tour.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how she's going to go this year. You know, obviously injury-free. It looks to be Yo-Yo having a sniff.
Yolanda Hopkins has been on a roll. She's gone from a 4 to a 5 to a 6. Can we see a 7 here? Throws the carve, connects with the pocket, and rides away. Just every wave she's taken, she finds a way to complete it. And like Kaipu was breaking down, we've got a few different angles of these waves, and not everyone reacts the same. She's had to deal with the shallow brick shelf a few times. That one was a nice, safe finish to get into some clean water.
Yeah, so this one broke a bit deeper on the reef. You could see her positioning. She was deeper on the takeoff. So it didn't run out into the channel out into the channel and essentially finish on the bricks. She was able to get to it first. The bricks is a bit more to the left on the screen, right? So I kind of spoke to it before, but every time a set rolls through this lineup, it doesn't always break in the same place. And today we've got a southwest swell. I heard Kaipo touch on it, but anytime you're going to see waves come through that have got more west in it, a little bit more south in it, and that dictates where they break on the reef as we look to Kika giving way.
Bella with priority will fade this one, representing California. She'll throw a little setup turn. Now Bella looks back to the pocket, staying pretty full on the face. A little bit more energy on that section. Well-timed turn for Bella, and a little chip on the inside section to ride away. Bella's opening ride in the non-priority heat. Her father, Jason Kenworthy's had some cover shots over the years in the major mags, has made a lot of great movies, and one called Leave a Message. It was a Nike surf team that he was in charge of. Went on some boat trips with a lot of the world's best, like Carissa Moore, Lakey Peterson, and the crew, and put together an amazing surf film. So Bella would just be a little kid, and all of a sudden it's Carissa Moore at her front door, and a close family friend. As we look at Bella's last wave here.
Yeah, so this is Bella's opening wave. You know, nice little wrap there, and just bringing it through to the inside. You can see this wall's pretty tapered, so it kind of forces her to go to a couple of cutbacks. She does get that one nice moment there where she's really able to put a board on rail, which I liked. But this one, you know, not offering that big, crazy, converging bit of whitewash, but yeah, nice way to open up the account.
Scores coming through for Yolanda Hopkins. She didn't get the 7, but she did keep the theme of improving on every wave she's taken off on. This will be Kika Veselko in the heat with Bella Kenworthy. Nice arc for the surfer from Carcavelos. Throws another carve. Kika now identifying the lip to hit and ejects. There's that wild convergence. The thing was, she did get completion before she had to kick out. Well done for Veselko. Let's now catch up with Sally Fitzgibbons with Jesse Starling.
Thanks, Joe. Sal, first heat of the morning, you come down, it's absolutely pumping. Before we get into the heat, conditions-wise, it's big from the beach, but it's got to be even bigger when you're out there.
Well, especially when you paddle out in the dark and you're like, what's out here? Something like hunting you down, there's some energy out there. And I have to kind of take that moment for something pretty special. Like, for me, there was a lot of pain, a lot of hurt trapped in this place the last 5 years. And even though my mind is like fresh and ready to go, it's so hard for your body to let go of that like intense like hurt and heartbreak. So just to come back here to get on the plane and paddle out, it's just, yeah, it's pretty huge, these things. Like internally, it's such a wrestle. And you don't want to leave a place feeling like it's just hurt and pain, and that's what I came here to celebrate, just the beauty of the place and trying to just glide in on a big set and just like put a smile on my face. And actually, like, it brings back so many memories, like ones with especially good mates like Courtney Conalog. Court, how's it going? She always made me laugh on days like this when, you know, the horizon goes dark and you got nowhere to go, and she'd always make light of it and be with me getting washed onto the inside. So shout out to all the memories and just my team for getting me back here.
We get to rewrite the story though this year. There's a lot more lightness around the place. Let's talk about the first 5 years though. You almost podiumed. You got third place so many times here. Come on, Sal. What's it going to take to get you on that first or second?
Oh, for me, it's like at this stage of my career, it's actually getting away from the win. I'm not trying to challenge, the peak of my powers or winning. It's just like to come back and keep working on my surfing. And this generation surfing against the likes of Tia, it's such an honour. Like, these are future world champions, and like I'm here to learn and evolve my surfing. And the longer I can stay on tour, I can see like how good a surfer I can be.
We love it, Sal. We love you. Let's see it again in the next heat. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thanks so much, Jesse. Great to hear from Sal always. Some of the best post-heat interview chats we ever get are from Sal, always from the heart. Always shows her dedication for the sport we all love. Quick little direction change. Off the top for Bella. Over the roof, weightless there, and smart way just to get off your surfboard. That wouldn't have been fun to try to ride out of. So Bella incomplete there, got a 3 before. 3.83 for Kika's start, so that one's still close. That's the non-priority heat. And still 2:10 to go. The heat with Brisa and Yolanda Hopkins. It's been all about Yolanda just getting better and better and better on every wave, and Brisa chasing an 8.14 now. Just to note, there's no reseeding anymore. That's why the brackets are fun to follow. You can really see matchups ahead of time. Sally getting that win. She's got a rematch now with Molly Picklum. She had the heat at Winky Pop. Now it'll be main break. Now down to 90 seconds on the clock. Love the shout for Courtney Conlog that Sally threw out there, Flick.
Yeah, I did too. Courtney, and she spoke to it, Courtney is not afraid, man. She actually stayed with me here when it was a qualifying series event. It was 2010, the year Chelsea Hedges won, and she got knocked relatively early, right? And then she came back the next couple of years and got the win. But the year she got knocked, we had a massive day, right? It was probably double the size of this, and there's a couple of outer reefs around the corner here, and I went out with her this day and I was blown away by just how hard she charges, and Sally referenced it, right? She is not afraid, and then she's got this infectious laugh, so anytime you're about to cop a big set on the head, potentially like that, she's just laughing away and making light of the situation, so shout out to Court.
50 seconds to go. Last wave for Yolanda Hopkins, controlling the heat with priority and this big lead, big section, still attacking it. Can she right away? Hopkins, flawless today, making every turn she's gone for, improving on every wave she's had, and I think that theme will remain the same, finishing with her best to eliminate Brisa Hennessy.
One thing you can count on Yo-Yo for is she will always have a dig. Like, it doesn't matter how big the section is, doesn't matter how big or gnarly the barrel is. She's so keen to sort of put her body on the line, and we saw it just then.
Brisa on her last wave. This is in time. 7 seconds to go. Throwing down a top turn wrap. End section will be a float to finish. And Brisa will take this one in. It started off with Yolanda just winning the opening exchange by a point. We saw in the halfway mark a decent wave came through. Brisa lost priority trying to get it, and Yolanda just kept on pushing. Back to Brisa's last.
Yeah, Brisa here, she's chasing an 8, right? It's excellent. It's not going to be that number, but you got to think to the strategy here. And Yolanda, she could have won the heat on just even her first couple of waves in the non-priority heat. As we look to her last wave here, it's a nice big carve, but then you've got to give it to her for the commitment of this last section, just belting it when she had no business going there, no business doing it. But yeah, she's going to put her body on the line, and yeah, it's no surprises to me that she's going to just really give it to main break Margaret River here.
Wow, what a big part of the rookie class we're seeing come in from a stellar performance. Yolanda Hopkins bringing the good energy here at main break and attacking every wall. I am so interested if she will improve on that last wave from a 4 to a 5 to a 6 to a better 6. And it's at least going to be in the 6-point range. Great job, Yo-Yo.
Hit it again. I was like, it's funny. We can hit you up here. I was glad you hit the section on the end. It was a little bit slow in that, on that last one. You could have maybe just shadowed the bottoms a bit, but it's pretty good. Yeah, I like it. Perfect. Step to the plan. Good. Nice one. It's what you could do with the waves you had. So nice one.
Yolanda getting high fives.
There's another mic on the way.
Starting walking up the stairs. Last for Brisa Hennessy, a 5. Last for Yolanda Hopkins, still yet to lock in officially to see if she had that perfect building type heat from 4s to better 6s and just improving on every point. At a shifty lineup at main break, really impressive. Yolanda will be moving on to round 2 to take on world number 1, Gabrielle O'Brien, who's also a 2-time defending champ in the West. Expecting a fire hose off the tail of Gabby Bryan, obviously, but then the spiciness of this rookie, Yolanda Hopkins, who completed a perfect strike mission in that heat, improved on every single wave she caught. 6-3, then a 6-3-7. Hey, she did it for us, Flick.
It's what we call building a house.
That's right. Well done to Yolanda Hopkins. We'll hear from her in just a few minutes. We'll take a quick break. More action to come right after this. We'll bring in Ronnie Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. And by Stone & Wood, the unofficial beer of WSL Australia.
Welcome back to the show. We are underway, day 1 of the event window. The waves are firing. Overlapping format unfolding. You're going to see a lot of action out there today in an event that always delivers big moments, that critical end section, and plenty of swell. Ronnie Blakey joined by Richie Lovett. And Rich, this is going to be a lot of fun because we're seeing these newcomers to the championship tour thrown into the fire here on day 1 of the event.
Showing no respect at all. And we love it because that's what we want to see. We want to see the newcomers to the tour taking it to the more established veterans and really figuring out this lineup. West is best, we know that. The swell's turned up and we're setting up for such an amazing day of competition.
We sure are. Entering the lineup now, a couple more of those new names. They did get some reps here last season. Vahine Fierro and Nadia Aristabe. This should be a good clash. 2 surfers that'll be out there. Most likely surfing on the backhand, but there has been some lefts out there. We heard Felicity Parmentier talking about the direction of the swell and how there will be some walls out there on the lefts at different stages throughout the day, but the focus, just like the last few years, has been these rights. And this is Francisca Vaselko from Portugal in her rookie year, drawing some nice lines off the bottom.
Oh, just really handling the wobble and that oncoming section. Just gets a little unstuck on that final manoeuvre there. And this is Bella Kentworthy just driving off the bottom, up high. Nice turn off the top there, really committed. Brings this one all the way through. And you can see all this wobble and movement in the ocean. There is plenty going on out here. The rawness of this place. This is what you need to figure out. And just a really tricky lineup, Ron.
Yeah, there's sort of signs that Bella Kemworthy and Francisca Vaselko, that they are going to tap into the rhythm of Margaret's. They've already experienced it in different winds. Today it's quite clean and they're just trying to work things out. But Bella Kemworthy with a beautiful opening turn there. She committed to that ride, even though it kind of flattened out on the inside. She knew she was potentially on her way to a good score. She did turn in the 5, and that's got her sitting in front here at the moment.
Yeah, best wave of the exchange so far, and that just shows you these big committed turns on the outside are going to pay dividends. The judges love it. That committed approach, and lots of control on that first turn for Bella.
Most definitely. It was a welcome sight, the sun popping up. And this morning, and just shedding light on a really clean lineup, quite big, wind affected yesterday afternoon. We were watching the end of the warm-ups. The surfing was really impressive, but super challenging. A lot more organised out there this morning, and I think we're going to see big scores drop as some of the more experienced competitors start to enter the field. But plenty of time for these surfers. Priority is with the competitors in Heat 3 at the moment. Bella Kenworthy, Francisca Vaselko, they've got priority over the lineup, over the other two surfers out there. But within their own matchup, Vahine and Nadia will play the chess match, the priority game as well. We'll try and keep you well and truly informed. Vahine, she had some real moments on a short-lived run on last year's CT. She kind of fell in the back half of that qualification zone, so didn't battle through the back end of the season, but she's got an amazing back end, has obviously had some huge results over there in Tahiti as well. But a really talented surfer.
Super comfortable in these type of open ocean conditions as well. No stranger to big waves. And I think that counts for something, Ronnie, in these situations. Just having that confidence, that comfort factor when the ocean is starting to step it up with a lot of energy. Vahine just feeling very, very comfortable. So overlapping heats here, and a great opportunity for the non-priority heat to really scrap around and find a score. Here goes kick up.
Again, just the way Kika is drawing off the bottom at the moment allows her to set up these big top turns. That's one of her better efforts so far in this heat. If she gets the finish, she's on her way to a keeper score here. And she does complete just before that bubbling inside section there over the reef. She makes her way through to the Water Patrol team. Now that's going to be a solid score, quite possibly the number of the heat so far.
Yeah, really committed. Good two turns. Combination there on that wave and completed. That's the most important thing. Getting that completion on that end section, which is just so tricky. We'll break it down over the next couple of days, but in particular today, we've got a lot of south in this swell, which is just creating this very, very direct angle when these waves come together. This real triangular effect to the wave as it comes through the inside. Live action with Bella now.
Yeah, more of a medium-sized right here for Bella Kenworthy, looking for a response, and she finds one. Turning hard on that final section, and after getting sideswiped by the vice that is the final opportunity to score big here at main break, she gets out in front of it, gets that turn done a little earlier. Still waiting on the numbers of Francisca Vaselko's last ride. But the feeling is it's going to change the situation, as we see now in Heat 4. Vahine getting things started. Strong backhand approach she possesses and does well to hang on for the finish there.
Yeah, great finish to that ride. Geez, that wave, that stood way out on the peak, stood up. And there was potentially a couple more points and a few more manoeuvres on that wave before Vahine even took off. But still, she got some good work done in that final finishing manoeuvre. So there's a replay here of Francisca as she just drives up the bottom here. Beautiful committed bottom turn, and that sets her up for that clean top turn. Comes through this little bumpy section, throws it up high under the closeout, rides out clean. This was Bella. So you can see her, she just does this little check turn here, stays with the power source, then winds it up. 2, 3, 4 stage bottom turn, but then just commits to that layback hack. Beautiful single turn. And then Vahine, one of the bigger waves of the morning so far, just on the backhand. So this wave just slopes out a little. She brings it all the way through to the inside. Now she commits to the bottom turn, top turn combo. And gets there. So a nice way to just open up her campaign in this heat. Making sure she gets to that finish. She'll build confidence now on the next wave.
All right, let's hear from the winner of that last heat. It was a huge victory for Yolanda Hopkins, getting the win over Breeza Hennessy. She's with Jessie.
Yo, I'm so honoured to be here. Your first heat win on the championship tour. Talk me through the emotions right now, because this is a big moment for you, 10 years in the making.
Yeah, man, it was tricky. It's been a long journey, but I find that journey just led me to this point, and I don't think there's anybody more stoked than me to make it to the tour and to the dream tour. It's been my dream since I started surfing. So being here and actually winning a heat is insane. I was really upset about Bells because like I love the wave and it really suited my surfing, but that heat with Sally was really tricky and I couldn't find any like good waves. She found like the only really good one right at the beginning of the heat, so it was really nice to come back and have some proper solid waves to show what I'm made of. And I love that little ledge. Like that's I think that's my spot, and I'm really super stoked that I went for this heat. I knew it was going to be tricky. Breezy is a very good competitor, but yeah, I just try to give my best.
You love that ledge a little bit too much. We're going to do a Bond University athlete health check. You have sliced your foot to buggeries. It is so cut open. We're actually going to get a shot of it, but talk me through what happened.
I just went for it and I kind of stacked it one of the sessions. It was yesterday, and it just, I tried to stand up after, it's just the wave took me and I just ripped my foot, but in the water it's fine. I didn't care. When you're in the heat, you got the adrenaline going, nothing hurts. Now I'm like starting to cool down, I can feel it, but I'll just patch it up and keep it ready for the next one.
And we'll let you do a little shout out back home in Portugal.
Obrigada a toda a gente estava em casa. Finalmente estamos aqui no tour. A Kika está dentro d'água, eu espero que ela também dê-se bem nestas condições. O mar é forte, lembra-me bastante de Portugal, então estamos aqui em força e vamos tentar representar o melhor que podemos e para a frente. Beijinhos, tchau.
Thanks, Yo-Yo. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, she's been a great addition to the tour, just brings a lot of energy and a lot of, obviously, good vibes. The Olympian, now a championship tour competitor and breaking through for her first victory here.
Yeah, big win too over Brisa Hennessy. She's been a force out here over the last couple of years and on the tour for many years. You know, she's one of the stronger competitors in these bigger conditions as well. Obviously spending so much time in Fiji, very comfortable. So yeah, big win for Yolanda.
Yeah, Brisa, a sunset winner too, and you know, we often make those comparisons between main break and Sunset Ridge. What is that comparison?
Mate, it's just the open ocean raw energy that comes through in Western Australia here, and the size of the lineup. It's just so big, and each swell that you surf here is a little different in where the waves actually break. There's a couple of boils out there. And you see them come to life, and they indicate the takeoff zone or the area where you need to be. But you know, it's not a simple takeoff, say like Pipeline, where there is like a certain spot. There's maybe a 2 or a 3 metre radius where you can kind of stick to. Out here, it sort of moves from ledge to ledge as the swell gets bigger and bigger, and it's just a big open playing field. The way the ocean moves with a lot of energy and force, and you need to be able to match that force when you surf it.
Yeah, it just seems like Sunset so uninterrupted, it's not slowing down, and when those big swell lines come, it just seems like there's more water in them than other locations.
Yeah, steamroll. They can really just come in with so much. They're ground swells. They travel from a long distance away, and the further they come, the more power and energy in that swell. And this place just holds it beautifully. And the other comparison too, Rod, so far out. You are way out to sea.
And let's see now what Bella Kenworthy can do here, because she's found herself pushed back in the second spot. We had a 6.17 from Francisca Veselko earlier on. Bella's taken this one through to the inside. Big finish here. Going to be hard to ride out of that one. She gets knocked off. As on the outside, we see Nadia Aristabe drawing off the bottom into the pocket here. Got a nice flow going, but again, you need to get to that final section nice and early. Otherwise, you've got to deal with those two waves converging and slapping together. So no big number on the board yet for Nadia. That'll be her best ride. Keep her on pace with Vahine, who dropped the 4.67 in heat number 4. In heat 3, Francisca Veselko now with a big opportunity. Dropped the 6.17 not too long ago. Bella Kenworthy's got some work to do. And we'll see the replay of Bella's ride now.
So Bella, beautiful looking peak here, medium-sized wave. Gets a tidy wrap off the top to start off. The 2-stage cut back. Back to the whitewash, comes up to this closeout section and just hits the clamp. Goes down. Nadia Aristabe, beautiful turn off the bottom, off the top. Nice and stable here, Ron, on the backhand. Gets up nice and high, The tight snap, and just here through the inside, just so much power as that wave comes at you from a different direction.
I know they're in different heats, but Bella Kenworthy and Nadia Aristabe through that first half of the 2025 Championship Tour last year, you know, they weren't 100%. Nadia had a lower back injury that she carried into the opening stages of the year and was the call-up, a late call-up as a replacement surfer last season. She's back to her best. Bella Kenworthy struggled with a knee injury right through the opening half of last year, but did collect enough results to re-qualify via the Championship Tour. And just chatting with her, she's back to 100% as well. So, you know, expecting the performance levels to lift for these two competitors in 2026. But this is fun, just diving straight into it, Rich. I mean, we didn't even really get the opportunity to wrap out too much about who we think are the favourites on the women's side this morning. It was just straight into competition. But we know we've established who the form surfers are, the top seeds from last season, some that made a big leap up the ratings and up that seeding list. They're already waiting to see who they're going to match up against in round two. And we're, of course, talking about the Bells champion, Gabriella Bryan, who's looking to go 3 in a row here at Margaret's. She's also had a runner-up finish at this venue. She is going to be so hard to stop at the moment with the momentum she's carrying from Bells.
Talks to the power of Gabriella Bryan that she possesses. And again, I talk about matching the power of this wave. This open-face right-hander just suits her style so perfectly. And she has got this place on lock. Last two events, she's won them both. Of course, there's others in the mix too. Isabella Nichols has had incredible results here a couple of years ago, got the win. Carissa Moore, top of my list as well.
Carissa Moore is coming up in heat 6 of this opening round. Of course, coming back from a break, she has obviously dropped down that seed list order, and yeah, she's going to have a tough heat. Alyssa Spencer's been on a magic run since she came to Australia and competed in that final Challenger Series event. But the matchups are starting to take shape, and you can go have a look at the bracket on worldsurfleague.com, but Gabriella Bryan will be surfing against Yolanda Hopkins in the first heat of that second round. Those matchups are going to be taking shape as we roll through the back half of this first round. And this heat has just come to an end, Rich, and Francisca Veselko, she did really well. I mean, she was in danger there. She was counting a high range 3 as her best number for a long time, but turned in the best score of the heat, a 6-point ride to survive another opening round. And she's proving to be a very confident rookie.
Yeah, that was actually super close when you look at the heat tallies. Only 0.5 of a point in it. So Bella was right there. And yeah, Francisca just unlucky not to get a strong backup, but she did look good. She's got a lot to take from this heat.
Well, Bella Kenworthy will look to rebound on the Gold Coast. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Francisca Veselko through to the second round. Welcome back to the show. We are zoning in on the second stop on the WSL Championship Tour, and it brings us to the southwest, the deep south, Rich, where you get all that gnarly energy from the roaring 40s just powering into main break Margaret River.
Yeah, mate, these swell systems sort of, they track under South Africa, hit the roaring 40s, and then just basically focus in on the break here at Margaret River, southwest of Western Australia. And main break, it's set up to receive a huge swell window, and swells can come from different directions, but mainly it's out of the southwest. South-southwest, and we love everything coming out of the east in terms of the wind to give it that nice offshore, which we're seeing this morning. But you can see here, there's this big, long trench that runs parallel to the coast here, and it's gradual, it slopes, comes out of deep water, but it's not a sudden trench as it hits. So these swells build momentum, and they get enough energy that they can travel right to the coast with a lot of power here. And you can see here, as the swell lines come in, they just direct straight onto the Margaret River main break. Plenty of spots around the area too. The south side of Margaret's, we've obviously got the box around the bay. And mate, this whole coastline is just littered with quality surf. got to do a bit of trekking to get down there. Lots of, you know, you basically need a four-wheel drive to access most of the breaks along here, but you are rewarded when you get there.
A couple more goofy footers joining the lineup now. We're seeing a replay of Nadia Eristabe, this one during the break. She's surfing against Vahine Fierro in that fourth heat of this opening round. And Nadia plants a nice finishing turn there, and just look at how committed she is to getting back out in front of that white water, understanding that points can be left on the in the lineup, really, if you don't execute that finishing turn. I think that's what cost Bella Kenworthy that last heat. She had a couple of big attempts at huge finishes, just couldn't stay on her feet. So Nadia really paying close attention to the finish there. Just nabbing herself the lead here in heat 4. Not a super dominant lead, but at this point she'd take it. Out there now in heat number 5, we've got Sawyer Lindblad from San Clemente, California, up against Anat Lelior, who really impressed us in her first championship tour event down at Bells. Dropped an excellent score in her very first heat, and she's got plenty of power. So this will be a good test for Sawyer, who's looking to rebound after a pretty poor result down there at Bells.
Yeah, always difficult when you don't get a result in the first event. This is Anat Lelior.
And a 1.5 on her first wave, and has a nice rhythm here at the moment, and just smashes that final section. Almost went down on the hillside rail riding out of that turn, but hung on for the finish.
Just love how aggressive she attacks the waves. You know, that's what really surprised me in the opening event at Bells, was just her willingness to commit to these, you know, these intense high-pressure turns. She really just attacks the lip, which is great to see. The points will be rewarded.
Really,
big set coming through here.
A monster set rolling in on the outside here. And Vahine's going to swoop. Had an impressive performance in the contest last year. Wants to go again. And there's a solid blast, and does well to hang on for the finish. Pumps the fist, knowing that that is exactly what the judges are looking for. And Sawyer Lindblad on the outside. She's going to try and stay on pace here with Anata, and she's got a really challenging section to try and ride out of here. And I'm sure you could call that complete, but she did stay with it for a long time.
Yeah, she sure did. You could just see how much bump was on the face of that wave. She was basically just trying to hold her line, keep the fins engaged as she was just surfing through rivets on the wave face. She needs to be a little bit careful here, just on the inside reef. She's off to the side there, so she'll make her way to the Red Bull jet ski. And the typical pathway, the skis take these surfers all the way round through the inside of the break and then drop them off on the left. But it's, you know, for as powerful and as gnarly as it is, and you can really get washed around, it's quite a safe paddle out, even on the right-hander. You can sort of make your way around similar to Sunset with a big channel, paddle all the way out without getting your hair wet. But once you're in that impact zone, geez, it has a punch to it.
Well, it's an event with plenty of history, and as a result, just like Bells, it's got an exceptional honour roll. There's been some magic performances on the women's side over the years. Here's that committed,
did that well.
just a attacking approach of Lelior from that last ride. Still waiting on the scores to drop for that.
Vahine drops in, big peak, gets a swoop off the top. Patiently waits for this oncoming section, gets there early. Now she needs to hit the gas to try and get out in front of the whitewash. She does, and celebrates.
Celebrating a 6-point ride. The Tahitian, she is now in front of Nadia Eristabe, who is chasing a 6.84 to get herself ahead. In heat number 5, we've got some scores in. Nat Lelior, she dropped the 5.33 for that, you know, tricky end section that she clobbered on her last ride. And we've got a score on the way for Sawyer Lindblad as well. Sawyer, a bit of a change up for her in her coaching work with Jake Patterson last year, working with Glenn Hall, Micro this year. I think, you know, a lot of the competitors, Rich, just dipping into a different point of view finding a new perspective, just looking to freshen things up heading into what is going to be a really challenging year. When you look at the cast on both the men's and women's side, we've got so many worthy competitors all fighting through almost the full schedule toward a world title campaign and toward requalification. Oh, here we go. Big set standing up here. And Anat is happy to take it. Leili Orr here in heat number 5. Draws off the bottom. Not a lot of wall there to bank off. So she's going to head back out. Checks that Apple Watch and sees that she's in control of this heat at the moment. But it is pretty early days for the competitors in heat 5. Things are getting a little tighter for those in heat number 4. And Vahine with a massive advantage. The 2 highest scoring rides of this clash so far. Saw all our competitors down there at the Welcome to Country yesterday at the mouth of Margaret River here on Wadundy Budja. What an awesome ceremony it was too.
Yeah,
just beautiful.
One of the best, and we've been to a few of them here. You can't help but feel the energy of the land and of the people, and just so welcoming, and we appreciate them welcoming us to their land and allowing us to play and perform at one of the best stages in the world. And we love it here, and just our time. And really, so we look at the Stone and Wood slow-mo here of Vahine Fierro, and she is just attacking the lip here. Beautiful technique as she keeps that toe side rail engaged, top high. The top part of the wave here, drops down, re-engages, and now she just hits the gas. Eyes closed, literally blind at the moment. Until she gets to this moment here, she knows she's out front and celebrates.
That was the attention to detail on riding out of that move. Unbelievable stuff. Kaipo's out there lapping up the sunshine.
Yeah, I am. Kaya, Ron. That means
yes.
Hello in Wadundy, since we're in the Buja and we're enjoying it out here. Still a couple cleanup sets for the surfers. And just a reminder, I kind of want to remind everyone, this is the women's round right now. After we're going to go into the men's round, you still can move around your fantasy team for the men. You got until that round starts. So take a look at your surfers, digest it, analyze it, put it together, and lock them in. Men's round coming after this opening women's round. And congratulations to Rise. It's #1 in the league, in all the leagues.
Wow.
Got Vahine right here.
He's on fire, that's for sure. Kipes. As we go to Vahine now, and we see her just starting to build. She had a 6 on her last ride, trying to get better than a 4.67 to tighten the screws on Nadia Aristabe here, who's still hanging on to a couple of mid-range threes, not out of it just yet. But is Vahine going to improve on a heat score total here, Rich?
She sure will.
Sawyer Lindblad finds a nice clean wall on the outside, driving up into the section. And she is going to get out in front of this one and turn in her best number.
Yeah, that was a good exchange from Vahine and Sawyer Lindblad in separate heats, but geez, Vahine, she's going to go way out in front now. That was one of the tidiest 2-turn combinations we've seen so far this morning. Just committed rail turn. And she got to her finish. Let's have a look at the replay here. So Vahine, late takeoff. Clean bottom turn, gets up high, extends it with a little more speed off the top. Again, gets settled. Beautiful carving turn on the second and avoids that the oncoming section to complete that beautiful ride here. Sawyer Lindblad as well. She looks like she stepped things up on this one. Great transition from that first to second turn. Gets there early enough to ride out, so she'll be feeling good about that one. This will be her first decent number.
Yeah, likely a lot of shift-ups in equipment too in this morning. Just with, not a whole lot of, well, a big drop in the swell, we should say, but a lot more wind out there yesterday. You can imagine that people have dropped an inch or two maybe in their equipment, and it looks like Sawyer and Vahine are starting to really find their place out there at the moment. Speaking of finding their place in the lineup, what about Francisca Paselko getting the jump on Bella Kenworthy in that last one with Jessie Starling?
Kika's freaking out about the sets that are rolling through right now. She just copped a couple of those right on the head. What does it feel like? Take us through it.
Yeah, I mean, I think yesterday was a pretty good warm-up for this. And I'm not going to lie, yesterday I was a bit nervous, having surfed like bigger waves and powerful waves in a while. And, you know, I've never been here before. So, you know, going into a new place and being like bigger size, and I've noticed there's a lot of water moving out there, I was a little bit like excited and nervous at the same time. So yeah, but then out there isn't as bad as it looks. Of course, if you get caught on the inside, you'll just have to take a deep breath and go under there and just relax. But yeah, I got a couple of those on the head in the last minutes of the heat, and that was a dangerous situation to be on because I had first priority, and then I got caught on the inside, and Bella could have caught a wave if something came behind. But yeah, everything worked out, and I'm stoked to make it through.
And Kika, we were just talking, you know, this wave, it's tricky. It is, and it makes our rookies somewhat feel like rookies because there's so many guys with experience here. You're coming up against Caroline Marks, but you're kind of using that rookie energy to your advantage here at Marks.
Yeah, it's amazing to be on tour, you know, and get to surf against all these amazing surfers. I'm not sure if I've ever even competed with Caroline before. All I know is that I've been watching her for years. And yeah, when I was a Grom, she was winning all these lowers events, and she qualified, so early. Got excited. So early on tour, and it's just amazing to be here. I'm just enjoying every second, you know, and getting to know new places. West Isle's absolutely beautiful, and if there's a couple of lay days in the next days, I'm for sure gonna go explore. And there's beautiful scenes. Just, you know, yesterday going to the grocery store, just saw like all these kangaroos. It's just wildlife. It's amazing. It's super raw. There's no pollution, like, you know, not many cars and stuff going on. It's just mostly green and water, and it's just amazing. I'm taking that good energy, and I love being surrounded by nature. So this place is for sure a special one.
And now, Kika, I know you would have a very nervous mum and brother back at home, so feel free to say anything back in Portuguese.
Obrigada a todos os portugueses e à minha família que estão a apoiar. Sei que aí em Portugal agora já é bastante tarde, madrugada, mas estou muito feliz. As condições estavam muito bonitas, mas o mar estava muito difícil, com muita força, muita água. Mas o que interessa é passar, e estamos na próxima ronda. Bora com tudo.
Thanks, Kika. Well done. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Yeah, well done, Kika. And man, she's so confident, Rich. She's just come on and she just looks dialed in. You know, Jessie sort of brought it up. It's a difficult venue to come and just figure this lineup out, especially when there's a whole lot of swell. You know, usually competitors, I think, enjoy getting the opportunity on some smaller days just to get a feel for the reef, but you know, that they've just been getting a feel for the power of the place, wearing a lot of big sets on the head. And you've got to give props to the Groms that were out there for Rising Tides yesterday. There was 8-year-olds in the lineup. There was, you know, quadruple waves overhead, and our competitors are still feeling that power out there at the moment. Look at this one about to unload. This was during the interview, and this one catches a nut. Looks like Vahine there on the inside as well. Cutting back to live action now. Nadia Aristabe is running out of time. 3.5 minutes to go. Chasing a 7.34. Needs to chip away at the requirement right now.
She sure does. Time running out. And I really do appreciate just how well and how smoothly she comes off that bottom turn. She's surfing well. I just feel like perhaps wave choice is letting her down a little bit, positioning in the lineup. But let's see what happened out the back here. As we look at the Western Australia replay here, gets nice and high on that first hook. Again, comes off the bottom, nice and stable, driving with heaps of speed. So a second turn and a third through the inside. So that will be her best ride, no doubt. Needing that 7.34. Not sure if it'll get to that level, but that's definitely good signs for her. She's only got a couple of minutes to go though.
Vahine now looking to really put the squeeze on. She pushes, knowing that she needs a decent number to improve on her heat score total. That's not going to do it, but she's still holding on to a pretty impressive lead here at the moment. As a nut just throws that board vertically, gets slapped back down, feels the power of main break.
Wow, she really squares up off the bottom, doesn't she, in that? She just really drives hard, gets a really tight angle off her bottom turn, and that just slingshots her right up into the lip. Little mistimed on that last one. But she is, you know, she's really giving it everything off these off the bottom turns.
That commitment will eventually serve you well at the championship tour level. And you know, it doesn't get any easier from this point. You want to keep rolling through these heats. You're going to have to beat multiple event winners, multiple world champs even. So I don't mind a rookie coming in and throwing it up into the lip as hard as they possibly can.
Yeah, no, we love that approach. That's what you're going to have to do to succeed on this tour.
Minute and a half to go for Nadia Eristabe. Still has a number on the way.
There have been plenty of sets coming through this morning, Ron. No real big lulls in the energy. That's giving us the ability of running these overlapping heats. Opportunity here.
And there's lots of opportunity. We love going to overlapping heats. You see so much surfing, and we're seeing Sawyer Lindblad now, who's got herself back in this heat. A 5.17 on her last ride. Clean combination there, plenty of spray, and just charges out in front of that whitewater. It's like surfing your way down rapids. So Sawyer now, she's looking to extend her lead over Anat, who failed to really convert on her last ride. Look how shallow it is here on the inside. Then you've got these big stacks of whitewater coming your way. These competitors deal with a lot at main break. The good news is when you get a day off, you can decompress with a bucket of red wine.
Love how late that drop was, but Sawyer Lindblad gets straight on the hillside rail, gets into the bottom turn, and a couple of very ferocious top turns. Gets to that finishing, the safety of the finish.
I wonder if Sawyer might, you know, the board is doing what it needs to when she finds a clean wall, but at times on her opening ride, even on that one, it's looked really kind of alive, almost a little too twitchy. She might opt for a bit more foam, but we've just seen the completion of heat number 4, Vahine. She did the work in the back half of the heat ridge, got herself a 6 and a 5.17. And Nadia Eristabe, you know, to her credit, fought her way back with a 5.93, but was left wanting in the final stages. We'll take a quick break here. We'll introduce another big heat right after this Bonsoy Brew break.
Margaret River has so much to offer. I mean, first of all, the amount of wave that it has. Then we checked out this really cool surf museum. Aravina welcomed us so amazingly.
It was actually my first time coming to a winery, so finally experiencing some other parts of WA.
You know, we come to the winery, eat good food, drink good wine. You go mountain bike riding, you can go see the whales. It's great to be back in West Oz, and I advise everyone to come here and come check it out.
We are walking on a dream over here in WA. We love our time in the West. We heard Francisca Paselko just talking about the beauty of this place, and someone who's experienced it almost more than anyone else in the draw is Carissa Moore. She's had a win here, and she is up against a tough opponent in Alyssa Spencer. It's a new and improved Alyssa Spencer this year. She'd had a run on the championship tour before, but this year just looks like way more just dialed in, Rich. She looks more confident. She's coming off the back of her best championship tour result down there at Bells Beach. And Carissa's actually, despite the fact she's shown amazing form, is looking for a rebounding result here.
Yeah, things didn't go entirely to plan down at Bells Beach, but that was not through any lack of form. Carissa looked amazing down there. She just got outsurfed, unfortunately, in her heat against Isabella Nichols. Here we go. Okay, so it looks like that was Anat Lelior who has priority at this point. So Alyssa Spencer having to give way as Anat just weaves down the line here, gets to that finishing turn, loses her fins. She was driving off the bottom. And this was Alyssa, big wave out the back.
And the reason I said is because Alyssa wants to get away from obviously the apex of the peak where all that energy is, and she was sort of driving towards a nut, and that's a dangerous game to play. Now we did see the interference with Sammy Pupo and Jack Robinson down there at Winky. And you just hate for there to be a tangle up in the early stages of a heat for Alyssa Spencer. This is a huge clash on paper. It's already challenging enough. You don't want an interference, so she did well to drive away from a nut and just make sure there was, you know, no doubt that she didn't interfere.
I did like her commitment to the positioning and where she took off on that wave. I have noticed in the last few heats, the women just maybe being a little left of the peak, and Alyssa was right on it there. And we know that traditionally, if you can take off almost on the other side of that right-hand peak and come around, you'll get in that first turn nice and early and potentially open up to an extra turn on the wave.
Definitely. A bit of a drop in the swell overnight, Kipes, but still plenty of energy out there.
Lots of energy right now. So much happened just then. You guys were digesting it. I mean, Anat in the priority heat had full right to kind of take off on Alyssa, but that put Alyssa in a really bad position right there. And she got pretty much smoked. And then Carissa Moore paddled for 2 waves. The offshore winds didn't allow Carissa to get those 2 waves. Behind that, surprise, another big set, and just took out Carissa as well. So the cat and mouse game continues, and the priority play also to be aware of.
Thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, that's big. I think everyone's taken some hits out there today, Rich. It is one of those locations where you're paying attention where those boils are, but there will be bigger sets that stand up on the outside, and Carissa paddled for a couple, didn't get into them. It's a bit of a cat and mouse game with those big sets that you're playing, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, the good ones are those sort of medium to medium large ones that break just on that inside, and then the bigger ones, you've just got to be prepared to cop them on the head. You can see Carissa there just turning around and just going, oh my gosh, I'm just going to have to deal with a 15-foot wall of whitewash.
Yeah, that's a full blackout. And yeah, Carissa wore that one on the head, but she's, like I said, had plenty of reps out at this venue, and taking those big bombs on the melon is just all part of the game here at main break. So she'll be fine. Carissa often leans into the local expertise of Andrew Sheridan, great surfer. Most of his highlight performances came across the bay at the box. That was when the event was really in that qualifying series period. Rich, you were over here competing at that time. Shiro was sort of chasing the slabs, wasn't he?
Yeah, absolutely, just dominating, but wealth of knowledge here in the West. Just intimate information delivered to the likes of Carissa Moore and others that he partners with here.
So again, we've got the overlapping dual heat format unfolding, and we've got Alyssa Spencer and Carissa Moore out there in Heat 6 now. Heat 5 has ultimate priority. That's why we saw Anat Leilior take a ride from Alyssa Spencer just moments ago. And Anat is chasing a score. She needs a 6.35 because Sawyer Lindblad has built beautifully in this heat. She really did look like she was sort of just finding her feet out there on her first ride, but has built on her next 2, 5.17, 6.5. And yeah, really put some pressure on the rookie.
Yeah, absolutely. And Sawyer, I love her speed, the backhand approach here on the right-handers. Nice and fast in attack mode.
I was on the Gold Coast in the lead up to the championship tour, getting underway. Glenn Hall was up there working with Sawyer, getting dialed in. Really, asking for feedback and information. And Micro's so impressed that she could just go out there and almost just evolve her performance after a quick conversation.
Wow.
She's got that sponge sort of mentality. She can take on a lot of info and pivots quickly. Yeah, real strong all-rounder. Good forehand. I think her backhand's her ultimate weapon.
For sure it is.
She's
Absolutely.
done really well in some of the thicker conditions that we've had in Tahiti and also up high.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously part of that strong Southern California movement around the San Clemente area. So tapping into all the energy of the Colapintos and such a hotbed of talent. But when you get a surfer who's almost malleable in that way and can take on information and is willing to adapt and adjust, that's when those beautiful partnerships flourish.
Yeah, I think her brother's starting to... I've always rated Taj as surfing.
Taj is mental, man.
And he just had a win on the QS. And the entire fam would be tuned in and watching this unfold. So a big shout out to the Lindblads tuning in, and a big welcome to everyone joining us on the broadcast. Day one of the event window. And just as it always does, Margaret River delivers the swell. You know, and for a long period of time, Rich, it was kind of considered a bit more of a big wave kind of venue, and then John Florence went out there and just sort of changed the way that I think competitors look at this shorter board.
Absolutely.
And high performance surfing like we've never seen at this venue, and maybe never seen in waves that size at any stop on the CT. And since then,
absolutely,
everyone's been reaching for that benchmark, and we've been treated to some magic performances here. And we just saw a solid one from Vahine, who got a jump over Nadia Aristave. Let's hear from her now with Jessie Starling.
Vahine, we were just talking, it's so beautiful as we look from the stairs here, but once you're out there, it is actually really tricky, especially on your backhand out there, but surfing so gracefully and strong as always. Run me through that heat, because it was a really good battle between you and Nadia.
Yes, Nadia is a really, really strong competitor. I know she can put like 2 turns and get 8s, and I was like, okay, I need to like try my best and like surf my best. It's so mesmerizing from the outside, and then once you get in, it's like outside, inside, in the middle, sets on the head, like it's so much movement. And but I got a really good rhythm from the start, and I like avoided the big sets by being on the jet ski, like catching the waves before the sets, and then being on the ski, watching the sets roll through. I was like recovering on the ski, so yeah, I felt like I had a good rhythm and a couple falls, but it was fun. Yeah.
Vahine, we know you love the big surf as well. Obviously, the forecast this week is looking big. Is that something that you're looking forward to, you know, challenging yourself as the swell rises?
To be honest, like I like big surf when it's perfect, not when you get like sets on the head and you have to like manage so much ocean, and it's really hard. It's a big playground. I love the Ahupo because it's like 1 or 2 peaks. You can escape the sets really easily, but when it's like this, it's very challenging for me. But I love it because it can only make me better like on waves that I'm like super comfortable on. So yeah, it's challenging. It's like choosing the right boards, like being, you know, feeling strong and feeling good mentally, but it's a good challenge.
You look amazing, Vahine. We can't wait to see you do it again. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jessie. Thought Jessie summed it up beautifully. Graceful performance once again from Vahine, as we see Sawyer Lindblad drawing so hard off the bottom, catching a bit of a rail, but looking to clean it up on the inside here, trying to improve on a 5.17, gets low and commits, willing to dry dock the equipment just to get the score she needs. She is after a big result. After a bit of a hiccup down there at Bells, you'd have to call it, as Natle Lior draws off the bottom. Nice carve to get started. She's after a pretty decent score. Might be chasing more than a 6.35 when Sawyer's last wave drops in. But she does pretty well to get to that final move, but so hard if you are meeting the oncoming section and you're not far enough away from the energy that you've ridden to get to that point. When it comes together, it's just so hard to outrun.
Yeah, and it looks like Nat is she may have just been winded here. It looks like she's just grasping at a net, so she may have hit her head. She may have come unstuck here. We'll keep eyes on this. The skis will be right on her to make sure she's okay.
Yeah, they'll definitely be looking after her as we go out the back now. We see Carissa on her first ride. It's incredible. 5-time world champion making her championship tour return, and her return to a location where she's enjoyed great success. It's a positive one so far, and she's going to win this opening exchange with Alyssa Spencer, who's up on her second ride, and the wave doesn't provide a finish. You could see it was going dry there on the inside, so she opts to paddle back out through that right-hand channel that Rich, you identified as a pretty safe path back to the peak.
Yeah, absolutely, and you can see the skis just sitting down there on the left-hand side of the right-hander, so a clear pathway out.
Well, we had it looked like an unfortunate situation there. It felt like a nut may have come into contact with the reef, certainly grabbing at the back of her head, but it looks as though she may have instructed the jet ski driver to take her back out. So she is showing extreme resilience here.
Yeah, just shaking it off, and sometimes it can, you know, it is definitely a shock when you come in contact with the reef. Let's have a look at Zoya Lindblad's wave here, mate. She is right on the edge of every single turn here, off the bottom, off the top. The board chattering a little under her feet, but she's staying in control. And the secret here, Ronnie, at this final moment, the surfers almost have to do a left-hand turn to outrun the whitewash coming at them. And attack mode here for Anat. She comes high off the top. Again, deep bottom turn, big swooping backhand turn. And here she goes off the top again and just gets a little caught up with this oncoming section. It just gets rolled.
You don't drop there and get spat out the back of that wave. That whitewater grabs you and it rolls across a very shallow rock shelf. And that quickly went to her head, but she was up quick. And I know that our water patrol team would have checked in, gone through obviously some concussion protocols there. As we see Carissa finishing off her opening ride. Still got the look, when you see the surfers trying to commit to those bottom turns, still got the look of maybe a lineup that was jumbled by onshore winds yesterday. Rich kind of has that clean. The sheets have been pulled tight, but there's still some residual bump on the face.
Yeah, absolutely. There were 2 to 3 foot rivets coming across the wave at the completion of yesterday. It was so strong, that wind.
Really tight, and heat number 5 with 4.5 minutes to go. Not a whole lot in it. The Nut has chipped away at the requirement. Zoya Lindblad still hanging on to the lead. And the surfer from Israel, after a 6.44 to get herself up into the #1 position, she's fine. She's heading back to the takeoff zone. What's working against her is going to be priority in these final 4 minutes. Carissa's still waiting for her first score to drop. Let's check in with Vaughan Blakey down on the stairs.
Thanks, Ronnie. Here with Andrew Sheridan, who's working with Vahini and Carissa Moore in this event. Mate, first of all, surf's cooking. How stoked they are, and how do you identify good waves out there with these rogue sets coming through every 10 minutes or so?
Yeah, no, I'm stoked for the crew. They've got some good waves, and yeah, there's a few big sets out there, and it's a big playing field. So yeah, a little bit tricky to try and identify the good ones, but yeah, there's definitely some good waves out there, mate, for sure.
We were speaking about Vahini's heat first of all. What did you like about that performance?
I just like the way she positioned herself. Like she identified where the good waves were breaking and put herself in that area, and yeah, she ended up getting a couple of pretty good waves.
That's awesome, mate. And Carissa obviously needs no introduction to this break. She's won multiple times here. What's the sort of advice and the conversation sound like between you guys?
Yeah, so I've been with Carissa since 2013, so yeah, she's won it 3 times. So yeah, we're just going over stuff that we've talked about in the past, and yeah, a lot of training in the last few days, and she's actually looking really good too.
And just about sort of refamiliarising herself with this break?
Yeah, mate, exactly. Yeah, just refamiliarising, and just, yeah, like, obviously she's in a different space now with a little baby and having a few years off. So yeah, just get it back on the train and ready to roll.
Yeah, well, she got back on the train, copping that rogue set on the head, and just finally, mate, I know you've got one eye on the liner, but you must have another eye on the other side there.
Yeah, actually, just the right-hand side, there's a couple of barrels going down, mate, yeah, for sure.
You're a fiend for that stuff. Good on you, mate. Congrats.
No worries. Thank you, Ronnie.
Thank you, Vaughan. Carissa's first score just dropping in, 6.17.
She did that fairly easy too, mate. Like, she's got so much more to give. 3-time winner out here, multiple world champion, and just the strength of that finishing turn. The rail cutting deep. Carissa just possessing so much power. And today, mate, it's really about you and your relationship with this wave and figuring it out. I don't think you really need to think about your opponent too much. Carissa on this opening ride, big swooping turn, getting back to the power source. Another big open face carve. Now she comes through to the inside and she does a technique up the top there really well, almost a 2-stage snap just to get the timing on point.
Yeah, in a lineup, Rich, that is well beyond, you know, dry land. Those final turns that move the water stand out to the panel.
Definitely equipment important, and agree with you that most of the surfers, they'd be going for certainly a step-up board, at least 2 or 3 inches on what they would normally ride in a 3 to 4 foot beach break. And I don't think it's a bad call. These bigger boards, they just cut a deeper line, a little bit more stable on these big open faces.
Well, less than a minute remaining here for Anat Lelior, and she is after a 6.44. Sawyer Lindblad chasing her around the lineup. Sawyer's got the priority. And she's not going to give her much space here. Look to control the last 35 seconds here, Rich.
Yeah, she'll just stick to her with priority. Sawyer Lindblad, she's surfed a very smart heat. She's built all the way through. Great performance from her. 20 seconds to go. It looks like she'll close this one out.
So much to look forward to as we move through this opening round for the women. Some big heats hitting the lineup. What about this next one? Erin Brooks up against Stephanie Gilmore. That is going to be huge. You don't want to miss it. Sawyer Lindblad gets the jump on Anat Lelior here and is moving on through to the second round. Still got 20 minutes to enjoy watching Carissa Moore and Alyssa Spencer fight it out. There is going to be a whole lot of world titles out there in the lineup. Don't go anywhere. We're going to bring in Joe Tappel, Jessie Starling after this.
The GWM Aussie treble, the best in Australia. The double favourite. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Okay, Queensland, Australia. 300 is yours. Hi everybody, still watching opening day of competition. It will be a huge day, and it already has been. Overlapping format here for round one for the women, and there's a lot of shredders in the booth with me at the moment. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, Jessie Starling. Jessie, welcome to the booth. You've been running around the yard today, talking to some heat winners. What's the energy like down there on the bluff right now?
There's a lot of energy. You know, it's that day one angst. Everyone's just got high hopes. It's pumping marks as well. So we're just watching these huge sets roll through. Not only are you getting good waves, but you're also getting sets on the head out there. It's a guaranteed for every one of our athletes. But yeah, I would say the word would probably be angst. I know it's high energy, honestly. The vibrations are high.
100%. And then to have a day where it's, you know, eliminations right out of the get-go this year, all season long in the one-on-one heats, and Flick's local break is providing. And we set the stage for heat number 7. Erin Brooks, Rookie of the Year last year, will get her second shot at Steph Gilmore. Stephanie Gilmore, the greatest of all time. 33 CT wins, 8 world titles, and returning to the tour this year. As we lock in now, Alyssa Spencer in the priority heat with Carissa Moore. Amazing backhand attack we saw get real hot at Winky Pump. Now applying it on her backhand at main break, and gets to that finishing section nice and early to carve all the way to safety. It is absolutely pumping. Surfline telling us it's peaking this morning. We're seeing some bombs out there at the moment, and it always makes Flick feel good. When your local break provides for everyone who traveled around the world, you know, how happy are you to see conditions like this?
Oh, I'm so happy. I mean, West is best, and we're going to hear that phrase a lot throughout the week. But yeah, I mean, Renato touched on it this morning, Jessie, when you were doing the call with him. It's just, we had such a challenging forecast at, you know, in Victoria down at Bells, and it's nice to be here on the opening day with some serious juice and some good waves going down.
Running after this section is Steph Gilmore. Timeless in her approach as far as style and finesse is concerned. As she gets to this wall, nice little speed jam. Timing was brilliant for Steph Gilmore. And she will line up the Red Bull ski to get back to business in the heat with Erin Brooks. Erin was born during the rookie season for Steph Gilmore, when Steph took her first world title back in 2007. Still the only rookie to do so. Erin, you know, had a lot of people calling that maybe she would do the same thing last year.
Getting caught up with the replay of Carissa Moore in the priority heat, Flick.
Oh, it's just classic, right? Just really trademark Carissa here on the rights at main break. I think we've been, so accustomed to seeing it here over the years. Obviously, she's taken a couple of years, a year off, brought a beautiful daughter into the world, and now she's back. But yeah, you know what? I think there's a real maturity to her surfing. She just holds the rails so well. And then behind her, Alyssa on this, pretty solid wave for today, but really difficult to surf on your backhand. This wave had such a taper to it, so it really has forced her out onto the sort of shoulder, and she's been drawn to do these sort of more cutback style maneuvers. And I think it's just kind of a good contrast of what, kind of different waves that are on offer out here this morning.
Also on this one, Steph Gilmore, Jesse.
Yeah, I feel like there's a real point of difference with our goats out here. Obviously, Carissa and Steph in opposing heats, but you notice that they don't go to the very bottom of the wave, and that's giving them a lot more speed to get up to those end sections early. I know that wasn't one of those really traditional jams that we see from Steph Gilmore, but that end section, it's scary. It's really daunting as well. There's a slab of reef staring at you and waiting for you to come towards it. But if you get there early enough, you're going to hit it with water, and you're going to get a better score on the board with a completed ride.
What a great moment for pro surfing. Two goats in the water, different heats. With a lot of world titles. Five-time world champ Carissa Moore tracking down the line. Just hugging the pocket with those wrapping turns. Had to wear a pretty big wave on the head earlier in this matchup against Alyssa Spencer, so there's been a lot in it. Carissa 6.17 and a 5.5. Steph Gilmore opens with a 5.67 start. As the energy continues to pulse out there, always big thanks to Surfline, the official forecaster of the World Surf League Championship Tour, giving us the breakdown through all the tough calls at Bells, and the same situation here over at Main Break. As we say a big good morning to our good friend, lead forecaster at Surfline, Kevin Wallace. Thanks for joining us, Kevin.
Yeah, great to be here. Good to see waves, of course, too, after what was a bit of a grind over in Bells.
100%. You gave us a good read loud and clear that today is so far looking like the best day of our entire waiting period. Break down how you called it and what you're seeing today.
Yeah, this swell was just a product of a strong, fast-moving storm over the last couple of days that kicked out a bunch of swells. Actually kind of like a reinforcing pulse. It was pretty good size yesterday morning. A little bit more jumbled. Today is definitely more groomed, organized, like true offshore conditions that have kicked in. So we've got great surf today. Should be peaking through the morning, settling a little bit this afternoon. Just take full advantage of it. I'm glad to see it's overlapping heats because, like as you've mentioned, I think a couple times so far this morning, like there's no shortage of swell during this window. It's really about finding the conditions, and today is obviously, if it's not going to be, if it's not the best day in the event window, certainly going to be one of the best days. I can guarantee that. As we move out, over the next few days, Renato mentioned this morning too, like maybe there's a window tomorrow morning before the onshores kick in. And then as we move through the weekend, we've got more swell coming up. Saturday afternoon, I think, holds some potential. I wouldn't say it's going to be good surf, but I think it'll be manageable. And with the onshore winds coming down and some new energy from a more distant storm, a little bit longer period filling in, I think the surf quality is going to improve through the day on Saturday after probably an ugly start. And then going into Sunday, we've got size, better wind, lighter wind, still probably a little bit jumble, but I think those are likely days we're going to go. Those are the days we're going to go because all of next week ranges from big to potentially XXL, and a lot of onshore wind pretty much all week. So that kind of looks like a write-off at this point, and then maybe we get an opportunity at the very end. So just great to see waves today. Good to see we're taking full advantage of it too with overlapping winds.
I had a question for you. You just sort of alluded to it. We've obviously there's a carrot dangling right at the end of the waiting period. It's pretty far out, but what is...
I don't trust it. I don't trust it.
Yeah, it's a tough one, right? If you've got an option in front of you that looks clean enough, we might be kind of going back to what we did at Bells and start picking maybe windows following what we're seeing today, Kevin. Is that right?
Yeah, for sure. And I'm teasing a little bit, Flick, but it's one of those ones where we've seen it look good for a day or a model run and then come back around and look onshore. And so anytime I see that, my confidence is naturally going to be pretty low around that happening. And the good news is we have some time to try and figure that out. Like obviously we've got today, and then we've got some days in the next couple that we really want to consider strongly on running. And then hopefully that time gives us just a little more clarity one way or the other, meaning like, okay, it does. Yeah, it looks like we're going to get a day or maybe 2 days of favorable winds. We'll probably have some swell. Or it just goes the other way and it's like, hey, it's going to be onshore. Like, let's get as much as we can get done over the next 3 to 4 days or so.
Love it. Love it. Thanks so much for joining us, Kevin. Thanks for all the help, as always, and we'll be calling you all week.
Sounds good. Looking forward to it.
Awesome. Always great to chat with Kevin Wallace. Great call that he gave us today, showing that we would be maxing out the daylight. Good looking day in the waiting period. Clean conditions, maybe going a little bit onshore this afternoon, but still with plenty of size. As we were saying goodbye to Kevin there, Alyssa Spencer took off on a fun wave, chasing an 8.17 to try to challenge the lead of Carissa Morflick.
Yeah, so this wave here, let's see what's on offer. So big sort of opening turn, but you can see it's really tricky on the back end. What you want to be able to do is really square up, but this wave, you know, sort of again, it does force her out onto that open face. And she brings it through the inside here, finds a little finishing moment, you know, but in the context of today and, you know, every wave that's been ridden and this very heat, you know, itself, it's got to be the highest score. You know, it's got to be excellent. So she's going to be chasing another number.
Alyssa Spencer, 8.17 is the requirement, but heading the right direction in the priority heat with Carissa Moore. As we go to the GWM recap of the priority heat, 5-time world champ, 3-time champ in the West. Still setting the pace with Alyssa here, Jesse.
Yeah, she's actually my power surfer as well on the fantasy. I picked her to win. So I love seeing Carissa Moore just do what she does best here. Honestly, the way she surfs this wave, the connection she has with these walls here at Margs, it honestly is second to none. It doesn't even look like we've lost her for a couple of years. She's picking up right where she left off, just these gorgeous arcing swoops, really holding that rail all the way through. And I alluded to it before, she just has such a good read on these rights here, and I think she's only just warming up.
As we now look at the takeoff from Steph Gilmore, looking for a 34th CT win. She would just be breaking her own record if she achieves that at stop 2 of the season. Tracking through the open face on that cutback. Her longtime rival in the priority heat kicks out behind her. So the last win for Steph, that goes back to 2022 season. That win in El Salvador, Lakey Peterson in the final. That gave her that 5th seed in the final 5. And that ended up being that wild, dramatic day at Lower Trestles where she just blitzed the entire field, including Carissa, in back-to-back title matches. To break the record she was carrying with Lane Beachley with 7 world titles. Then she made it 8 that day. And then she took a little bit of a break from the tour. You know, we didn't see her through 2024. We saw her once last year. She accepted the wild card, and that's when we saw the matchup with Aaron Brooks and Steph Gilmore. And well, Aaron got their first one. She had a 9.43 in that match, Flick.
Yeah, that was a really cool moment. But, you know, both women were surfing pretty good, and it was really pumping Burley. So, yeah, I mean, this is a rematch, obviously, and Steph's going to want to get one up on the Grom, you know. That wouldn't have felt good for Steph when the Grom gets the win, you know, in a traditional right-hand point break where she does so well.
Let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Sawyer Lindblad is with Vaughn.
Sawyer, congratulations. Surf's cooking this morning. Great to get out there and get amongst it. And a slightly bigger board looked fantastic for you in that heat.
Yeah, it was really fun out there. Pretty challenging too. There were a lot of big sets in that heat. I chose to ride a bigger board today just because it looked like there was a lot going on out there, and I just felt more confident, like hitting those end sections on a longer board.
That end section, I know, it's so fun to watch, but also so scary when you're coming at it. Next round, you're going to be coming up against Betty Lou. You guys are 3 apiece in the matchup so far, but you've got her twice here at Margaret River.
Yeah, I think I've surfed against her every year here, so it's going to be fun to surf against her again.
It will be. Will you be riding the same equipment, do you think?
Depends on the waves. I don't think they're running the girls round 2 today, so if it's tomorrow, I'll probably go on to a shorter board.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Looking forward to that next matchup.
Thank you.
Good man, Vaughn. Well done. Sawyer Lindblad exited from Bells early because, well, she had a huge matchup with Carissa Moore. And an all goofy foot battle went her way. So Natle Lior, part of the rookie class, out in round 1. Nadia Arastarbe in the rookie class. She lost to Vahine Fierro in the heat before that. So a couple rooks successful this morning. Yolanda has Gabby Bryan in round 2, heat 1. Kika Veselko moves on to take on Caroline Marks in heat 3. Easy to follow the draw these days in the bracket format. Now with 4:30 on the clock, Jessie Starling, it's like, how fun is this just seeing Gilmore and Moore just on the same screen? You think about it as well with Steph has 33 wins on the all-time win list. Second is Carissa at 28 with 5 world titles. To have that kind of legacy returning to the tour, it just feels right. Pro surfing's in a great place, and I'm sure you remember the first time you witnessed both of those champions surf for the first time when you were a young Grammy coming up in North Narrabeen.
Oh, absolutely. I remember, you know, specifically Laura Enova always played as a bit of a role model and mentor for my sister True and I, and we got to meet Steph through Laura, and I remember the first time meeting her being like, all my wildest dreams have just ever come true, you know, and then go over to Bells. That was the first time I ever met Carissa Moore, just last week, and I can't lie, I was absolutely fangirling, but I think the entire surf world is just to have our goats back on tour.
And one of them in motion, Carissa Moore, working with local hero Andrew Sheridan. Throwing down a couple of nice tracks on the open face, pushing harder, leaning in on that back foot. Solid finishing move for Riss. More waves on the way. Priority is with Alyssa Spencer. Hung up in a lip for a moment. Big drop. She's got a nice line off the bottom. Now pushing towards the lip. Gets a little check off the tongue. Holding all that momentum and hacks it nice and early. What a great read from Alyssa Spencer. With all that speed and momentum, you're going, okay, how patient can she be? And she was patient and then precise when she picked her finish, Flick.
Yeah, that was a serious drop too. It was a bigger size wave, and she did really well to hang on there. You can kind of hear everyone go, whoa! But yeah, let's have a look what Carissa got done first. So Carissa here, just real good positioning on the takeoff. Like, yeah, okay, the wave didn't give her that cupped out, you know, probably section she was looking for first, but the rest of the wave, it set her up for beautifully. I can't stress it enough. I just feel like where you take off dictates where you do that first turn. And you can see here, she's super deep, right? So she has to come around the section. She tries her best to place it there, but the wave just kind of backed off, right? But it really sets her up for a great inside track, and she has a good read on it. But this section here, Jessie, that was a big wave and a big drop.
It was a massive wave, and Liz, I feel like she timed her turns better. It felt like her front foot actually just shifted back towards her heel side rail, so she did so well to get to that section, readjust, and then hit it early enough that she's making that takeoff. But that drop was serious. If you're not making that, you're getting a good solid hold down at Margie's, but Liz did so well to just readjust. Obviously, we saw at Bells, her timing was impeccable, and now it feels like she's finding her rhythm just slightly with that wind and bump, kind of knocking her off her balance ever so slightly on that first section there. But to come through and get to that second section early, you'll hear us talk about it all week long. It's so important to get to that end section just a half beat before, because if not, it's going to eat you up. That's just the facts.
Fun to see that approach on the backhand flick, and you're a goof. Very proud one, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
And, you know, at main break, putting in so many reps over the years, the amount of speed she had on the takeoff, that wild, but controlling the speed, even though she was pushing down the line horizontally. Judges love a late takeoff with commitment, and then able to tag that end section early. The challenge of backhand, but also it provides some good sections you can push hard against.
Yeah, totally. It's two different types of waves you're sort of looking for out here. I think when you go backhand versus forehand, there's advantages and disadvantages to both, I think. But yeah, the second turn I really loved from Alyssa. You know, she was able to get there really early and square up nicely. The first one, it was hard because it was a bigger wave. It breaks into this like wider section where it just goes into a hole, and you could kind of see it, right? She went for the bottom turn, loaded up to go, you know, somewhat vertical, but the wave just kind of fell out from underneath her. With all that lump and bump, it just like kind of didn't give her the section she was really looking for. And I think today, any day at Margaret's, doesn't matter how big it is, it's always those smaller to medium-sized waves that you're looking at are going to offer the best scoring potential.
Andrew Sheridan looking on right next to Carissa's husband, Luke, as they are counting this one out. Previous wave for Alyssa Spencer, not enough, 5.77. And Cheryl will celebrate reuniting with one of his best friends in Carissa Moore, hanging out with Luke. It's an extended family for Carissa when she comes here to the West, and she's successful in getting past Alyssa Spencer, who put together an incredible performance at the season opener, getting into the semifinals. And just like that, she'll be off and running back to the Gold Coast to prepare for stop 3. Carissa moves on into the next round. We'll take a quick break. Right back after this Bonsoy Brew break. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By IC Sunglasses, official eyewear of the World Surf League. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise. Thanks for hanging out with us today. Opening day of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, and look at this heat. Sophie McCulloch, late call up to make it here to Western Australia, but she got here in time to take on Bronte McCauley. Sophie got in because of Tyler Wright's injury. She had to withdraw at the last second. Soph got the call up and she's ready to charge, but she's got Bronte McCauley, who has made a statement at this event, full-time on tour, but also as a wild card, as everyone shows her, everyone backs her as a favorite to win this thing for WA. Sitting next to Flick, you've seen Bronte grow up. What an amazing human being, incredible world-class surfer that beat all of her students in the trials. She's a coach these days, and well, she got to walk the walk for him and show him how it's done.
Oh yeah, and I'm not surprised, right? Bronte is so well versed out here. Her backhand's incredible. And she's put on great performances. You touched on it, Joe. You know, she got 2 semi-final appearances here. She's taken down Stephanie Gilmore here in heats. She's had big finishes. She's got the whole community behind her. You know, every time she runs down that boardwalk, you know, everyone is erupting. It's such a cool moment to see her in a jersey again. You know, she announced her retirement last year, and so she's not competing, you know, on the Challenger Series or the CT anymore, but it's awesome to see her back here in the jersey. And really, Jessie, you know, for a podcast, The Good Book, she was like, can you just send me a video of, you know, who your sneaky picks are, who your picks are for this event? And I was like, look, you cannot go past Bronte McCauley. You know, she's a wild card, but she's made it to the semis twice. She's surfed this in absolutely any condition possible. The woman with the most experience out here. So, yeah, I picked her in my fantasy, and I think that she's going to do some damage.
Jessie, what's the name of your league on fantasy?
The Good Pick.
The Good Pick. Okay, you guys can find it there. Anyone can join?
Yeah, it's public league. Anyone can join. I think we have 500 members at the moment.
How
and
good.
We have like a crazy prize pool at the end of the year too. So, yeah, little promo.
Pretty exciting. I know you're excited to see Soph's name pop up on the list last minute. As we look at the possibility to ride some waves here, we will get to watch Erin Brooks. She's had a 1.83 before this, second scoring ride, as she'll just slip out on the top turn. Priority to Steph. Steph, you can see her keepers there, 4.67, 5.67. I notice that little asterisk next to the 1.83. Well, it's gone now. That just means we're waiting for scores. Now it's all factored in. But thinking about how Soph would handle this, Jessie, such a late call up. What I realized when I came to Oz, it's not that quick to fly to the West, and it's not a short drive either. You know, we're talking over 4 hours of flight time, about 3 hours of drive time. How's she handling that?
Yeah, I actually think it's a little bit further from the Gold Coast as well. So Scruff, originally from the Sunshine Coast, Scruff's her nickname, but now lives on the Goldie, and so it's about a 5.5 hour flight from the Gold Coast, and then to go to Perth and then do the drive especially when you got the call up that morning. She needed to make sure she had boards styled. She was lucky that she went to Hawaii, obviously for the Pipe Challenger Series, so she had some big boards in her lineup. And the board lab, they always punch out boards for Soph whenever she needs it. But I saw her this morning and I was like, how are you going? And she was like, I'm handling it. And I was like, I love this, you know. Just yesterday she woke up, she didn't know she was going to be in this event, and then had to book a last minute flight to be ready. So the only other option was not to come, and Soph's just not that type of person. She is such a competitor, and she was one heat away from qualifying. It was actually maybe the heartbreak of Vaughn Deadly's life, seeing her not make that heat, but she was so close, and honestly she deserves to be here. So we know she'll get back eventually.
Love the breakdown, Jesse. And we have another big fantasy league for Kaipo. Kaipo, what's the name of your league?
Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League, and I want to congratulate Rise, who's #1 on Kaipo's #1 Super Mega League. Congratulations, Rise, and also Rise, he's #1 in the world. So I wanted to acknowledge him. Remember, men coming up, you still got time to shove around your fantasy team. And the Bracket Challenge, Battle the Booth on the Bracket Challenge. So much going on right now, but yeah, so you got two options, and you said it before, Joe, it's like maybe do the bracket challenge first, look at the friendly fire, look at your brackets, then set your fantasies, tier A, B, and C, and yeah, play along.
Hey, Kaipo, I saw like 18 different league names that had the Kaipo name in it. Just so people know out there, what's your official team name?
I'm everywhere, Joe.
Or did you make 5 teams?
That could just be, you know, Kaipo and his squad of Kaipos in the world.
There's a lot out
Thank
there.
you all the Kaipos out there, by the way, bro. I am a big fan of all of you guys. Thanks for the Kaipo squad.
Love it. Good job, man. I'm going to find you on there. I think he's doing well, though. In the Battle of the Booth, I saw one of the Kaipo team names, #3 in that list. So great job, my man. 12:30 on the clock in the priority heat. Steph Gilmore setting the pace here. She's done really well here in the past. You know, she's not on the honor roll of past champions, which kind of stands out because it is Steph, right? But she's made a final, a ton of semifinals in her now 11th start of her career in Margaret River. But for a champion mindset like herself, it's weird how just a runner-up doesn't feel good. One time she finished in Maui, went all the way to 2nd in the world. And she just was like, I'm not satisfied. I mean, when you've won as much as she has, there's only one result she's going to be happy with moving on.
Oh, it's funny, right? Like, Steph, the way she surfs is so beautiful and graceful to watch, and, you know, it's so pleasing to the eye. But inside of her is this absolute competitive beast, right? And she would not be satisfied with that. You know, Laura Enever and I were joking the other day about how, you know, Laura Enever was like, hey, mate, can you stop flogging me? You know, or they're trying to, you know, keep themselves busy, you know, while Steph's kind of, you know, been chasing all these amazing waves around the world, you know, on those search trips with Rip Curl. And, you know, in her downtime, she'd be back on the Goldie and, you know, she'd just be, like, playing ping pong with Laura. And Laura's like, hey, can you just calm down? Like, I just need you to, like, can we just not have fun? So she's just trying to smoke you in absolutely any way possible, you know. And so she really is competitive, and she would know, she obviously knows, you know, her best results here. And, you know, I think when I think back to those performances, though, where those best results have come, it's been when it's been super groomed, super beautiful, and she's really been able to put her best surfing in display. As we see a left.
Finally, Erin Brooks, of course, finds a left and a decent carve as well. Speeding down the line. Where did she go? There she is. Nice little hack off the top, and she will continue to wrap away. What a great decision she made there. Jesse, I loved it.
Wow, all spice on that wave there from Erin. And it's not very often, you know, we see surfers go left. Traditionally, back in the day, the left was actually kind of the priority. Everyone wanted to go left, and now we've seen it go towards the right into the reef. But Erin, she's going vintage on us. She's taken on a left, and she surfed it with so much speed, so much style, and got a vertical section. There's not very many vertical sections on the lefts out here. So this was actually, I feel like, a great momentum shift here for Erin. She needed a moment in this. Draws out that opening carve. Just a little bit shy on that second one, but watch this third turn. Big open blast. And she looks so comfortable on her front side as well. If this isn't a tease for Raglan, I don't know what is, but I think obviously we don't usually see the left score, but this could be a change of that storyline.
Every now and then, you know, today, I think I spoke to it earlier, that we got southwest, or it's a southwest swell, right? And what happens when there is a bit of west out there, if you get those you can every now and then find a diamond in the rough, and there will be a left on offer with a bit more wall. The more south in the swell, the worse the left gets. And today we've got southwest, so there is every now and then a left on offer, and it's cool. I mean, is it going to be the 8.5? You know, no, but it is going to break this, you know, requirement down.
It's going to be really interesting as well where the judges are going to set this scale. We haven't really looked left in a couple of years here, so to put her in that position where she's going to get a number, get herself back into the heat, it probably is going to tickle a lot of the goofy footers' fancies to maybe look left a couple of times throughout the day.
Love it, love it. Erin Brooks getting a 6.5 for going left. Well done. Steph still leads, as now we have Carissa Moore standing by with Vaughn.
Thanks, Joe. Carissa, welcome back to the West. We know you love it here. Your name's obviously on that honour roll multiple times, but the power, it takes a little bit of getting used to, and it reminded you about who's boss out there.
Oh my gosh, yes. The first 5 minutes of the heat, I got a set on the head, and it humbles you. It helps you remind you, like, okay, you're not really in control at all. So just be open and adaptable to whatever comes your way.
Yeah, true. I mean, once you did, you know, reconnect with the power, though, it was just so beautiful to watch. You know, your rail surfing, it just suits this wave.
Well, thank you so much. I really didn't feel like I clicked with the wave, but I'm happy I found a couple sections. I feel like I just it felt good to kind of like dust off the cobwebs again and reacquaint myself, but I think that I can line up a little bit better and push my turns in the pocket a little bit more. But it just feels so good to be back working with Andrew Sheridan again. Feels like a little bit like home. Yeah, and I mean, it must feel like home because every single time you did a turn, this entire hill was going crazy cheering for you. It must be such a nice feeling to revisit these places and have so much support. Oh, it's the absolute best. And yeah, just like I said at Fells, it really feels like a bonus. And to get to share it with everyone here and everyone around the world, my family and friends, like I feel just so grateful everyone supported me through all the different chapters of my life.
And Isabella Nichols will be coming up next. She knocked you out at Bells. That's going to be a great rematch.
Oh, I'm really looking forward to it. Isabella has been in form the last couple of years. Just watching as a fan, I love her surfing, and I think she plays a really good game, and she's going to be one of those to beat out here.
Yeah, for sure. Well, congratulations. We really look forward to that heat.
Thank you. Hi, guys.
Thank you, Vaughno. Thank you, Riss. Great job getting through that heat. A rematch with Isabella Nichols. Isabella's won this event in the past. Chris has won it 3 times as we look at a fun right-hander for Steph Gilmore. Throws down her signature wrap. Another one pushing back into the pocket. Little wall trying to set up for, kind of change gears off the wedge, but put her in good timing for the final maneuver. Thing explodes and she disappears, and this is the tough part of staying shallow with your body and your equipment. Been on the DHDs for her whole career. They're still looking magic. Playing around with riding just a slightly bigger boards recently and enjoying the feel of that. Gilmore had some keepers to start, trying to improve on a 4.67 on this wave flick.
Yeah, so it starts off really nice, just really tidy, really clean snap. And she brings it through to the inside here. It's just such a good read because it is not, it's really difficult, right? The little setup here to this, like, you know, pretty much belt and great timing of the end section. As we look out the back and see a big drop from Bronte. Oh my goodness, she went down hard.
Oh my goodness, and then here's Erin Brooks, Jesse.
Erin, wow, gorgeous technique, just touching that rail. It gives her so much speed to whip off the top on that first turn. Gets it again on that second, and then that's a really chunky end section. Free falls out of it and can't hold on there. It's so hard when you get there late. But Erin, she looked like she may have potentially held on. You know who I'm feeling for at this point in time? Snake. This is a nightmare heat for Snake. 2 of his athletes in the same heat, and unfortunately, one of them's going home.
Chattering off the bottom, throwing down the carve. Sophie McCulloch getting the late call-up to the withdrawal of Tyler Wright due to injury, and she'll punch out that section, so not a whole time for rest, and she'll get punched in the face by the final section. She's absolutely got the reputation of a hard charger. She's out there in wild conditions, attacking closeouts, but that one attacked her first.
Man, one thing you know about Soph is she's not going to back down, is she? I mean, she has done some serious charging here over the years, you know, being one of those first women to go and really tackle the box too, where she actually sustained a pretty gnarly injury. So, yeah, I just know that if there's a big section that presents itself, she's not going to back down. This wave was difficult, man. It had a lot of lump and bump. You could see her just trying to navigate her way through it. And you think about it, right? So she made her way here yesterday. Jesse, you might know this. Like, did she even have a chance for a free surf yesterday afternoon? Or is this her first look at it this morning? Because if that's the case, she's going to be feeling her way through this heat, you know. And, I mean, you haven't rocked up to an easy main break. This is, like, pretty challenging. You heard Carissa talk to it. You know, it'll keep you honest. It will humble you. You are not in control. It's difficult.
Well, even then, WA local, just superstar straight over the falls to start for Bronte McCauley. So a wild one to kick off our non-priority matchup. Bronte McCauley, full-time on the tour for several years. We got to hang out with herself and her father, Dave McCauley, two-time third place in the world when he was competing full-time on tour. Everyone called him the machine. He just didn't make any mistakes. People just feared his matchups. And just one of the kindest humans you'll ever meet, surfboard builder. They live just down the coast at Gracetown. And I'm just loving that Bronte still gets a shot to represent her whole family at this event where she's made several semifinals and come very close to maybe winning this thing. And when you look at the tour differently, when you're kind of not around this whole traveling tour and not competing for world title points, so you can really kind of look at this whole thing with fresh eyes.
She just gets to surf at home break with 3 other girls out. You know, that is such a, I feel like, privilege for Bronte, you know, just to be able to enjoy, lap this up, see the world's best, take on her home break. And she was always one of those surfers, even, you know, as a young girl being a fan, that you wanted to see her win this event. And she came so close a couple of times. You talk about her dad was a champion here back in '89. And it just feels like it was always a matter of not if, but when. And maybe it's going to come as a wildcard opportunity. Bronte and this wave have such a really beautiful connection, and obviously went over the falls on that first bump. But when she finds it and rolls into one of those waves, she really is kind of the goofy footer to watch, and that a lot of the goofs base themselves off out here.
Chipping into this one, and another left for Erin Brooks. Rookie of the year, throws down a beautiful down carve. She's going to have to fade since it's full in the face. It's going to force her to continue to wrap, but she's bringing a lot of spicy energy, especially that first turn, and I don't mind that she enjoyed that, because I did too. Just finding these lefts. We felt that would be an option today in this overlapping format, and especially for a young goof, 18 years of age. She sees a left, she can't help herself. Already with a 6.5 heading that direction. Got a 4.93 going right. We'll see if she's going to turn this into a keeper.
Oh, man, she's speaking my language. I like it. Here we go. More action, Steph.
Here we go. Stephanie Gilmore. Chattering off the bottom, but controls it beautifully off the top. Leaning into a nice open face turn. The 8-time world champ is now setting up a beautiful cut back in the pocket. Floats the final section. One of the best ever to ride the surfboard. Is trying to break out of the 5s at the moment and try to even things up against Erin Brooks after Erin got her last year in a quarterfinal heat on the Gold Coast when Steph accepted a wild card. Let's start with the left from Erin Brooks, Jesse.
One thing I want to point out is Flick was pumping her fists when Erin took off on this wave. Goofs love to go left, but how about that first carve? That was textbook, just drawing that out, holding it all the way down. Didn't get one of those steep sections afterwards, which you could see she was chasing, but she looks fired up. She is so ready. But the thing is, every time Erin asks a question, Steph is answering back. Just graceful carves here. I love when Steph stomps on that back foot, draws it all the way back to the foam here. She just even can time it so well, the body positioning, the where she's placing her turns here. She's just keeping herself ever so slightly ahead of the pack here. I'm really intrigued to see where this is going to go for Erin Brooks, though, because that first carve,
was easily one of the best turns of this heat.
Just the amount of speed she has through her turns. It just separates herself from the rest of the field. How fast she can go through the lip or through the down carve on the open face. Erin will keep both of her lefts in this heat as her top 2 scoring rides. A 6.5 was her best. Her last wave is 6.0. Waiting for one more score for Stephanie Gilmore. And she needs a 6.63. That right we just saw. Is it enough? Or will Erin be undefeated against the GOAT?
It's got to be the best wave of the heat. You know, you look at the scores, you know, comparable to Erin's 6.5, but it's so hard because you're comparing, it's just like Erin went left on that wave. It's hard to sort of compare those two. But Steph, for me, it was beautiful surfing. It was great rail work. There was not much downtime between those turns. I really liked Steph's wave. I'm thinking, you know, it's probably going to go there. It was really well done.
She's the ultimate at flow, right?
Yeah.
The only disruption of flow was that first bottom turn. She just recovered so well. She pushed so hard, had the bobble, but then did really well in the recovery.
Oh, it was great. It was such a clean wave too. Great wave selection. That moment there, she really laid that board on rail. Another little jab here in the pocket.
Wow.
And she finishes strong, you know. I feel, yeah, what are your thoughts, Jessie?
I really like it. I think that based on those 2 turns, especially that second and third, it's right in that ballpark where you see it going above a 6, but is it going to go as far as a 6.63? I honestly think it should go there. I love just the combination, how smooth it was, the fact that she got the finish. Erin's left had this element of aggression to it that maybe Steph's waves didn't have. You could see she was angry. She didn't want to lose in this round again. So the fact that Erin is pushing so hard, it definitely has this exclamation mark to it. But I just think as an overall performance, Steph, it easily can go there. I'd be happy either way because both of these ladies have put up a great fight.
Yeah, it is going to be, it's a tough score. Obviously, the judges really taking their time with it. They'll be, you know, analysing these replays and really trying to get this moment right because it is a difficult one to split because Erin got her 2 scores going left and Steph got her a couple scores going right. So, yeah, it's a difficult one and I know that they're taking their time.
It'll have to be better than Erin Brooks' 6.5 if it's going to turn the heat. And Steph Gilmore walking up the stairs. Not enough. The 8-time world champ upset by Erin Brooks, and now in back-to-back events on her comeback, she's eliminated in her first strike. Erin Brooks moves 2-0 over Steph Gilmore. The 6.5 still the best. She needed more than that, so that was Erin's first left where she blitzed that first section with a lot of speed.
For me, that was the best wave of the heat. She got a 6.5 for the left, which she kind of surfed pretty well, but I reckon you ripped that last ride.
Yeah. Felt good. Definitely feel like my best wave.
But I gave you 6.33. I don't get it. You haven't got a finish.
Yeah. Cutties.
Not really. They weren't cutties.
The first one I went high for sure.
I know you did. And then you did like a Larry up on the third turn.
Yeah. Oh, well.
Steph and her coach, Jake the Snake Patterson, a bit baffled with that result. Both feeling like, well, Jake feeling like it was definitely the best score. The heat falls just under. The 6.5 stayed on top, and Erin Brooks will move on. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
The experience at Glenaudy Road has been incredible. It's all farm to table, from the wine to all the food you eat. You know what you're eating is sustainably sourced, and obviously a lot of love goes into it from the people working here, so it was really neat to see that side of it. We love coming back to Western Australia every year. You're the outdoors person who just wants a nice, adventurous lifestyle. It ticks all the boxes.
Always walking on a dream when we're here in Western Australia. And look at this dreamlike day. This is our reality on opening day of the waiting period here for the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. It's just stop 2 of the season, celebrating 50 years of the World Tour. First world champ Peter Townend back in '76. Talked about all the legends that came around that era, from Margot Oberg to Lynn Boyer, and look what we have today. We've got world number 1, Gabby Bryant, coming into the West, going for her 3rd victory in a row at this venue. And also Miguel Pupo with the yellow jersey for the men for the first time in his career. 14 seasons on the championship tour. Miguel is leading things into stop number 2. Action continues here in Heat 8 of the opening round. Sophie McCulloch and Bronte McCauley will have some space because the men's round is coming up next. If you haven't set up your brackets for the men or your fantasy team, you're running out of time. You got to get that done. Oscar Berry is taking on WA Charger, longtime CT professional Jacob Wilcox. That is a fan favorite right there here in WA. Scruff on one with a lot of white water on the face. Hard to set a rail with that kind of foam there, and she'll just lay down. Sophie McCulloch leading this heat at the moment over Bronte McCauley. We haven't seen much from Bronte, just over the falls and then one wave after that. So still a lot of heat to watch here, Flick.
Yeah, a lot of heat to watch for sure. You got to be thinking at the moment, 12 minutes 40. Okay, yes, there's jet ski assist, but it still takes a while to get back out the back. So things will become pretty interesting here on this next exchange. I reckon Bronte's going to be pretty keen to pull the trigger pretty soon. She went down so hard on that first wave. They're the kind of waves that you get that free chiropractic adjustment. Like you wake up tomorrow morning and she'll be like, holy, my neck is pretty stiff. Like this way.
Familiar, does it?
Yeah, it does. It's like literally me today. I can't even turn my left neck to the right. The West has a habit of doing that for you. But yeah, look, you cop in a lot of water into the head, the nose, the brain, everywhere, and they're the ones where you walk out of the water and then 2 hours later on land you bend down, you drop something and you bend down to pick it up, and all of a sudden all this water starts pouring out of your nose, otherwise known as tap nose. But yeah, look, they are pretty rattling, but it's coming down to crunch time in this heat, and the trigger will have to be pulled.
It's always fun when you're surfing before school and then you just unload water onto your desk and your teacher's like, not again. Not again. 11:40 on the clock in this one. Paddling and taking off behind the peak is local legend Bronte McCauley. Little setup, first turn. Draws off the bottom for a moment, resets again, and then finds her place to tag it off the top to ride away. So being patient out there, waiting for her right target to show up, and she had to wait till that end section to really lean into it, chasing a 5.16 for a lead change. One of the best barrel riders in the world. She started collecting some amazing video parts somewhere in WA, but also an incredible backhand, Jesse. What'd you see on this one?
This is the epitome of a local wildcard. Just where she read this wave. Watch her never really drop all the way to the flat part of the bottom. She stays so high, gets to that end section really nice and early, drives through a good-looking carve as well. She mentioned, in the press conference yesterday, she actually did her back recently, so she's kind of only just getting back into surfing as well. But it doesn't really look like it, and even though she was stuck behind on that first opening section there, just the way she carried her speed through the end, I feel like that's what you can really see is, okay, local wildcards, they mean business, especially at a wave like Mark's.
And it's so nice for her giving back because she's always coaching. She's thinking heat strategy. She's working with the rising stars and there's quite a few of them on this region. And so when your mind is sharp, even though she hasn't been on tour and surfing in as many events as she used to, it's almost like she can go right into gear because she is just putting it into practice with all the surfers that she's coaching.
Yeah, I think that as well. And then I also think that just so much familiarity there. That was Perry Hatchett on that ski driving. Walking down the stairs, you're seeing so many familiar faces. You jump on the Red Bull ski and you've got Perry Hatchett there, who is heading up Water Patrol Australia. Just, Ant-Man's in the water. You've got Jeb Madison. These are all people that are in her local community. It just feels like just going for another surf at home. But the other thing is because she isn't on tour full-time or competing full-time, she also does have a fresh look at it, which is also pretty cool. So we take a look here at the drone angle. Beautiful angle. You can see that Margaret River mouth not connected through to the ocean at the moment. But yeah, stunning scenes here in Western Australia.
Absolutely gorgeous. We know Kaipo's loving the view right now.
Hey, Joe.
Hi, bud.
So nice that you're talking about the WPA, the Water Patrol Australia. Perry Hatchett, former ASP head judge out here. Skinny's on my ski over here, my pilot. But I also wanted to talk to you. I'm going to wait to see if someone's going to surf in first before I get into even more dialect over here. All right, so we're talking about me almost getting caught inside right now. We're talking about this stuff right here. And and the reverb that we're getting from Southside, which is causing that chatter. I think that's what I wanted to start this conversation with. But here comes Sophie. Let's see how she deals with it.
Thank you, Kaipo. Chattering off the bottom, sets up a top turn, running out of wave height. Another one with a ton of foam on the face. This one she's able to track a bit better. Gets a little projection jam before it completely takes her down. So a nice little read there from Soph, trying to better a 3.5. You see her just popping up there. So Bronte's wave previous, a 5.17, did get her the lead change. And last for Sophie McCulloch, it will be a quick decision from the panel. 2.6, not enough, but only needing a 3.52. 3 operating jet skis there for the surfers. You've got one for Kaipo and Sam Smith, and then Soph will hang on. They wait till they get out of the impact zone for the pickup. Then they'll allow them to kind of sit on the back of the seat, but at the moment, she needs another surfboard. There's her board drifting there from Sharp Ice Surfboards. So the Water Patrol can't take her in to grab another one or chase down the one she wants. Let's watch the replay flick.
Yeah, it was a nice opening turn. She had to cut it short because of all this foam, but yeah, brings it through the inside. Really tricky section to navigate. To me, it actually looked like the leash may have gotten caught on a rock, because if you look here, right, I mean, I'm speculating, obviously, but I'm just looking at what I'm looking at. And you see her pop up, but the board holds, like, kind of holds true here in this one spot. See how it's sort of, it's called tombstoning when the board does that? It kind of looks like to me, see, it's just stuck. And really, as a little anchor, it looks like to me she got down to her ankle and pulled off the one. Look, it'd be interesting to hear from, you know, from the horse's mouth, from her. But it looks like she did obviously release the leash.
I think you read that well, Flick. Yeah, you saw her there just going, nope, you can take my board, I'll swim out. And then with the Water Patrol there, she'll have her option of going to the beach if she needs to.
She's actually running out of boards. She creased her board in the free surf this morning. Didn't notice, and we're on the stairs like, oh no, you creased your board. She goes, did I? I flipped it over. And I was like, yeah, unfortunately.
Always pushing it. I'm sure she creases boards daily. Soph now managing the clock. 6 minutes remaining before we get into the opening round for the men. Jacob Wilcox, Oscar Berry to kick things off. Remember those 4 heats where you're trying to avoid a 33rd. We've got Jack Thomas back. He won the trials alongside Bronte to get another shot at the main event. Man from Yallingup's got Mateus Hurdy. And now the Rookie of the Year last year made it up the stairs. Aaron Brooks is with Vaughn.
Aaron, congratulations. That was a really scary heat, not just because the surf's quite solid, but also you were surfing against one of your all-time heroes, and you two had a fair battle out there.
Yeah, that's definitely not how I wanted that heat to go. It's been like pumping all morning, and Jake and I were watching the rides and seeing how good they were, but I got behind so much, so I just went on the left because no one was really looking, and luckily I got through.
Tell us a little bit about sort of the battle with Steph in that heat, because this morning it's really just been more about making sure you're in the right spot, getting the best wave, but you two were jostling a fair bit out in that one.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, she was definitely putting the pressure on me. I was super nervous after she got those first 2 scores. It is really good out there, but it's kind of hard to put a wave together. Margaret's is a really hard wave for me to surf as well, so that made me really nervous, and she knows what she's doing, so yeah, good on Steph.
Pretty cool to see you going left to get your scores. That's the old school approach to go that way. But next heat you got Lakey Peterson. That's a rematch from Bells as well.
Yeah, Lakey's been surfing so good. She definitely kicked my butt at Bells. I mean, it was kind of close, but she was winning the whole time. I'm really excited to go against her again, and we've become good friends in the off season. She came and stayed at my house, so I'm really excited to compete against her.
Unreal. We're looking forward to it as well. Congratulations. Great to see you into that next round here at Margaret.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Aaron Brooks. That was a fun one. Both being coached by Jake the Snake Patterson. One that is just 18, and one's a GOAT that's been on tour since 2007, the year Aaron was born. And they've had 2 battles now in different venues. And Aaron's taken both of those victories so far early on, but it was a really, really close decision. Judges took their time before delivering the final score for Gilmore. Snake, who coaches both of them, thought Steph was going to get the jump at the end, but when it's that close, it's just a good heat. They're going to have many more of those throughout the season. Jake there with the jacket on his head, champion at this event, but one of the greats. Had a stellar career on the championship tour, winning events like Sunset Beach when it was a CT. Also Jeffreys Bay, and probably the most dramatic Pipe Masters win, one of them in history. Clock's winding down. Bruce Irons, the local favorites, already getting chaired up the beach to a party that's already starting, but there's still time on the clock. Snake gets the last wave on the buzzer, gets the win and the Pipe Masters. And now a super coach for a very long time. Watching this, McCulloch, 2:45 on the clock, needs just a 3.52. Cracks it there with some speed, lays the rail over. Had to chase down a backup board after she had to rip her leash off. And she's looking comfy on this one. Surfing every bit of it all the way down to the inside and just chasing a 3.52. This is going to be a big couple of minutes to see who'll be moving on into the second round, Flick.
Oh, wow. It's kind of crazy, right? Like this heat, you know, they haven't really found those waves that's really, you know, allowed them to tee off or really open up. Bronte's had that one moment, you know, she's currently carrying the highest wave score, that 517, but majority of those points came from that last turn where she was really able to square up. Let's see what Sophie got done on this last one. You know, potentially could almost be her last roll of the dice here. We did see her paddling back out, but nice turn there. She cuts it short, brings it back around here. It's just crazy that, you know, she's creased one board. You know, the other one, you know, she kind of probably had to release the leash. So it'd be interesting to know if she'd even, you know, really how much time she spent on this board. Is this her, obviously not her first choice as well, so of board to ride here at Main Break today. So yeah, a lot of things to be, you know, for Soph to deal with and also to adapt with.
Pretty smart at this point as well not to get the ski all the way back around, because it would have chewed up more time by the time she comes in over that reef, gets on the back of the jet ski and then takes it all the way back around. She's going to paddle out and hopefully try and get one of those kind of chip in wider ones, those little bowls where you can just do 2 turns really quickly. A 3.5's nothing, so it can be one of those waves that come under. I love the first turn on that last wave from Soph, so I feel like even based on that single maneuver, it could go there.
Very close battle, just gets a lead change. Sophie McCulloch running for the backup board, managing the time on the clock, gets a 3.7. Bronte with priority, needs a 2.86 now to extend this run on her home break. Multiple time semifinal finishes for Bronte McCulloch, coming out of the trials, successful and having some great years, full-time on the championship tour. This would just be much too early to see her exit for all the locals that came out to watch her compete this morning. Her father on the bluff coaching her and giving her support. Mick McAuliffe always in her corner as well. As we are now into the countdown. Tough one there for Bronte's crew, counting out the clock as she will exit out in round 1, and it will be Sophie McCulloch. Late phone call to get here to the West once Tyler left the event with injury, and she's successful in making it into round 2. Well done. That was a wild heat, chasing backup equipment, and with that win she'll move on to take on Luana Silva in the second round.
That was a really difficult heat, right? Like, it was challenging for both surfers. I mean, Soph went, you know, she's gone through a couple of boards in that heat. Bronte took the big wave on the head at the start, so it was just one of those heats where, yeah, it probably didn't feel like the most convincing best win, but you'll take it if you're Soph.
Good on you, Flick. Good on you, Jesse. That was fun. We're going to transition into the men's opening round. Oscar Berry taking on Jacob Wilcox. We'll bring in Ron Dog Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
For over 50 years, surfing has lived at the edge. Risk, rivalry, icons. Legends shape the culture.
Look at this wave.
The fearless rewrote the rules. Progression isn't given, it's earned. In split seconds,
Incredible.
on the biggest stage, under impossible pressure, a new world champion. Harnessing nature. 50 years deep. And when it's on, nothing comes close.
Imagine what's next. We're looking forward to seeing what's coming our way today. The opening day competition here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. And we know that there's a lot of energy out there in this lineup. We just saw a big rebound for some competitors that failed to get the job done down there at Bells. And now we're moving into the opening round of the men's event. Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett. Rich, this is a big one. Oscar Berry, Jacob Wilcox gets the call up for this one. Huge heat for Oscar, who bowed out in his first heat down there at Bells.
Yeah, Oscar will be looking to just settle himself, just get these nerves in check, and hopefully get past Jacob Wilcox here, who is the town favourite for sure. The local, and Jacob's had a number of runs at this event as a wildcard and also as a member of the World Championship Tour, and he is just trying to fight his way back to career best form and fight his way back onto the tour. But he'll be a very, very hard draw out here for Oscar.
Yeah, heartbreaking injury for him last season. Just check in on his socials, go have a look at his account, and he's telling the story of his comeback from injury. Got so close to getting back on this CT. Actually won the first event of the Challenger Series. Went to Fiji, injured himself, and really he had to skip a couple of events. He just didn't get back to his best till much later in the Challenger Series schedule. To his credit, he kind of rallied, got a result at Pipe, and had a fighting chance at Newcastle, but didn't get it done. Here he goes, opening ride, surfing his home break here. And Jacob Wilcox already on his way to a pretty reasonable score. If he can finish this one off, he'll be looking good. There's a nice hit in the pocket, and again climbs the roof and does well to stay with this one. A little caught up in that white water, but he will stay with it to find the Water Patrol team on the inside here. Up against Oscar Berry, who had an amazing run on the Challenger Series last year. And they'll enjoy 20 minutes in this lineup with no one else there. So the benefit of being in that first heat, ultimately you're getting that 40 minutes of priority.
Let's have a look at the replay of Jacob Wilcox's first wave here. On the backhand, the goofy-footed surfer drives hard off the top, connects with the lip. And a beautiful swooping turn to set things up for the inside. You can see here just stalling on the tail. And that is a beautiful re-entry on the inside and connects with the lip again for the final turn. And almost a little fakey here, just into prone. Just letting the judges know that he did make the wave. But a settler as we get this heat underway. Great contrast, Ronnie, in styles. The backhand attack, a little bit more light-footed. Jacob Wilcox and Oscar Berry, he's going to cut those rails really deep. Big, powerful surfer.
What's the key to success here, Rich, performance-wise? What are the judges looking for at this particular venue on a day like this?
Big turns, committed rail, and you just think back to the performances that we've seen from John Florence, Jack Robinson, Felipe Toledo, and on the backhand, Medina, Geordie Smith, all heavy-footed surfers for the most part at this location. They do go to the air. That progressive element does come into play on that final section. But really, most of the work is done with a real power base and that commitment to the rail, positioning of those turns and the commitment to that outside section. Oscar's got all that. I did mention at Bells, I spent a lot of time on the beach in Hawaii over a couple of weeks just watching these guys, and Oscar, man, he laid down some of the biggest turns that I saw at Rocky Wright's.
5-point ride for Jacob Wilcox, the local boy. He's going to have a lot of support. In fact, everyone turning up nice and early to see Bronte McCauley in the last heat of the opening round for the women. They'll be sticking around for these first two heats because they have Jacob Wilcox in this one. And then Jack Thomas taking on Matthias Hurdy in the second heat of this opening round. A couple of days of good swell in the lead up to this opening day of the contest, Rich. And the surfers really need that these days because Noah, non-elimination round to kick these events off. You really you have to bring your best in that opening heat. You've got to find a connection with this location off the bat, and sometimes, you know, if you're in these earlier heats, you maybe didn't get the opportunity to get out there before the contest got underway. So, yeah, no second chances.
No, definitely not. And this being the opening round for the men's, only 4 heats in this opening round for the bottom-rated surfers, and randomly seeded in this round. So it's a real clutch round, this one, and the dreaded 33rd looming if you don't get out of your heat. Picture perfect conditions here at main break at the moment, and it looks like Jacob Wilcox is going to stay busy.
Yeah, sitting a little deeper. Maybe his knowledge of this break coming into play as he drives off the bottom, up into the pocket. The crowd making some noise as he sets up a second assault on the lip here. Wilcox already a 5 on the board. A really strong turn there. That's going to be an even stronger number. And he's going to take control in the earlier stages. And Oscar Berry on the outside takes a fall. So things working out beautifully for Wilcox at the moment.
Oh, he's so comfortable out here. Knows this break better than anyone in the entire draw. And just on the backhand, Jacob just has this beautiful approach. Very composed and patient off the bottom, and then attacks the lip with a nice vertical hit time after time.
Well, he's probably had more wildcards than just about any other surfer ever, Rich, before graduating to the CT. So he is a very dangerous wildcard prospect. And he's proving it on this ride. The last turn in particular, really strong.
Yeah, very committed. Up high, gets a beautiful turning angle. That tight radius turn up high. Let's really break it down with the slow-mo here. Just sitting on that hillside rail. Look at where the eyes are positioned. Exactly at the part of the lip where he wants to start and execute this turn. Now he drives through that back foot. Gets a little moment of release here. Reconnects. And then just watch him sit on this bottom turn. Holds it. Nice balance with the upper body, brings that back arm round to help the pendulum movement through the turn. Bit of a double shimmy off that second one, but great extension again, compresses. Just very connected with the power of this wave. And again, this final turn gets a little bit more vertical, but watch the tightness of the path here. Really pivots tightly up high. So this is going to be a big score. This may go excellent, Ronnie.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised, Rich. Big combination. Let's see what went wrong for Oscar on the outside.
Aubert's outside, just goes for the under the lip snap and just gets a lip to the head. So scores in almost excellent, a 7.83, but a commanding lead at this moment in the heat. 2 good waves to kick things off, so pressure instantly building for Oscar. He's going to have to fight his way out of this one now.
Yeah, really tough draw here, Kaipo, for Oscar Berry, who's trying to turn things around after a first-round loss down there at Bells Beach.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one for Oscar, just given the fact that Jacob's looking so confident. He's got it dialed in. He's getting scores, like you guys just saw, you know, under priority, looking just dialed in. So big challenge for Oscar Berry, and beautiful surfing. by Jacob Wilcox.
Jacob Wilcox, Kipes, he's got a lot of people just talking about his potential as a CT athlete, because he is one of those guys who's dropped amazing edits over the years as well.
Yeah, no, he's CT caliber all day long, especially like you said, running those heavier waves. It's been unfortunate with the injuries that you talked about with Jacob Wilcox and just kind of having on and off years, but I feel like the talent for this Western Australian surfer is right there, and he is a CT level surfer.
Kipes, conditions look buttery out there at the moment. The wind just laying down a little bit.
Yeah, conditions are great. Still, we're getting a little bit of this reverb that Jacob was able to handle really well. A little bit of a reverb coming off the south side, just the reef area right here. So there is a little bit of a bump coming into the surfers on the right, but Jacob's been able to handle that excellently.
He's doing a great job. 7.83, 5 on his opening ride. Oscar Berry in a spot of bother here at the moment, but saving themselves in the last heat of the women's opening round was the late call-up. Sophie McCulloch, she's down there with Vaughan.
Thanks, Ronnie. Soph, congratulations. That was tough going. What was the deal out there? I mean, it looks like it's cooking, but how hard is it to find the right wave?
I think it is cooking. I just made it look as hard as it could possibly get. So, yeah, it's not always pretty, but I'll take it.
Mate, last time I saw you, we were pulling on the Rashies for the Stone and Wood Afternoon Delight 20 session. A week later, you're getting the call up, you're pulling on the Rashie, paddling out, pumping Margaret's. How hard was that transition to get back into heat mode?
Yeah, it was pretty difficult. Got the call up yesterday, so I'm running on 2 hours sleep and creased my favourite board this morning, and for some reason I still thought I could ride it in my heat, but felt like I was riding a twinning out there, so thank goodness leggy got stuck on the reef, so I yanked it, and the next board 511 felt so much better. So yeah, like I said, it wasn't pretty, but I'm happy I managed to somehow squabble my way through.
Mate, you know what? It's crazy, like no sleep, getting the call up so late, having a heat like that. The good news is they rarely have back-to-back heats like that. So, you know, with a bit of rest and a bit more prep, you'll be able to approach this next one with a lot more confidence.
Yeah, it's funny, like being the wild card and being last minute, you'd assume like you don't feel any pressure, there's nothing to lose, but I want to perform like just as much as all the other girls in the draw. Like I pride myself on being able to surf, so hopefully next heat I can put on a better show than that.
Well, you did extremely well. That was a dangerous heat against the wild card, Bronte McCauley. Best of luck, rest up, we'll see you in the next one.
Thank you. Just a shout out to my mum. She got quick on the flights yesterday and came over with me and did all the driving, so thanks Mum, love you.
On your mum.
Thank you, Vaughan. So we've just seen some waves ridden there on the outside. Oscar Berry getting his first decent ride. Still plenty of time for these two competitors. The opening heat of the men's event here. And do not forget to check out the world's best surfers. Click the QR code below. Thanks to Surfboard Empire. Got a really cool program going at the moment, making models of some of our championship tour competitors. So you can basically get their boards, replicas of their equipment under your feet. So make sure you go have a look at that.
Yeah, absolutely. All stick it up, looking the part as well. I was checking out some of the boards yesterday, and literally exactly what they're riding. So we see Oscar Berry jumping off the ski. Let's have a look at the replay of his last ride. So has priority, nice and deep on the peak. Patiently waits, come off the bottom, beautiful carving turn.
Yes.
Extends it high off the lip. Big wrapping cut back, staying close to the foam. Through to the inside, and an aggressive hack. About 3/4 of the way up the face, so beautiful angle here. And I love that top turn, Ronnie. Just extends it down. Just holds that rail line just for a fraction longer. Through to the inside, wants to get to the finish, get on the scoreboard, and he's done that. Two-turn combination. Watch this rail line. Holds it all the way through, right on the edge. Tucks that back leg in. Now shifts his weight onto that toe side rail. Drives up high, almost just bobbles a little bit off the bottom turn. Cuts back, just staying really close to that foam. That is the power source. of the wave, and he just comes up to that final section, just gets a little bit of tail release as he really jams that tail in the face of the wave.
That rail work is really where the big changes that have come for Oscar Berry in recent times, working with Luke Short, LSD on those boards. You know, as a Grom, Oscar, an unbelievable skater.
Incredible.
He was sort of really right into his aerial surfing, but he's, you know, really bulked up, put on a lot of muscle, and really started to refine that rail work. It was a great opening move. Still a little shy of the best number of this heat, that 7.83 from Jacob Wilcox, but some real positives there. And finally, I think the world getting a glimpse of a bit of the potential that Oscar Berry possesses.
Yeah, and as a rookie, you know, you want to come in and you want to put a good performance.
Here we go. Wilcox draws that bottom turn out to get the timing. Pinpoint on the first turn. Nice hit on the outside here. Looking to get rid of a 5. He's on his way. Again, just carving hard off the bottom, but he hits a wobble there and goes down.
Geez, that first turn was good. Just back to that point, you know, as a rookie, you want to show some, you want to show your talent, put a good performance in for all the surfers and all spectators. Stone and Wood slow-mo. This first turn is butter. Jacob again, just so composed, driving through the fins, keeping that rail line engaged. Now he starts to shift his weight, transition it, nice and high, tail release, pinpoint accuracy, as you said. And then again, eye line straight to the rest of the wave and what it's doing, always assessing down the line what's happening. These surfers need to react just in the moment.
Well, here's a look at this opening round for the band and their road into round 2 and who they will match up with. The winner of this one's going to take on Yago Dora. So,
yeah, heat number 2.
That's a lot to look forward to.
Yeah, so much to look forward to. Get through your heat, you come up against the likes of Griffin Colapinto, so Jack Thomas and Mateus Hurdy will go at it, and Callum Robson and Liam O'Brien. That's a big match-up, that one. Really important heat for both those two guys. They'll go up against Geordie Smith, last year's winner, and then Luke Thompson and Ramsey will come up against Italo Ferreira.
Yeah, it's going to be fun to watch. So Jacob Wilcox, even though he stumbled off the bottom on a move down the line, he did get some credit for that opening hit. 5.17 increases the lead by just a small margin there. Oscar Berry after a 6.34 with 23 minutes to go here. Oscar with priority, set wave steaming in on the outside.
Comes back to that commitment to that first turn. The judges love it, and the angle just so vertical on the backhand. That's what the goofy footers, they have to tap into that.
Yeah, Jacob's just got that unbelievable upper body rotation off the bottom. It really allows him to size up those sections, and he squares up beautifully. So we've got a great heat on our hands here. We're going to take a quick break. 22.5 minutes to go. Oscar Berry chasing a number.
This has to be one of the most beautiful, picturesque places on the planet.
Everywhere you look, it's like a photo type moment.
You have the sunrise and the painted cliffs and the long sandy beaches.
Biodiversity here is incredible. There's amazing caves that are 20 minutes away that you can go and explore.
If you like some wine, if you like food, if you like surfing, this is the place to be.
Kaya, welcome back to the show. We have Set Wave standing up on the outside, and Oscar Berry, the rookie, taps into a bomb from the apex of the peak. He finds some open face. Let's go with that big rail carve. And now comes swooping onto the inside, looking for a huge finish on this one. Needs to set it up perfectly and gets the timing right. Out in front of this one. Oscar Berry chasing a 6.34 there. Well, the finish was impressive. Was there enough in the first turn to turn this heat around?
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. You know, he did everything right, coming from behind the section, but did he wait on that bottom turn just a split second too long? You know, John has created the blueprint for surfing this place, and he just does it so well, where he drives from behind the peak and then comes up nice and high and extends that carve, but it was a great carve nonetheless. Big sweeping roundhouse cut back, just tickling the foam there, staying in front of it, comes through to the inside. This was the turn of the wave for me, that layback carve. So a tidy 3-turn combination there. He might go close to the 6-3 in my mind.
Waiting on the numbers to drop. Touched on Jacob Wilcox, Rich, and you know, we've just enjoyed his edits over the years, and I think just the surfing that we've seen in those edits has just got everyone saying, you know, this guy can just maintain his place on the CT at some of those quality destinations. He could really turn in some monster results. So really hoping he can get back there at some point as we welcome Matthias Herdy and Jack Thomas to the conversation now, entering the lineup in the second heat of this round. They'll be without priority for the first 20 minutes. But yeah, this is a big heat for Matthias. He'd like his chances against Jack, who won through in the trials. The local boy is definitely going to have a bit more knowledge of this lineup, but performance-wise, Matthias has certainly got the edge.
Yeah, definitely. Matthias surprised us just with how well he adjusted from the championship to from the Challenger Series, excuse me, onto the championship tour. It was a very mature opening round. Heat for him down at Bells, and I think he's going to be a force out here. He's proven that he is not just great and accomplished in the air, he's got the rail game as well.
Yeah, that huge emotional moment, of course, qualifying over there at Surfest for the championship tour. Matthias, on the other side of that, Jacob Wilcox had just the devastation of not making it onto the CT. And in his latest edit, he's dropped Fail to Fiji, it's called. You can kind of get a real look at what these competitors go through on the Challenger Series in their quest to become championship tour surfers. It's an emotional one. So I definitely would advise everyone to go check that out. But yeah, Jacob has had some incredible recent releases. Cape to Cape was a big one for him last year, exploring this coast that has helped him just, you know, create such a strong approach. But he really tapped into the beauty of the area. Took a long trip, over 130 kilometres, walking from Cape to Cape and finding some great waves along the way. So go and check that out. Fail to Fiji. Sorry, Cape to Cape and Fail to Fiji is obviously the adversity you faced on the challenges last season. On the outside at the moment, this is Jack Thomas, who took out the trials, looking to get the jump on the Brazilian. Throws his board up in the lip there, does well to stay on his feet, climbs into the pocket again and stops the finish. That feels good. Hometown crowd eating it up.
Yeah, that's a good settler wave, isn't it, for Jack? And he will have the hometown support. Even though these surfers are way out there, you can still hear when the crowd screams. The sound really travels, especially in this offshore wind, so he'll be able to hear the support. Just on the backhand, sort of messes with the lip there, but comes down and keeps control. And then another lip glide floater to finish off. As we look at the slow-mo, throws it up there. He's on a Timmy Patterson. Really just messing with the lip there. He was so close to getting bucked off his board, and this one a little cleaner. Got up there early. Watch him sort of jump off the lip here into safety. Connects with that clean water again.
Yeah, his third run at the Championship Tour event here at Margaret River. Earned a place in the event back in 2022. Lost out in this round to Jadson Andre. 23, he was back, and he lost out to Jacob Wilcox in the event that year. But he's starting to collect some results on the regional qualifying series. Had a quarterfinal finish to Alistair Reginato at the Gold Coast Open last season. Starting to climb those difficult regional ranks. See how he fares here. He's going to put a number on the board in the 5-point range against Matthias, who has the opportunity to really steal his thunder with a strong opening turn there. Draws off the bottom. Well, almost loses it on the second turn, but regathers. Gets his balance back and sizes up a finish here. Bashes into the foam. But that first turn was strong.
Yeah, it kind of sets the tone as well, I think, as a competitor. If you really just dig in and commit to that opening turn on the opening ride, and when it all comes together, it really does lay the platform for your confidence to really rise at the start of the heat. That was a great opening turn from Matthias. Looking good.
Yeah, waiting on the number to roll through now. Meanwhile, in heat 1, round 1, Jacob Wilcox out in front. Oscar Berry still after that 6.34, his last wave. Inconsequential, a 5.73 as Wilcox takes off again and goes to those smooth bottom turns to get his hit spot on, and very critical in the pocket a few times here. And this is looking like it's going to improve his heat score total and apply a lot of pressure to Oscar Berry here, who's surfing in his second event as a rookie and just trying to break out of this opening round, which is going to prove very difficult after this number drops.
Yeah, the mud starts to get thicker as well as you sink into it. And by that I mean, you know, a loss in the first event. If you back that up with a loss in the second event, things start to weigh into your psyche. You start questioning what you're doing, the decisions you're making, the surfing you're putting forward. But let's have a look here. Jacob Wilcox, a big opening swoop on the backhand, nice and smooth off the bottom, really aggressive. Great fan of spray off the board on the second and third, and then gets a little bonus hit on the inside, but looking really relaxed at this point. Let's have a look at Matthias's opening ride. Big committed turn, layback hack to start off. And then you can see just going over a couple of rivets in the wave. He does well to keep the board engaged in the wave face as this one tapers down. And right here, mate, I just would have loved him to have just ridden out of that a little bit more, because I don't think the judges are actually going to pay that off as a make. Let's have a look at the slow-mo. You can see here leaning back and really almost just putting a post in the ground that you pivot around. He gets swamped by the whitewash and steadies himself, and right there hits that rivet on the bottom turn. I think that just set him off kilter a little bit for that top turn, and now he just does some rail work down the line and gets to this closing hit. But the wave coming at 2 angles and then just gets ankle tapped.
Yeah, so just a 4. And Jack Thomas wins the opening exchange there by just over a point. But positive signs for Matthias with that first deep rail carve. We'll see if he can piece together a couple of combinations, but Jacob Wilcox is about to increase his lead. Numbers starting to roll through for his last ride, looking pretty decent. And Oscar Berry's going to feel the heat in a moment. Was chasing a 6.34. And maybe a couple of points about to be added to that requirement.
Yeah, I think we're going to be right up in the excellent range now. So it's dropped in. Here we go. 7.10. So a great scoreline at the moment for Jacob Wilcox with about 11.5 minutes to go. So Oscar Berry, he's getting pushed up against the ropes here. He needs to bounce off him and come back with a big hit. An 8.26 would be one of the better waves that we've seen of the day so far.
They're out there, Rich. There's some real quality waves out there. You've got to get that big first turn in. What we're noticing today is, you know, the oncoming section from Southside, it's not huge. It's not coming in with a hell of a lot of steam. So the big high impact finish on a lot of these rides has kind of been taken away. But if Oscar can find one, you know, he's every chance at getting that turn. But the last couple of efforts that he's had, he's kind of gotten up into that final section a little early. And the judges, you know, I think to go into the excellent range, you've really got to take that last section on. I don't think getting there early is going to turn this heat for him.
No, I think something inside him needs to go. I need to get aggressive. I need to commit and I need to attack, because he feels like he's building and he's running out of time. He really needs to get on the offense here, find that wave, and just, he's got nothing to lose. So he needs to really go into attack mode, maybe even tap into that air game that we know he has.
10 minutes to go. We're going to check in with our mate out there in the lineup, Kaipo.
Yeah, Ron, just breaking everything down, 9 minutes, 55 seconds on the Apple Watch. And I got Jacob Wilcox's stats over here. 14.93 total. He's in second priority. Pretty important, the Apple Watch, because we're pretty far off from the judges' tower. We got a surfer up right now. I'll get back to that. But all of the information coming through here on the water for the surfers from that Apple Watch.
Yeah, Kaipo bringing up a great point. You know, even though the surfers are so far off Surfers Point here, and hearing the onside announcer at times can be really difficult when you want to know the update before you take a set wave and understand what your position is. With the Apple Watch, they're in tune. They know what's going on with priority. We've just seen Jack Thomas there stomp another big float. And Matthias Hurdy finds one of those bigger oncoming sections and lays into a nice finishing floating re-entry.
It's important, isn't it, to get that, pick that wave that stands up on the inside, doesn't have too much angle, that you're going to get absolutely detonated and swamped. Just need to really identify those waves. That gives you the opportunity to really go to town on that final turn.
Things tightening up in Heat 2. And in Heat number 1, Jacob Wilcox really starting to pull away from Oscar Berry here. But on the outside, Oscar got a big looking wall to lay into for this first track. And he's been drawing that really high line, almost setting the fins over the back of the coping, Rich. But on that occasion, couldn't sink the rail.
Yeah, he just went a fraction too high. Looks like he got stuck on his heel. And the board just heading over the back without him.
I think the rookies, the newcomers to the championship tour down there at Bells Beach, as we see the slow-mo here.
Yeah, on the Stone and Wood slow-mo, you can see just a little too high, and he lost that engagement with his heel side rail.
I think that the rookies, Rich, you know, couldn't beat themselves up too much with some of the conditions that we had in the opening round down there at Bells on the bowl. It was quite challenging. You know, always difficult to go down there as a rookie with not a lot of experience and try and get the jump on some more experienced heads. But, you know, with this round, you're generally going into the round with people in a similar position. But, you know, there was a lot of slow heats down there at Bells in the early stages of the contest. So everyone kind of kept pretty high spirits. But today, a groomed lineup, opportunities to do and I think put on show your best surfing. And that was a bit of a shocker for Oscar, that last one.
Yeah, absolutely. Opportunity lost. You know, our sport is so unique in that the ocean is fickle. It's every single wave is different. The rhythm of it, the sets, everything that happens in that space of your heat. You know, you have to adapt and figure out a way to get the best waves and to win. It's not like any other sport where the court's the same, the course is the same, the field is the same, the track's the same. You know, this is a sport where you need to figure out the ocean and get in tune with it. And here we go, Fat Boy right of the heat, and it goes to the man, Jacob Wilcox, the local lad, on his home break. And look at this, just beautiful backhand surfing here from the fiery goofy footer with a point to prove, and making some pretty big statements on these waves.
Yeah, tough one for Oscar Berry, though, too, isn't it? Because you look at the rest of the field, limited experience in most of the other heats, and Oscar finds himself up against Jacob Wilcox, who has the edge when it comes to CT experience. He's also, you know, got a point to prove after missing that championship tour spot as a full-time competitor, but he's also at home at a venue that he knows so well, and his read is really sort of speaking to his experience at the moment. Just the way he's banking off the bottom and giving himself plenty of time to size up those big first hits, whereas Oscar seems to be kind of rushing to that first section and has got it wrong a couple of times. But here's an opportunity for him to potentially lay down something big on the end of this ride. It is standing up, this one. Oscar's got to rip into it. And he does, hammers the section. Becomes part of the lip, though, and goes down. And Jacob really can nail this one sharp with a big finish here on the inside. Trying to improve on a 7.1. He doesn't even bother. Off the priority on the outside. Hurdy. He's trying to get rid of a 4 here. He's holding on to a narrow lead. Not a lot in it. It's another strong finish. Had a 5.63 on his last ride. And he's just finding a couple of waves that are holding their height over that treacherous last section here and doing some great committed turns.
Yeah, he is. He's building for sure. Started with the 4, then got the 5.63. And again, another committed wave there.
Something these competitors, we're going to get some replays up for you in a second, but something that these competitors that are going to be potentially, you know, holding on to a couple of poor results to kick off the year is that, you know, you got to be mistake free after this. And you get the 3 throwaways at the end of the season.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's where pressure builds. You can see Oscar just knew he had to go absolutely ham on this turn, and mate, he got so close to making this. The trough of that wave just dropping out for under him, and he just got obliterated.
Well, he got back on top of his board after almost getting inverted on the attempt there. As we see now what Matthias got done on his ride. He's trying to improve on a 4. Looks like he will.
Yeah, I like how quick he transitioned from that opening carb, just seeing that oncoming section. And managed to get up there nice and high, control the rebound. It's another mid-range score, 4.5, but he has put a little bit more distance between him and Jack Thomas.
The local boys breaking it down, the 2 West Aussie surfers. Jacob Wilcox in a very commanding position now after Oscar failed to execute on that last section. And potentially Jacob giving Jack just his read on what's unfolding out there at the moment. He dropped a couple of very healthy numbers and has already accomplished a solid heat score here, 14.93. Looks like we've got some more waves coming our way. You got to love it. The West just so often delivers, you know, waves that really challenge the competitors. Consistently serves up big swell. And today we're lucky that swell coincides with really clean conditions.
Yeah, back to that point we're making, you know, as a competitor, all you want is opportunity. You just want as close to an even, fair playing field as you can get. And as you said, it's been so consistent. And everyone's had ample opportunity, and you just have to convert on those heats and make sure that you do your best surfing when you have that opportunity. So,
yeah, you're right. I mean, it's always a fair playing field, isn't it? But really, the frequency of set waves is what these competitors want. They don't mind if it's kind of average surf, as long as they can get some reps in and chase down scores when they need them. And today we've seen a whole lot of sets, and really, it's kind of on the competitors, isn't it, Rich? I mean, it always is, but reflecting on heat performances where you've lost, if you've had the waves, you kind of start to go, okay, well, this is what I need to clean up.
Yeah, you can't blame it on anything but yourself at that point.
Here goes Jack again.
Oh,
wow.
That's better.
He's given us some floats, but that is a huge backhand hit. And he hammers the section again. This is on its way to being the number of the heat. And what a finish. I mean, we have seen Jack Thomas a few times now here at Main Break, but nothing like that. That's got excellent score written all over it, as Matthias now, he surely is hearing the crowd just erupt with Jack finishing strong on the inside, and it's a clean sequence of turns. Matthias is celebrating, but he has no idea what Jack Thomas, the 26-year-old, just dropped on his last ride. It was a sequence of monster moves.
Oh my goodness, hammer time from the local kid, Jack Thomas. Well, that was a CT-like performance on that wave. And let's have a look at the replay here. So beautiful spot on the takeoff. Draws hard off the bottom, pounds that first section. This second turn here, he just extended the line a little bit and then comes through, attacks the final section. It feels excellent. Matthias outside, deep bottom turn, beautiful carve. Just a little flat on the exit to the carve. Goes for that layback hack again, but you can see that the pathway of the turn is a little shorter than what Jack was producing, and the fan of spray that Jack was sending off the back of the wave, significant compared to what Matthias was doing.
A very well surfed wave. for Matthias Hurdy, but it felt like an excellent ride for Jack Thomas. As you said, Rich, rail to rail, deep bottom turns. It was a gem of a wave, and he found that in that non-priority heat. So that's a real lost opportunity potentially for Oscar Berry or Jacob Wilcox to get themselves that ride. But the numbers starting to roll through for Jack. It's an 8.33, but meanwhile, Heat 1 has come to an end with Jacob Wilcox getting the W.
Yeah, he'll be stoked on that. It's just reaffirming that he should be on this championship tour.
And he had some mental demons, didn't he? Psychological demons after failing to crack the championship tour in that final Challenger Series event. So Jacob Wilcox reminds us all where he belongs. We're going to take a quick break. Callum Robson and Liam O'Brien will join the lineup next. Kaya, the WSL acknowledges the Wadundee people as the traditional owners of the Margaret River region and thank them for welcoming us to Budja yesterday. It was a beautiful ceremony. We pay our respects to the Wadundee community, their elders past and present. And the WSL is committed to ongoing learning about the local history here, the culture, the language of the Wadundee Budja, the saltwater people's country. And they've asked that we all walk together softly on country and respect the ocean waterways here and everywhere we visit. And we wish to extend this acknowledgement and respect to First Nations people joining us on the broadcast and in person here on day one of the event, the second stop on the WSL Championship Tour. And what about this clash? Joining the lineup now, Callum Robson taking on Liam O'Brien, two guys with great rail surfing. They've given us great performances here in the past. And Liam O'Brien just scraping onto the Championship Tour in that final Challenger Series event. Has already got a score on the board here, Rich.
Yeah, he's already got that 5-1-7. And this is a great matchup between two of the Aussies with a lot of grit. Let's have a look here. This is a replay of Matthias Hurdy. So just going to that layback hack. He's really starting to lean into that turn. Pardon the pun, because he's leaning into it big time on that opening turn. Gets to the final hit. He's got some impressive numbers on the board. This is Cal Robson opening things up. Big swooping carve. Stays nice and low, solid on his feet, Cal. Really difficult wave to ride as he comes to that oncoming section. And that's a make. And behind him, Liam O'Brien. So the fiery natural foot up from Burley Heads. Beautiful face work here. Showing some variety. And that wave just lays down. So not a bad opener there. 5-1-7. Still waiting on a score for Callum Robson. Both these guys were down at that opening ceremony yesterday. That was a really special event. Zach Webb, Uncle Wayne, Simon Zuvich down there. Just really passing on their knowledge and education about the land and their traditions.
Yeah, right.
We thank them for having us.
Wallich, and he was awesome. Cultural custodian in these parts. Such a good storyteller and really just communicates the story of this region, the song lines of the Wadundee people so well. And yeah, it was just a magical afternoon. And they welcomed everyone here and we're feeling it. It's great to be here. Who's not being very welcoming out there at the moment, but Jack Thomas in that heat against Matthias Hurdy, very
hospitable
unwelcome.
Almost.
Yeah, just the way he surfed that last wave. I mean, that's what you want to see from your wildcards. You want to see them pushing hard. He won the trials. He's not shut the door on Matthias Hurdy. Matthias had a 7.33 just moments ago and only needs a 6.34. But, you know, I think just based on probably what he knows of Jack Thomas. You know, he probably would have fancied his chances in getting the edge over this trialist winner. But Jack has really shown just what a great read he has on the final section of this wave. When the wave is pitching and standing up, and he's had some of the more hollow end sections to deal with, he's climbed the roof at the perfect time and got some pretty solid floaters stamped.
Yeah, he certainly has. Geez, it's a good angle from above. You can see these waves coming across from Southside Margie's. That gives you a good indication of the angle when these two waves converge on that closing moment there. Beautiful shot of the lineup and the big set coming through. But this is a new look Jack Thomas. Back to your point, Ron, we've seen him as a wild card in this event before, but the performance in particular on that last wave, that was something special. He's ramped up his performance.
He has, as we now see from the water. Mateus Hurdy getting through that first turn. He's been slick. His rails have looked clean in these first two events, and he's looking for a bit more on the final section here. That was a massive hunk of whitewater to take on, and ultimately he comes undone. But Mateus pushing.
Yeah, it's
needs a 6.34. I mean, he is right in this heat. Yes, he's a point behind on those higher scoring rides, but he's not far off the lead. Maybe he just needs to wait for one that's got a bit more on the outside.
Yeah, and I was about to say it's time to go to the air. As we look at the slow-mo replay presented by Stone and Wood, and beautiful rail work here from Mateus Hurdy, one of the more expressive surfers in terms of body language and upper body movement. Geez, he had no hope against that one. When I mean that with all due respect, because that was a total avalanche of water coming his way. And I don't think anyone would have survived that final section.
Yeah, it's always difficult, isn't it, when the water coming at you is moving faster than you are.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like it's hard water too. It's not soft. It feels like you know, basically an avalanche of rocks coming at you.
Yeah, like trying to catch a train when it's moving. Very difficult to stay on your feet. Mateus just needs to get back to that takeoff zone. He's still got plenty of time, just under 12 minutes. Looking a little frustrated out there at the moment.
Like
sort of needs to get in the battle for priority.
Yeah, I feel like if you can get one of those waves, as you mentioned, get that opening turn with a bit more angle on it, and then come onto that inside and tap into that air game, I think he can unlock that excellent score.
We saw absolute emotion from Jacob Wilcox when he dropped his latest edit, failed to Fiji. But I think we're going to see a different feel from him in a moment. We'll cross down to Vaughan in just a second. We are seeing Jack up again, really starting to put the pressure on. Climbs up into the first section. Not quite the fireworks of his last ride, and he'll finish this one off anyway. And it's another solid combination on the inside, only trying to improve in a 5.33. Jumps up on the foam there. And now we'll swing it down to Vaughan and hear from Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, g'day Ronnie. How are you, mate? Yeah, g'day Timbo. How are you, mate?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm stoked to be home, stoked to be back in the thick of it. Yeah, frothing, mate.
Frothing, man. How hard is it to keep your composure and remember you got a heat on when it's just cooking at your loke like that?
Yeah, no, it's pretty good. A lot of glancing across the bay at my actual loke, but it's good out there. It's pretty fun, mate. It's always good to get the Rashi back on. I haven't had too many enjoyable experiences in this thing recently, so it's good to have 39 back in the mix over here. And mate, what more can you ask for? This is kind of God's country.
Yeah, mate, and everyone appreciates having you back in the Rashi here, particularly at Margie's. Just tell us, can you hear the crowd out there? Because every time you get to your feet before you've even done anything, it's just mayhem up here on the hill.
Yeah, sometimes I catch myself just hearing it at the very end of the wave, which is a really special feeling. So cool. We've got such a strong sense of community here in Margs, and the town's getting bigger, but we're still holding on to that sense of community. Yeah, it's cool. I'm so proud to be from here, and so lucky to be able to have this event here and be able to compete in it so many times. And yeah, hopefully I can just have a few more heats. It always sucks coming up against one of the boys in the first heat, especially as a wild card. I got nothing to lose, but I was just saying to Oscar there, I was like, mate, it's a long journey. I've been in your position before. You've got it. I'm 28 now. I think Oscar's 23. It's like, dude, you can just keep doing this for as long as you actually want to do it. And I've got full faith in him for the rest of the year. He shreds, so I look forward to watching him smack it.
Sharing of wisdom, man, that's so nice. And we heard Ronnie and Rich talking before about failed to Fiji, latest edit, and it just seems like, you're able to process, disappointment in a much more mature way than you did in your younger years, like you just said that Oscar went through. But, how are you feeling about where you're at right now, particularly getting this feeling of winning in a CT? That must fire you up for another crack at the Chang.
Yeah, I actually haven't really thought too deeply into it the last couple of weeks. That's up to a couple of days ago. I hadn't even done a turn since Newey. I've just been trying to get barreled and trying to do the things that I love, and the reason that I actually surf is to surf good waves and go on trips with my mates. But yeah, it was hard after Newey. I had a bit of a struggle of a year last year with the injury, and then I just really struggled to come back from it competitively, and that kind of showed in my results. So yeah, it was special to come back here and make a heat. Like when I was looking at the CT schedule, the 2 events I really wanted to do was here in Fiji. So hopefully make a few heats here and get a look in for Fiji.
Unreal, mate. And just then I'll let you know that you've got Yago in your next heat, and you were like, whoa, sick. Such a great response.
Yeah, oh man, he's my favourite surfer in the event. I look up to his style of surfing and how he carries himself. He seems like a cool dude, so I look forward to having a battle with him out here. It'll be fun.
Unreal, mate. Well, congrats, and I look forward to that battle ourselves.
Legend, mate. Thank you.
Jacob Wilcox, good to see him with a smile on his face and looking right at home in that championship tour jersey. And what a heat that's going to be, up against the 2025 world champion in the second round, as we see Liam O'Brien here in heat 3 of round 1 up against Callum Robson. Won the opening exchange with a 5.17 to Callum's 4.5, but you get the feeling both these Aussie powerhouses have some bigger scores in them. And Liam finishing off a nice clean ride there.
Yeah, it was a good looking ride there for Liam O'Brien. Has that big forehand swoop that he puts different variations on depending on the canvas. It jumps on the ski there. Let's have a look at the replay. Beautiful looking wave here at main break. Comes hard off the bottom, jams it really tight, accelerates out of that turn. Another beautiful swoop, comes all the way through, gets a little bit more vertical on that final turn, and as the wave tapers down, it just connects.
He's got that amazing mid-turn acceleration, doesn't he, Liam O'Brien, as we also see a replay here of Jack.
Yeah, so the opening moments, a little touch and go, but right here, Ron, he steps it up again and just gets that backhand flare going. Critical turn to finish things off. You can hear the crowd going absolutely bananas, backing their local surfers. And, well, one thing about the surfers here in West Oz, they are no nonsense. It's not easy to access breaks here, and they dedicate. And I think the crowd really appreciating just their surfers coming from this region. Before them, Jake Patterson, Taj Burrow, Mitch Thorson, even going back even further, Dave McCauley, obviously Bronte McCauley as well. They just fully get behind their crew here.
Yeah, it's wild. I mean, there obviously is class surfers that come from sort of more isolated, obscure places, but here in the southwest, it's hard work committing to a life as a professional, travelling professional surfer here. So it's a real treat for the local crowd to have a few surfers in the mix. And Jack Thomas, who won the trials, is right in it at the moment. That last wave, he kind of farmed his first couple of turns, and at that point I was thinking maybe just kick out of this one, but he knew what was coming down the line, and he knew there was a couple of high impact sections coming his way. Surfed the last half of his wave into a 7 and has really turned the heat up on Mateus Hurdy now, who needs an excellent score in 8.01. I actually don't think we've seen Mateus on a good wave yet. That's what he's got in his favour. So if he can find a quality ride with a bit more steep wall against Jack, he could turn this heat, but there's just under 5 minutes to go. Let's dive into the GWM heat recap and see some of these Jack Thomas highlights. Excellence on the backhand.
Oh, just amazing surfing on the backhand here. You can see so comfortable. His wave choice has been absolutely on point. He's finding these waves that stand up in front of him and letting him on the backhand just attack the limb. And a much bigger and stronger Jack Thomas here. This turn on the inside, it was brilliant. Just sending whitewash to the heavens. And And as you said, Ron, he's just coming up late to that final turn, but managed to get up onto the roof of the lip and find his way down into safe water.
I think probably some comparisons were made there to the 7.33 of Hurdy, and they're sort of like, well, he had that one big hit. I mean, the start of the ride didn't do much for me personally, but it was, you know, a high impact, steep, cupped out section that he laid into on the inside to really push that number up and add to his heat score there. 15.33, impressive stuff.
Yeah, he's in control of this one with 3.5 minutes to go. Matthias Hurdy, he'll be feeling the pressure right now, stressing out a little bit. He does have priority though, so an excellent ride is what's needed. He's going to have to pick a jam. I do want to see him go to the air. I think he can, I think given the right wave, I think Matthias is up for the challenge.
He may not need to, if he can get those big rail turns done.
Well, he's showing us different variations of it already.
Like I said before, we just haven't seen him on waves with the same quality that Jack Thomas has found with his local knowledge, obviously. 3 minutes to go. You know who's watching this heat with Matthias Hurdy and Jack Thomas is Griffin Colapinto, because he'll take on the winner. So it's a reminder not to take the trialist lightly. He's just picked this lineup apart, even under priority. That's where he turned in his 8.33. He had no priority in the lineup and found that gem. As we see now, Matthias mixing things up. He's going to give that priority up with 2.5 minutes to go. That might be the heat for him.
It's going to be really difficult to come back from this now with only a couple of minutes to go. Jack, perhaps not as much experience with priority, but he's going to have to put the lock on Matthias and just try and keep him off any decent scoring ride now.
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head there, because a CT competitor at that point would be looking in at Matthias and seeing just if he rode that wave through to the inside and kind of making a move toward him with just under 2 minutes to go, and Jack was kind of still looking out to sea at that point. So he's got to be careful here. He's got himself in a really solid position to overcome one of the best surfers in the world, a guy with so many weapons, like you said. Matthias doesn't even really need a whole lot of wave to get himself the excellent score that he needs here, because we saw Griffin Colapinto turn in a perfect ride last year with a huge full rotation.
You know, Matthias's make rate is better than most on this tour. You can see here Jack Thomas in the white, just tailing him now.
Yeah, moving
Good
in.
sets approaching too.
Well, he's going to size this one up. Matthias having a look. Jack lets him go. Let's see what he could do with it. Matthias draws off the bottom. Needs something big here and throws everything at it. Stays on his feet. That's the start that he needed, but only got one more section, and it does lay a little flat on him. A minute to go. And that will probably be it for Matthias Hurdy as Callum. He finds a bit of room to move here. He's got some work to do. Liam O'Brien holding the lead in Heat 3. Works his way through to the inside, tries to get that layback jam in early and doesn't execute. O'Brien on the inside, trying to improve on a 5.17. Bit of foam on the face to deal with, but so far so good. Gets the finish there.
Yeah, quality surfing from the two Australians, Callum Robson and Liam O'Brien. I think Liam will get the edge of that exchange, Ronnie. That was some beautiful surfing, steering the board in all sorts of different ways on that wave. Creative lines. Talk about lines, mate, it is stacked.
Yeah, it's been non-stop since we got the competition underway early today. And wow, we've just seen a monster upset in Heat 2. The winner of the trials, Jack Thomas, going excellent. An 8.33, backed it up with a 7, and left Matthias Hurdy chasing an excellent score, which he didn't find in the dying stages. And Matthias now, he'll head to the Gold Coast and try and reboot his championship tour campaign, his rookie campaign. Congratulations there to Jack. Another big heat hitting the lineup in the second, and a dynamic duo hitting the booth. Joe and Felicity stepping in for the call.
WSL One Ocean is a global initiative aimed at inspiring the surf community to protect and conserve our one ocean to preserve the future of our sport.
I think surfers should definitely play a big part in things like this. We're in the nature constantly, in the ocean.
Nature, it's all around us. We need them more than they need us, so we gotta do our part to protect it.
The younger generation just already taking part in initiatives like this, and I think that's just key to a beautiful future and a sustainable coastline.
Thanks for watching opening day of competition at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. What a great time to be watching pro surfing. Waves are pumping, and we've got one of the greats joining us in the booth for the call. Carissa Moore, 5-time world champ, 3-time Margaret River Pro champ, fresh off a heat win, and all smiles. Good to see you, Riss.
Oh, good to see you both. Thanks for having me.
How much fun is today?
It was fun. It was hard work.
Break down the fun. Yeah.
The fun is post-heat.
Right.
Eating good food, hanging with my kid, hanging out with you guys.
Oh, all time. I mean, does the contest food compare to anywhere else in the world? What did you have for lunch?
Oh, it's exceptional. Miki's Kitchen is cooking today, and we had lobster rolls and poke bowls and this incredible like apple tart cookie thing.
Oh my gosh, sign us up. Special delivery?
Oh,
Flick, this is normal life for you.
It is. We're treated so well in the West. I mean, it's always the best produce, the best food, and yeah, year after year, it's amazing, and the athletes get to sample it, and if we're lucky enough, so do we.
Yeah, it's great to see Andrew Sheridan. They interviewed him during your heat. It was so cool, and it just reminded us of how long that relationship's been with the entire family. Welcome back to your second home.
Oh my gosh, it feels so good to be back and to be working with Andrew Sheridan again and to see Michelle. They really have, we've grown so close. They feel like family at this point. I mean, they flew out to my wedding, our wedding, and now they're kind of like grandparents to our daughter. So it's just, no, I love him so much, and he just makes me feel at home and super supported here.
I love it. Thanks for joining us for the call. Matt, men's round 1 has been exciting so far, especially if you're a local WA Goofyfoot wild card. Jack Thomas just eliminated Mateus Hurdy. Wilcox got the win over Oscar Berry, and things are flying by. Priority heat is Liam O'Brien, Callum Robson, two Aussies that came back to the tour from the Challenger Series last year. And now we're starting a new heat. One of the youngest guys on tour, Luke Thompson, just 21, growing up in Durban, then moved to Cape Town, enjoying his rookie year so far as he takes on Ramzi Boukiem from Morocco. Rematch from what they had at Bells, where Luke got the jump on Ramzi, and some waves to catch up on during the break. Callum Robson getting this one, Flick.
Yeah, so, you know, a couple of nice cracks there. He really he had someone, I mean, Joe and I were talking about this, just someone who doesn't back down from those big, meaty sections. You know he's going to go for it. He's already had a couple of Hail Mary moments. But, yeah, he's still chasing the 6.73 at this stage. But, yeah, it was splitting hairs for me between, you know, this priority heat at the moment, between Callum and Liam, because, yeah, I just didn't know what way to go in the bracket.
Yeah, it's a tough one to decide winners at this stage. Really any heat, you know, everyone's so good, so prepared. And you look at Lobby breaking down the difference between the two. Stylistically, Liam growing up on point breaks is easy to watch, and then Callum has had those breakthrough moments where he won the CS at Pipeline, he's finaled at Bells, he's got that real punctuation mark when he hits the lip, so a good Aussie battle that's still underway. But your take on the conditions, Carissa, you know, from what you dealt with this morning to kind of what you're seeing now, does it appear easier to kind of get your lineup styled and pick the right waves at this part of the day?
I mean, the best guys in the world make it look really easy. But Margaret River is easy to mind surf from the beach, but once you get out there, it's a huge playing field, and I think, you know, it looks perfect, but it's really tricky to find the one that stands up nicely on the reef and allows for those turns that the judges really like.
Yeah, big open walls. What did you ride this morning in your heat? How big?
I rode a 6.2. I like a little bit more of length under my feet, especially out here for paddling power and stuff.
Yeah, looked great.
Thank
Quiver's
you.
solid. I was kind of curious, too, after having the time off. I saw you riding some fun surfboards, you know, and you're returning to the ocean. But what was it like kind of thinking Quiver again to set up your season with Matt and the crew?
it was crazy. It felt so weird. Like, I spent so much time on different boards because obviously, you know, when you're pregnant, you gain weight, and then postpartum having to lose that weight, it takes some time. So I actually had Matt made me some mid lengths and some different things to try so that I could still get out there. But when I was getting ready, maybe we'll pause on that for a second.
Yeah, I love this story. Continuing with Riss, watching the bottom turn of Luke Thompson throwing a nice fan of spray off the rails. Another beautiful time carve on the open face. The rookie from South Africa is trying to find maybe one final hit, tags it there on the oncoming section. And now wrapping away is Liam O'Brien from Burley Heads, and finds a lip to hit. Well-timed finishing move from Lobby. You never know what that end section's gonna look like. And just that nice, easy tempo. Liam never looks like he's forcing anything. The lip was there. Cracked it shut, Flick. That was beautiful.
Yeah, he got there nice and early, right? It's so hard. It's just two big bits of converging whitewash, and sometimes you think you have everything dialed and it still surprises you, and other times it surprises you because you do make the section, and it's just, yeah, so let's have a look here. It's really beautiful surfing here. I think the conditions have improved since this morning. You know, we were talking about it before, Carissa, but for me, this is like, it's champagne hour. It's like hardly any wind. It looks a bit more groomed. We were talking about the tide too, you know, being a bit higher this morning, making it a little bit more wobbly and a bit more difficult to read. I feel like right now, though, it looks primo.
Oh my goodness, it's beautiful to watch. Like, this is what you dream of when you come here, or these kinds of conditions.
And these arcs from Luke Thompson. Riss, it's always fun to see new faces on tour. It looks like his timing's well, but how do you approach that haunting end section at main break when you know you're running out of water?
Like Felicity mentioned, you're just trying to get in there early and trying to put an exclamation point on the wave before it all comes together, and before that slabby reef comes at you as well.
Watching this one again on this angle, Flick.
Yeah, it was nice, right? It was up, and anytime you go up into the lip here too, just super challenging. He rides out in front of this. I mean, he's obviously maintained enough speed to get out in front of that whitewash. Sometimes it'll eat you alive, but going up into the lip here is no easy feat. You know, just as much as you drive up there, it hits you with so much power and reverb on the way back. So yeah, Liam just really navigated and timed that last section so well.
Liam O'Brien finishing in 10th, the last spot on the Challenger Series. It was pretty tense moments at Newcastle, and he got the news that he could get another shot with the championship tour. It was this event last year where he fell off tour and had to get back to the CS. Pretty resilient human being, you know. Remember when he was about to start his rookie debut, hurt himself before Pipe, didn't get to compete for a Rookie of the Year title. Didn't even get a wild card because he didn't need one. He went on the CS and got himself back on the CT. Now he's done that a couple of times. 7.33 and a 6.5 for Lobby. Callum now second, needing an 8.23 with priority, and standing by for numbers with Luke and Ramsey. The fun part about this celebration this year, Chris, has been 50 years of the World Tour, and looking at all your best friends back on tour together. And I was thinking about some of your favorites at Margaret River. You know, we had, you know, a Courtney Conlog conversation earlier, and how heavy this wave can be, and some of those hard charging moments. What sticks out to you in those early days of some of your best friends pushing you got yourselves out here at main break?
Oh, I just remember some really good battles between myself and Tyler and Steph and Sally. I remember the year Lakey won, and just seeing her kind of like, you know, I think up until that point, maybe we discounted her in these types of conditions, but just seeing her kind of find her groove in the bigger stuff was really cool. I know that really inspired me. So yeah, there's been some great performances, and just to really set the foundation to where the women are performing out here today.
And then just the overall Hawaii connection with yourself, with multiple wins out here. And then Gabby Bryan now, John Florence, and even the QS days with Dusty and Olamana. It was like there's Hawaii's all over this list of past champions at this event, and it seemed like you felt that connection right away.
I definitely do. Whenever I come here, the wave reminds me so much of the power that we get on the North Shore of Oahu, and I don't know, I think just the pace and the people and the community here and the love, it reminds you of the Aloha spirit at home.
I love that. I always know that you find different ways to find your purpose and drive being on tour. And when I saw the post that you're coming back, I kind of just was like psyching. But I didn't really know the thought process that went into making that decision of going, let's really do this. Was that an overnight decision? Was it a very long process to commit to 2026?
Oh, no, that was a decision that took a lot of thought and a lot of like, okay, wait, what are the pros? What are the cons? I mean, I spent 2 years out of this arena, and I love my life outside of this. It was really scary to step away originally. I was like, oh my gosh, who am I without the jersey and traveling around the world and living out of a suitcase most of the year? But getting to be at home, I fell in love with like, you know, the spontaneity of getting to go on coffee dates with my sister and waking up late and the slow mornings. And it was great. It was really good for me, and I think it was really refreshing. But then I also was like, you know, I'd love to see if I could do this as a mom, and doing it with my daughter and showing her the way it just filled me with a lot of purpose. And when those things come up, you can't like ignore them. You know, you got to chase them. Even if this was super scary. I was doubting my decision all the way up until I finally committed and sent the email to Renato, like, I'm accepting the wild card.
I love that. As we continue the chat with Riss, we're watching a setup for the backhand of Ramsey Bukiam, the Moroccan, getting the wild card. Back on tour when John made his announcement to keep sailing. There's the snap, and it gets lost in a mountain of whitewater in the heat with Ramsey. This is Luke Thompson. You can see Ramsey right there, just duck diving. Thompson finishing off the lip line and making sure that the judges will give him credit. He hangs in there, avoids that brick shelf. Now let's catch up with another wild card victory for WA. Jack Thomas with Jesse Starling.
Guys, Jack has had quite the last couple of months. He fractured his ribs, then he moved to London, now he's stunt doubling on a movie, and he's just won a heat on the championship tour. How are you going?
Kind of speechless, really, but yeah, no, feeling pretty good. It's pumping out there, so it's hard not to really have fun, and take the win is freaking amazing, really.
It's such a cool part of the world to grow up in, and on the broadcast, you know, I was listening in, and Ronnie was saying they've never seen a Jack Thomas like this. Maybe living in London is the key to winning heats here.
Yeah, it was kind of nice to kind of just have, I know, bit of off time and go over there and go snowboarding, kind of just hang in the city for a bit and a little refresh. And so yeah, it's nice to come back here and win the trials and now the main event and now get a heat win. So it's a win-win-win, really.
Coming up next, it's Griffin Colapinto. Obviously, he's been on an incredible run, and that big 10-point ride he got here last year, honestly, it replays in my head all the time. This is a pretty interesting competitor that you're going to come up against.
Yeah, that's definitely a hard one for out here. He's like the guy to beat, really. So yeah, I'm pretty keen to take that head on and yeah, try and get him.
We love it, Jack. Let's do this again, hopefully. Thanks, guys.
Great morning for WA and the wild cards on the men's side. Jacob Wilcox, Jack Thomas enjoying their local break. Jack coming out of the trials, a big win there to just show up once again in the main event. His third start as a wild card at this venue. As we now have 5 minutes on the clock in the priority heat. 25 for Luke and Ramsey. And we're kind of going for a record-breaking day. If we could get all the way to 28 heats run, it would be a historic day for pro surfing. Ran 27 heats in a day in 2014 at Pipeline. So we'll see how we go, if we can max out the daylight. From your perspective, Riss, on a day like today with the overlapping format, what are your options? Sort of the first half without priority, and then the second half with a playing field like this one.
Ooh, I like it because I like more time to move around the lineup and stuff. I like I like not having pressure. It feels like that first 20 minutes, it's like all eyes are on the other heat, so you can kind of like scrounge around and make something out of nothing. And if you end up making something happen in those first 20 minutes, score, you know, because then you have those 20 minutes to really take your time and build off of what you found. So I think it's really fun. I think it's also in a place like Margaret River, it's really nice to have a few extra people in the lineup to kind of base yourself off of.
And then also the intensity that you're feeling, like we all are for the first time, of just one-on-one heats, and this non-elimination thing's long gone. Luke just kind of bouncing out of that one. How different is that type of intensity? However, it's less crowded than those non-elimination heats.
Oh, it's brutal. Oh, it's so brutal. I mean, and also just being in the first round, there's a lot at stake, and especially I want to cruise. I want to hang out as long as possible. And to run the comp on the first day, like a huge amount of the field is going home. And they're going to have to sit and wait until snapper starts. And so I think for all of us competing today, that's a huge weight that, like, when you make it, you're like, phew, like, I'm still here. I still get to enjoy the good food. I still get to, like, enjoy this amazing place. But no, it definitely, the pressure has gone up a little bit for sure.
Do you have a favorite restaurant locally that you've, missed the last couple of years, or do you like to mix it up?
Well, I definitely want to book myself into Miki's Kitchen, but I think it's called Fishbone.
Oh, yeah.
The sushi place.
Yeah.
Way to go.
But Vas Felix is great. There's so many amazing wineries.
Over 150 wine producers, over 100 cellar doors in this region, with now 2:30 on the clock in the priority heat. Liam O'Brien, 7.33 as the high mark. Caltex needs an 8.23. Callum from New South Wales. Liam O'Brien, born in Brisbane, up there in the great state of Queensland. A Point Break specialist, part of the Burleigh Heads Board Riders Club. And one of the smoothest styles. Flick, we were talking about it in the break. Just some big moments he's had out here at Margaret River, and one with the GOAT a couple years back.
Yeah, I mean, Liam was kind of trying to fight to keep his place on tour when we were at that old format, and trying to survive the cut, and he ended up winning the heat and knocking Kelly out. And it was this, like, he was like a yes moment, but also you've just knocked out Kelly Slater, so it was like, can I really celebrate that much? Like, but I mean, this event has always been the subject to these big crazy moments, especially because we get so much swell, and it's pretty death-defying sometimes.
Important ride for Callum, needs an 8.23 to stay in the event. Wow, risking it all off the lip in a very hollow section, and then covered in whitewater. There wasn't really a way out of that, but he knew he needed to go big to get the excellent score. Great effort for Callum. As we break this one down in the Stone and Wood slow-mo, Carissa Moore, what was he thinking here?
I mean, like you said, he kind of had to just go for it. This is his last opportunity. He had a quick turn in the beginning of the wave, and this is where I think he would have got the majority of the score. If he landed that, I mean, it would have been a big score.
Oh, I'm maxing the scale out for that, right? I mean, that was commitment all the way for Callum, but getting exploded like that. Remember Al Cleland's wave last year?
Oh, yeah.
It was even hard to watch, just jumping off a building, basically, into flat water. Let's go to the Fat Boy ride of the heat. Liam O'Brien on his 7.33 flick.
Yeah, this wave was cool. It had so much variety, the layback, the cutty, and then this moment here where he goes up into the lid. So I absolutely loved it, the variation of maneuvers and just how critical that last section was.
Getting down to the wire here for Liam O'Brien. He was knocked out with a 33rd at Bells, just like Callum. So this is an important heat just to try to get moving. On the men's draw, there's these 4 heats that if you lose, you get 33rd and basically no points towards world title or qualification. So for Lobby, he's happy to be moving on into the second round with a nice tidy performance. That style was clear. He punched out the finishing move, and he'll be moving on. Cole Hauschman has Sammy Pupo. He'll be rotating in, and we're going to keep Carissa Moore around for one more block before she just gets to enjoy this wonderful day. I think we have like 4 threads going, ordering boards, life getting back into the water. So much to talk about with Carissa Moore, and she's going to hang in there with us after the break. Cole Hauschman, Sammy Pupo will get started with round 2 right after this. Time to check out the GWM catch-up, showing you all the great highlights from competition day 1. Sally Fitzgibbons, the Australian vet, 3-time world runner-up and a past champ in the West, really set the mark with that first heat win over the rookie phenom, Tia Zabrowski.
Yeah, for me, this was all experience, right? I mean, this morning it was big. It was still a little bit rogue, but locked in a 6.5, backed it up with a 5.17, and she got the job done.
Well, we have Carissa hanging out with us during this catch-up. 12.5 total, Riss. Have you seen your waves yet?
No.
Do you want to take us through it?
No.
Okay, I'll do it for you. You're looking great. I love your composure. You did take a big wave on the head, and then you got right into rhythm. Big win over Alyssa Spencer because she was on fire at Winky Pop, and then things got down to the wire with Erin Brooks and Steph Gilmore.
I mean, Erin, she got the job done traditionally, going left, and yeah, she banked a couple of scores. And then Steph, you know, she bailed out. It was a pretty tight heat there in the end, and, you know, judges really waiting to make that decision there at the end to see where Steph's last wave went, but she didn't quite cut it. So Erin getting the job done over Stephanie Gilmore.
That was huge. That was huge. I mean, for Riss, for Tyler, for Sally, for Steph, like, you all were in those positions of Erin Brooks, of Tia Zabrowski, and like pushing your heroes, you know. And for Erin, you could tell she brings this extra energy, you know, when she has Steph now 2 times in the last 2 years. She's had her in a very close decision. It's interesting for you when you're inspired by everyone that came before you, and then you have a chance to see what's coming as well and get fired up to compete.
No, totally. I'm so inspired by what this generation is doing, and also what our generation is still doing. I have so much respect for like Steph and Sally and Tyler and Lakey, and like, it takes a lot to come back year after year with this intensity, and an intensity to match these young women coming up with, you know, this is their main focus. You know, I think in your 30s, you become multi-dimensional and you have other passions, and let's just switch over. Oh, I think Cole is in and out, but no, it's just different. It's the 2 different times of life happening, and I just want to applaud even just Steph's performance today. I've always loved her surfing. It's so fluid and stylish, and for her to perform under pressure and almost get the score, so sick to watch.
It's cool too at this stage of your career as we introduce Cole Hauschman, Sammy Pupo. This is also showing that we're into round 2 action, just 4 heats in the first round. And now this is the second round. Cole Hauschman upset early at Bells as a past champ. So looking up, picking up some points. And on the other side of that, a very emotional experience for the entire Pupo family. Sammy getting an equal 5th, and also his big brother wearing bright yellow, world #1 for the very first time of his career. You've shared the touring life with the whole Pupo family forever. You know, you've shared major sponsors. I think it brought everyone to tears, you know, seeing Miguel accomplish that big trophy and also world #1 for the first time. Before we get there, we'll see a big whip on the back end of Ramsey Flick.
Yeah, that first turn looked pretty deadly, and he backs it up. And will he get one more turn here? Looks like it might offer him something here on the inside. So, I mean, oh my goodness, that section every single time. Every single time I watch it, I have the same reaction. But look, there's going to be a lot of points come from these couple of maneuvers here. I mean, to blow the fins out on a seriously decent section and connect with the lip, it's no easy feat here at main break. So a lot of points from that first turn, and then he backs it up. I mean, he's had some crazy moments here over the years when it's been big, when it's been chunky, and he's just not afraid to really put it on the line. So even just from those couple of turns, he's going to fetch a really nice score.
Gosh, his timing on his backhand is one of the best in the world. Love when he loads up and he can show the world what he's capable of with those big backhand blows, and kind of floating back to backhand surfing for Miguel Pupo to get world #1. How did you react to that, Riss?
It was it's so cool to see good people do good things and like achieve greatness, because I don't know, you just can't not be happy for them. Miggy is one of those people who's just like a solid human, has always been so kind. And I think just on the topic of like where you are in life and being a multi-dimensional human, he's a dad to 4 girls, and he's out here like showing us all how it's done. I think it's so rad, and it was really cool to see both of the Pupo brothers do really well at Bells.
Yeah, what a happy feeling we had after Bells, and then with Gabby Bryant taking her first bell and world #1 into an event where she's won the last 2. Things are moving quickly in the world title race, Flick.
Yeah, it's so cool. I actually wanted to ask you, Chris, I know you and Gabby stayed together during Bells, and you know, you've obviously, prior to, you know, taking that time off to have your daughter, you and Gabby were traveling a lot together, and you're so close. What's it been like coming back? I mean, we might have to wait for this question potentially here, but yeah, what's it been like coming back? Let's just wait to see if anyone pulls the trigger. No one. But, yeah, and staying with Gabby at Bells, watching her get the win. And, you know, what's the dynamic now that you're both competing against each other? I'm interested.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the dynamics have changed a little bit. You know, Gabby is not a rookie anymore. Yeah. She is the force to be reckoned with on tour. And I am one of her biggest fans. Like, it was so cool to wake up in the middle of the night over in this last year and just cheer her on. Like, I don't think I missed a heat, and it was just so cool to be in her corner. We'll pause for a second as Ramsey takes off.
Ramsey stomps a tough takeoff, little air job, making it look easy, then hooks it right in the pocket off the lip line out in front for the carve. Bulkiam chasing a 4.17 here. And now slams the end section and finesses his way out of it. That is so hard to do, running out of water when the ocean's just trying to shove you on the brick shelf. Ramsey got a 7 before, which now set him up for the 4.17 to take the lead off Luke Thompson. But his backhand looks sharp, injured last year from an awkward just step back in the inside at Bells Beach. So long-waited comeback to a performance like this, Flick.
Yeah, look, the 7, beautiful surf. And this is a tricky wave to back it up with, right? A lot of foam on the face, but he does so well. And he really knows, you know, it's coming down to crunch time in this heat. They've only got like just over 11 minutes on the clock. So he's just trying to see, okay, if I just swing now, at least if I swing now, I give myself one more opportunity, right? If I kind of, you know, as we get back to some action, it looks like Cole
Hausman in the non-priority heat with Sammy Pupo. Man from San Clemente is one of the most powerful guys on tour, really due to timing and tempo. Has the biggest boards with the most volume. Same team as Carissa with Lost Surfboards. And has had a lot of success. 2 years on tour, 2 CT wins, 2 finals with his best friend Griffin Colapinto. He's won both. As we watch this approach here, Carissa, what'd you see on this wave?
Well, it was interesting because during his takeoff, it almost looked like he was checking out the left. But he really surfed it beautifully. 3 solid turns. I think that's a great, you know, it'll be better than his 0.6 and 0.4. That's for sure.
Totally. So Cole getting the lift back. Looks like a little onshore float kind of changing just lightly at the moment. As we do have Liam O'Brien standing by with Jesse Starling.
Lobby, it's always hard when you come up against one of your good friends in Callum Robson, but you know what it means to be here and you also know what it means to fall off, so fighting to keep your space for another year.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, obviously it's tough to come up against your mates, but that happens. And yeah, we both kind of also like competing against each other. We're pretty competitive, so it sucks that one of you has to lose, but it's good fun sparring with each other. And yeah, it was a fun heat. We got a few good sets, so that was good, and got a little sleepy at the end, but yeah, stoked to progress.
Next opponent, Geordie Smith, and it's actually coming around very quickly, about maybe 20 minutes time till you're back out there. He obviously is a defending champion here, but we want to see lob and some big rail arcs against Geordie Smith.
Yeah, stoked to go have a crack at Geordie. Yeah, as you said, he's just won the last event out here and he's absolutely amazing at surfing the place. So it'll be a good test, good challenge, but no, I'm keen for it.
It's a quick turnaround, so we'll let you get ready and probably get on the back of the ski very shortly. Thanks, Lovey. Thanks, guys.
Thank you so much, Jesse and Liam O'Brien. You love that competitive energy. The Aussie crew coming off the CS together, they're absolutely brilliant. Callum winning at Pipe on the CS. For Liam, it was really just a lot of consistent results, some quarterfinals in there, round before the quarters, and just got back on tour. And he'll be prepared for Geordie Smith. So you see the Water Patrol in action, meaning we've got some waves to talk about, Flick.
Oh, yeah. Judging by what we heard from the screens from the crowd, that first turn was pretty special. Ramsey looks like he's really locked into some good flow out here, but oh my goodness, when we were watching this turn in that post-heat interview, I mean, look how shallow that reef's getting. You know, this is that brick section that we were talking about. Carissa and I were just looking at each other like, oh no, it's just so shallow.
Oh my goodness. You know, I think a few years ago, Nikki Van Dyke had a really bad one on that shelf.
Oh, yeah. I mean, even Sammy Pupo, you know, against Cole had that moment a couple of years ago where he landed the turn and then ended up running onto that dry, shallow reef. And I was like, oh, my goodness. He ended up being fine. But it just produces these crazy, scary iconic moments that just go down in history.
I had a joke with Nikki back then where, remember at Cloud Break, she had her board like come back and hit her and she had to take a helicopter out. And then she had one at, at Bells, her board slingshot back at her. She hit the reef in Fiji. That one, I kept going after those falls. I'm like, don't worry, that, that's behind you. Yeah. And then she'd have another one. But poor thing, what a charger. Doing great, still ripping. But that brick shelf is not kind to anyone who hits it, but it's such a valuable part to finish off a wave strong. So you're always going to attack it.
You are, and I think the judges like it too. They know that if you survive the rock shelf, you get a little extra.
Sadistic in a way, isn't it? Go for it.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. How many waves in the world just go dry and you're still trying to hit that section? It's really impressive what you guys do, especially with big events on the line. With now 6:50 to go, Ramsey got the score for the lead change. Luke Thompson needs a 7-1-0. Luke has had a few heats with Jordy already in his short time in the CT jersey. Lost to him at Bells, lost to him in a wild card moment at J Bay last year. Luke set his goal in just surfing. Didn't mention world titles. He said he wants to surf till he's 70. He's got 50 years ahead of him to get the best waves of his life, which I was curious for you, Riss, how that transitioned from not just having the jersey on every couple of weeks, where surfing probably had a different feeling of just riding a wave, simply as that.
Yeah, it's crazy. That was one of my biggest aha moments during this whole big transition of life and having a child, was I still just wanted to get in the water and still wanted to ride a wave. And even if it was just going straight, it felt so good. So yeah, I don't know. There's something about surfing. It just keeps you coming back. And I know for a fact I'll be doing it till I'm old and gray.
And did your daughter get waves at Bells?
Yes.
Oh, we got an important ride here. Beautiful line on that bottom turn arc into a big cutty for Luke Thompson. Important ride here, needs a 7-0-1. Tracking, gets there early, smart move for the 21-year-old. Really strong, powerful surfer coming back into the open faces, Ramsey. These two battling for a spot in the next round. Bukiem clicks that finishing move. He is psyching right now. What a great battle we have. Two different approaches going blow for blow. That's what you want to see on tour, Flick.
I like it when Ramsey gets fired up like this, because I just memory coming to my mind. It was Chokes a couple of years back, and he was just so feeling it, and he had that moment with Kelly in the heat, and they were talking to each other out the back, and he was firing himself up and Kelly was firing him up, and look at that turn. I mean, there's reason why he's feeling so jazzed right now. I think he's really clicked into sort of, that flow zone out here, and it's not an easy day to surf, Carissa, you were touching on it before. It's tricky. It looks so perfect from the beach, but yeah, it's definitely not easy. And as we see this replay here right now from Luke, I mean, it was a beautiful wrapping carve and nice little snap here to transition to this last maneuver. He does the right thing, man. I mean, you hit that whitewash. I mean, good luck surviving that if you actually do lip line it. So he had the right idea, but yeah, chasing a 7, or just over a 7. So we'll see what happens there.
Big exchange there in the water. As you can see, Ramsey with that asterisk next to his number means he's waiting on a score. He's looking at better a 6.27, so then Luke would need more than that 7.10. Ramsey lost early at Bells, so he's trying to push through and get some points. Doesn't want to think about the Goldie just yet. As we now look at a windup and a big arc from Samuel Pupo. Already with a 6.83 in the heat with Cole Hauschman. Samuka has the lift to attack there. Wow, that was impressive. Amazing control of that big finishing move, Carissa. That was massive.
Massive. I feel like we haven't seen someone go into a bottom turn, top turn combo with that much speed until that. So that was amazing. That's so beautiful to watch. He harnessed the power of the wave so beautifully, and oh my goodness.
Take us through it, Riss.
Well, here we go. Sammy. Straight up into the lip and just kept it so tight and came out with it so much speed too. And I think what's been tricky out here today is that a lot of those first sections haven't been that steep. And Sammy did so good to finish it off strong as well.
Can you identify these waves early in the set, or you kind of got to hope with your experience that you're locking in a wall like that?
I mean, I've been coming here for 14 years and I still have trouble figuring out which ones are good and which ones aren't. So you kind of have an idea of where to sit in the lineup and what a good wave looks like, but you just kind of have to toss it and keep throwing stuff at and hoping something works out.
Sammy Pupo thriving right in front of our face here at main break. Impressive lines there with a lot of speed in between turns. He already has a 6.83, so judges know they've got to go bigger than that. Scores in. It's an excellent number for Samuka, an 8.17, extending his lead over Cole Hauschman. Cole now needs almost a perfect 10. 9.83 requirement, Flick.
Oh yeah, it's massive, right? And what a perfect way to start a heat. You know Sammy, it really is textbook. You've got a great backup, and then you've dropped an excellent score. I mean, talk about applying pressure. And yeah, I mean, you're in the non-priority heat, right? Like it's pretty impressive.
I see the score drop in on our screen. The highest scores from the judges, 8.5s. One of those gets thrown out. One of the 8s gets thrown out. One of his best scores he's had on the CT. Coming off an emotional event at Bell, seeing his older brother take the yellow jersey, starting off with an equal 5th, working with his coach, Matty Myers, this year on the CT. He's gone through everything at Margaret River. Emotional one where he knocked his brother off tour when it was an all Pupo heat. He ended up getting knocked off later in the event, so they did the CS together. But going from those moments where you feel like you're starting your career from scratch and then to what he's had to build through, Sammy just keeps redefining himself. And I feel like this year is exactly the way he'd hope it would start, Riss.
Oh, there really isn't a better way to start. I mean, obviously he would have probably liked to switch spots with his brother, but a 5th and a 1st for the Pupo clan is really cool, and I feel like that gives him a lot of confidence coming here. And then to start off this heat with a combination of 2 great scores is like dream state.
Oh, absolute dream. It feels like we're walking on a dream every time we're here in WAs. We've got 20 seconds left. Luke Thompson really pushed on some big cars, but it's been the backhand that's been electric for Ramsey. Holding down the lead with a 7 and a 6.83, and we will close this one out. The 2 will move on into the next one. For Luke Thompson, it's going to be heading to the Gold Coast. For Bukiem, it's into round 2. Getting a lot done in this overlapping format. We can't thank you enough, Carissa, for joining us. We know you could have been having so much fun with the fam right now, but we're proud of your performance today, and we're wishing you best of luck, best of waves as you move on.
Thank you, and I wish you the best of luck for commentating the rest of the day.
Thank you. If those words just flow, we'll see. Yeah, Riss, enjoy the rest of your afternoon. Thanks for watching the event. Overlapping format continues. Kanoa Igarashi is taking on Eli Hanneman. Right after this, we'll be right back. The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Tourism Western Australia, official tourism partner of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Shire of Augusta Margaret River, the Western Australia Margaret River Pro, where local surfing culture is celebrated and legends rise. Getting close to lunchtime, about 11:52 a.m. local time here. We've accomplished so much. We've already done the women's opening round, the opening round for the men. Round 2's underway. We have a goal of maxing out the clock and daylight to finish as many heats as we possibly can. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier for the call. As we look at Sammy Pupo, Cole Hauschman take the priority side of things, and Kanoa Igarashi and Eli Hanneman are just getting started. For Sammy, he's just leading the charge with that excellent rage score. And Cole is looking just to stay calm and throw down some big backhand hammers. Maybe a rare left like Aaron Brooks did earlier today. But the last thing he wants is a real slow start to his season, especially with a GWM Tank 300 on the line.
Oh yeah, that thing is pretty cool. So that's the prize if you win the Aussie treble. And yeah, he's going to want to get a good result here. But I mean, you've got to take your hat off to Sammy Pupo, because those 2 scores were done in the non-priority heat, right? And we had just had Carissa in the booth, and she was, you asked her the question, what can you do, in the non-priority bit? And she was like, look, if you can get at least 1 score, kind of relieves a little bit of the pressure going into the priority heat. But what Sammy's been able to do is he's gotten both. It's pretty great scores for today. You look back at all the heat totals and probably would have advanced through most heats just with, the 2 scores in the non-priority heat. So, yeah, hats off to him. And the thing is, we just struck, 11.50. That sea breeze has just trended. Like, we're like southwest, really. It's just ever so slightly puffing in. You can kind of see, it's hard to tell from this shot, but we got a Red Bull windsock if I look over my shoulder. And, I can, the texture on the face, you can just see it there, just as the wave's looming up. So just seeing that onshore flow come in, and it will potentially change a little bit. It's going to give you a couple little chip shots. You're going to be able to enter the wave potentially a little bit earlier. And then I'm interested to see what the wind does and how strongly it does kick in. And potentially we're going to maybe see some guys go to the air this afternoon.
How about that? I like it. Here's Cole Hausman. 6'3", 225 with pounds, as he just gets stuck there, showing the frustration of hoping that he'd get a better wall. And probably inspired by the backhand hooks from Ramsey, who was in the priority heat while he was in the water. So Sammy Pupo controlling this one now with priority over Hausman. And the last score will be a 2.0 to go with his 5.17. Hausman was just on fire when he qualified. We talked about the European force on the women's side of the CS last year. Well, he felt similar energy with the crew from San Clemente that were just throwing up huge results, from Jet Schilling. Then Cole went back-to-back with wins that season he qualified. Inspired by Crosby, Colapinto, and Griff. It was just such a pack. Eli Hanneman was actually adopted into that San Clemente crew, even though he's from Lahaina Maui, close with all those guys. Found some big results as well.
Yeah, I think, Cole, I mean, his, ascend to the championship tour was incredible, from winning his first qualifying series event to, winning his first Challenger series, and then to qualify for the CT and in his rookie year win a championship tour event, and none other than the, Bells Beach, and to ring the bell was pretty spectacular. And, that run, to see someone challenge that again, I don't know how soon that's going to happen, because that was nothing short of incredible. But yeah, I mean, look, he had kind of had an earlier exit at Bells, so he's probably going to, not want the same to happen, but he's only got 14 minutes on the clock, and, Sammy Pupo is making it hard for him.
Yeah, what a start for Pupo. Absolutely blazing into his 8.17. And now he can just cover the lineup, make sure that he doesn't let go of any really good opportunity for Hausman. So sometimes that defense is just going to be applied very early when you have a great start like Sammy just had. So many great reactions coming from the Pupo household, and even here in WA last night, Ain't That Swell had a nice live show, brought up the Pupo brothers on stage in front of a very excited WA surf crowd, and just they let them hear it. So much passion and support for the Pupo brothers. A lot of great Aussie fans were just congratulating Miguel for what he's done and turned in. They even brought Alejo Muniz on stage to celebrate his send-off in his last season on tour. But as Miguel said, when he put the yellow jersey on in a warm-up session, he's like, back to work. And I remember talking to Miguel after he won at Fernando de Noronha, a QS, a long time ago that he won. I was like, oh, what'd you do last night? How was it? What was the celebration like? He's like, hey, if I'm relaxing, someone else is working hard. He was so focused on going, nope, I am not done yet. And that was the transition of applying pressure to himself to not get excited too early and try to meet all of his goals.
Well, it's kind of a good mentality to have, right? I mean, obviously you still do want to relish in those moments, but I think that we saw there were some cool sound bites that came out of, all those post-hit interviews, this moment on stage, with you, Joe, and just what he was talking about. And, I think you asked him the question, like, could you believe this at this moment in your career, you'd be standing here ringing the bell? And his answer was like, no, I'd be laughing if you told me that this was what was going to happen at the start of this season. And, it's cool even Carissa touched on it, you know, when you are in that later stage of your career, you're just multi-dimensional. It's a great word. You've got so many different things going on and so much different perspective in the way you approach the tour. And I think, yeah, it was just so special to hear, you know, what his influences are now and where he looks to inspiration. And yeah, it was cool. I think we had some great moments there.
Wonderful moments to kick off the season. A great moment for Ramsey, talking to Dog on the steps.
Instinct, fuck it. That was pure instinct. Beautiful. But after I thought about what you said, when I missed my first finish, that's why on the last 6, you see I went early.
Yeah, nice.
Was it?
It's great.
But it doesn't feel like,
Nah, but you know, like...
It feels like you're dodging.
You are a bit.
You are.
But like, it's pretty gnarly. It's like bare rocks and just like 10 foot of foam coming your way.
It is.
You've got to play it smart, you know? You've got to see what's in front of you and work it out.
Especially my waves, there was always a big foam.
Always a big foam.
It was not like a little...
But your first turns were unbelievable.
Even on my 7, the first was crisp, huh?
Crisp, man.
Wow,
they were loving it. It was bread and butter for you, but it was like, I told you, just get that click and they'll dig it.
Yeah.
Like, it was crazy good.
And you could see I come from behind.
Yeah. Man, and you gave him the start too.
I know, but you see how I fought him?
Yeah.
I fought him so long.
Yeah, but then you gave up and gave him
Yeah, but
one.
bro, I don't want to spend 40 minutes doing this. I want to surf, bro.
But it was lucky because there was then the first lull of all the morning.
You saw it?
I know.
I was like...
But I told you about the first exchange. It's so important. And like...
How good is that? We could listen to them talk all day. Great feedback from Dog. Great strategy that he gave to Ramsey to get there early on that end section. It worked out. A couple of whippy type wraps from Eli Hanneman. And gets there for the little off the top finishing move, and Elijah will step off as softly as he can as he's in the heat with Kanoa, and sets just keep pouring through. There's that light southerly shift in the onshore flow that was always predicted from Surfline this afternoon. But Eli loves a ramp. He loves a light little onshore wind. I don't know if he likes dry rocks, though, on the air section. We'll find out. Cole Houshman up and out.
Yeah, look, that end section is just so tricky. But I mean, going back to that little debrief with Dog and Ramsey, I could literally listen to that all day. It's so funny, man. They're so emotive, both of those characters. And even just to hear them butt heads and be like, hey, I don't want to be doing that all day, but you got to do it. It's the most important thing. It's just so cool to get those insights and just to see the different coaching styles too.
And it was a good reaction from a surfer like Ramsey, who's like, I want to hit the lip hard. I want to hit the section, but that end section forces you to go early. So he's like, it feels like I'm dodging the critical part of the wave, but you have to keep your board intact as we look at Eli.
Yeah, this was some nice smooth surfing, getting a lot of acceleration out of the whip and carve through those turns. And then, I mean, look, you could see it here. Eli just got to that section early, wanted to ride out. And depending on where that wave is when you take off, depends on where it's going to finish. You know, I think I spoke to it earlier today, but not all waves break in the same spot here at Main Break. It's shifty. You know, the right sometimes, you know, it moves deep on the reef, and therefore you finish up just in front of the bricks. If it breaks in the middle of the peak, you tend to end up on the bricks. And sometimes if it shifts wide, you actually go past the bricks and you end in a hole, and you can get this nice finishing turn. So there's so many elements that go into that last maneuver, and whether or not you're going to be able to get there early or absolutely attack it.
Let's check in with the Surfboard Empire CT Shaper rankings presented by Vea. Loss taking a quick start on top, of course, you know. Flick, your team's undefeated. Lost Surfboards out in front, doing a great job. Gabby Bryan getting the winning points. Yago Dora, runner-up points at Bells. But right now we've got JS in the water with Sammy Pupo Kanoa-Garashi. 2 for Lost as well, with Cole Houshman and Eli Hanneman in opposite heats. So those are the top 2 so far, and they've got some contenders in the water right now.
Oh, totally. I mean, even JS, you think to Ramsey's last heat win too. So Jace is such a cool story. You know, he's picked up Jack in the off season, and you know, now that Cowley's qualified for the tour, you know, he's got Cowley Vast, and they actually have Friendly Fire coming up in Heat 8. So that's going to be a really interesting one to watch go down. I'm genuinely pretty excited for that one. So yeah, JS for me has been really interesting because, you know, acquired a few new surfers, and yeah, with a couple qualifying on the Challenger Series too. So quite the stable these days.
Yeah, really exciting. Good job so far. Now let's hear from the man himself. Winner of the last heat, Ramsey, is with Jesse Starling.
Ramsey, we're just talking, that win, it was a long time coming, from injury to having a lot of time out of the water to, unfortunately, an early round knockout at Bells, and now to a rematch that you've just won. Must feel good to finally get a heat win back under your belt.
Yeah, it does. To be honest, it does. It's been more than a year pretty much, and a long time coming, like you said. I felt good at Bells, to be honest. Just I wasn't on the right waves, and but my surfing was there. I kept the routine. I'm working with Doug this year. It's been really good. He's been a really good friend of mine for a long time, and he knows me. He knows me since I'm 15. So yeah, good group with Leo, Connor, really good friends of mine, and yeah, kept the routine. I knew what I can do on especially on my backhand if I get the right wave. And it's challenging out there, to be honest, but I'm happy. Yeah, I'm really happy.
Let's talk about the next round. You're coming up against Italo. Obviously, he's a really fast zippy surfer. You have this incredible, powerful traditional approach. How do you see you guys kind of matching up against each other?
Well, hopefully he can do airs right now. It's still 10 foot, but you never know with him. No, I just stick to my thing, you know. I know that if I get the right wave and I do big backhand turn, I can beat anyone. So stick to this and do my thing. Enjoy the ride, and yeah. That's it.
We love it, Ramsey. Any words back home?
Ouais, merci à tout le monde. شكرا الدراري في المغرب. راك انتم ناعسين probablement دابا مي ديما مغرب وان شاء الله الخير لا بروشين.
Thanks, Ramsey. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Well done. Ramsey taking out that victory over Luke Thompson. Luke was fired up too, throwing down some really fast open face hooks, but it was Ramsey's beyond vertical backhand that made the difference, and identifying how to read the end section with great advice from his coach, Richard Dog Marsh. Great addition to the Dog Pound this year. As we check out a replay from Sammy Pupo, his fourth wave ridden, coming through with a 7.33 here.
Wow, he's really putting no foot wrong at the moment, just absolutely connecting the dots here, really cracking that last section and applying even more pressure to Cole. And then we have a look here to Eli. Just beautiful timing. This is a super fast wave, this one. And yeah, we saw this one in that during that post-heat interview with Ramsey. Really nice, tidy work there from Eli.
So fast, he's so inspired on his comeback to the championship tour. Almost won the CS season. Kyle Vivas ended up taking it over Eli, but a very successful year. Was comfortable and qualifying nice and early for the championship tour. Look at that number as I see the score drop in at a 7.33 to go with Sammy Pupo's 8.17. Getting the excellent score in the first half. And now his big brother's got to be really proud of this performance. Miguel's with Jesse.
He's very relaxed, not nervous at all, because Sammy is obviously killing it right now. This must feel so good to, you know, watch your little brother dominate in these early rounds.
Yeah, I feel like this wave suits him really well, and yeah, we had some scary years over here that he fell off tour, and just nice to see him so confident and surfing well. Got his coach right here and doing the work, putting the hours, and yeah, 15 point something total. It's really nice.
Do you guys ever have a little brotherly rivalry? You know, whoever scores the highest and that has to do the dishes later in the night?
Not really, you know, it's 9 years apart, so we don't have a rivalry going on, but it's just nice for us that having him kick off the round with a win, and now I gotta back it up.
Yellow jersey for the first time in your career. I know everyone's been asking you this lately, but it just looks like there's no weight on your shoulders. You look so comfortable and you look so ready to take on that yellow jersey.
Yeah, it's a new, a different challenge for me for sure, but I feel relaxed. You know, I've been putting the hours and the training, and I've been testing my boards. I feel confident, and I have my coach Adriano that has been in this same position as me before. So lately it's been a lot of talks, you know, not much surfing, just a lot of talks between me and him about this moment, and just soaking it all in and turning into energy so I can surf better, and let's do it.
That's one thing to get hyped up off your little brother as well. We love it, Miggy. Thank you. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Jesse. Thank you to world number one, Miguel Pupo, for the first time in his career wearing the bright yellow jersey. And like he mentioned, his coach, Adriano de Souza, who won, you know, Bells,
before Miggy. He won Margaret River over John Florence, by the way, in the final when it was absolutely pumping. And I think when you've got Adriano in your ear, where Adriano, even his world title speech, he was like, I was never the guy favored to win. And he bowed down to the heroes of the tour at the time, but he figured out a way to beat all of them at some point of his career. So with that advice of owning this role, of this underdog type role of world number one, I think he's probably got the best coach he could ask for in this scenario.
Oh, totally. I mean, so much experience and so much resilience, and, you know, every single situation that he's been in, you know, he's able to, you know, provide that support. And I mean, what a better sounding board for someone who's, you know, had all these, you know, events, these CT event wins, you know, the Bell, one of the most iconic ones. I mean, now moving on to here to Margaret River, I mean, it's just going to give you so much, you know, confidence. And I think once you tee off and you start the year with a big win at Bells like that, and it's been so long between drinks, the confidence as a team coming here to Margaret River, it's going to be through the roof, right?
Absolutely. Final minute for Sammy Pupo to enjoy this big total, putting Cole Hausman away by combo. So Cole will have to reset at stop number 3 on the Gold Coast. We'll see what his plans are. He has time to get there early and start preparing his comeback to results. Last year, he felt it a bit. The cut was moved to 7 events, and he actually said it took him a while to like feel the fire and the spark of needing a result. And then he turned a huge result in El Salvador. So we'll definitely see Hausman fire up, but Sammy Pupo in complete control. Cole will take a left and put all that frustration into a big hammer to finish that off. It will be Sammy Pupo moving on into the next round. And still hopes for an all Pupo matchup, maybe somewhere along this bracket. That's Sammy's coach, Matty Myers from Santa Cruz, California. Stoked on another great heat win and really a great start together on the CT for the first time. That is the best heat so far of the day. Sammy Pupo turning in 15.5 points in his start to eliminate Cole Hausman. Round 2 continues in this overlapping format. Eli and Kanoa will take priority, and Jordy Smith and Liam O'Brien will get started. We'll be right back. The GWM Aussie Treble, the best in Australia. The double favorite. Bells are ringing here on the cliffs of the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Gold Coast, Queensland, Australia. 300 is yours.
The GWM Aussie Treble is back on, one stop down, and a couple of new names at the top of the GWM Treble, Aussie Treble leaderboard. And of course, Miguel Pupo, Gabriella Bryan, can they be reeled in? We've got last year's treble winner, Jordy Smith, out there in the lineup at the moment, and what should be a fantastic clash. Ronnie Blakey with Richie Lovett, and Rich this day is already bringing us plenty of highlights. Some big turns laid down on huge steep sections that are just pounding that inside reef section.
Yeah, it's been a fun day already. Margaret River has definitely produced some beautiful waves this morning, and this is another cracking matchup with Jordy Smith. Liam O'Brien, Jordy winning the Tank 300 last year in the Aussie Treble, and Liam O'Brien, well, he was in the water about an hour ago, so he's coming off some momentum and a winning feeling as we see Kanoa.
Really quick turnaround, and also it looks like a bit of texture on the surface of the water here. Kanoa Igarashi is up against Eli Hanneman and chasing Eli down, who's put a couple of reasonable scores on the board in the first half of their heat. Kanoa, a patient approach, and now we'll have really just a 17-minute heat to surf here.
Yeah, so surprising that Kanoa hasn't been able to put a number on the board just yet. And as you said, he's sort of up against it in terms of the clock, but certainly making use of this wave here. Kanoa, beautiful hack to start things off. And a little texture on the wave face there, just navigating through this. You can see the board bouncing around, but he controls it and gets the final important turn done. So this is going to bring him right back into this heat. He'll match one of Eli's scores here for sure.
Yeah, slick performance from Kanoa down there at the opening stop of the Championship Tour this year. He looks really on point. He's obviously got some great equipment under his feet, working with Jake Patterson again. And he seems primed to, I think, get himself right back up there toward the top end of the ranks and potentially challenge for a title with just his mistake-free approach. He's got some work to do in this heat, though. That score's going to certainly help him. That wave standing up on the outside. Let's see who's in position for this one, and it looks like it will be Eli Hanneman. Strong effort on the first section, out onto the open face. Bit of white water to deal with, but he copes with the suds and sticks with it, looking for the huge finish on the inside now. Starting to load up, drifts that tail, the wave steps out, and Eli does so well to get back out in front, worthy of a little pump of the fist.
The track through that last manoeuvre was brilliant. Just navigating, and it was almost like he had an imaginary map just showing him the path through that turbulent water behind him. Does it really, really well. Eli Hanneman, the Hawaiian, no stranger to these sort of conditions here. Wave stands up as we go through the replay. Nice and composed, poised off the bottom. Nice wrapping turn to start things off. Bit of a sleepy cutback, but then the wave face cleans up again. Eli gets to work. Just one of the fastest surfers that we have on the tour. Incredible rail game.
Wow.
And yeah, very difficult section to navigate. Geordie Smith on his opening ride. Geordie going for the big rail carve. And just gets stuck sitting on his board there, awkward.
Give him a paddle.
Yeah,
in the goat boat position. But Geordie missed opportunity there, but you can see why Geordie's such a threat here. Just the way he covers distance on these big open faces, it just looks so impressive. It's hard to match that power and just the size of the rail lines he's able to execute. Sure, he got it wrong on that occasion, but you just know if he connects with a nice steep section, you're going to see something special.
Oh, absolutely. He's quite bullish, even at this size. He does match the power of the wave and looks really, really comfortable on every turn. Just gets that rail sinking really deep into the wave face.
His boards are thick. You know, he's always surfed boards with a lot of volume, and I think, you know, he's pretty comfortable with that lumber and sinking those thicker rails. But he's going to have to make up for a mistake there up against Liam O'Brien, who's got priority now. That third heat, sorry, of this second round. Igarashi dropped a 6.73 on his last ride. Hanneman with another score on the way. This heat is intensifying, and already we're starting to see these surfers who've made a return to the Championship Tour just really dig the claws in and just look to pull themselves out of the bottom rungs of the Championship Tour seed list and get themselves in a better position to strike for the top end.
Yeah, well, that's what you have to do. You have to dig yourself out of that hole, being down the bottom of the ratings, and work on your seeding points, and that will get you a better rating and a better seeding going into the next events, and you can get out of that back end. You can start going up against sort of the middle range surfers sitting on the seeding list rather than going up against the top seeded surfers. Get stuck in that zone. So important to make all these heats.
No doubt. Some competitors have gone out in this opening round and just showing it's a little bit more speed, a little bit more willingness to attack these rides. I thought Sammy Pupo was brilliant in that last heat. He looks strong, just so electric. I think there's obviously been the competitive fire is there for the Pupo brothers, but after the huge results that they both collected down there at the first stop, I think they've reignited, you know, their confidence.
Yeah, the brothers are beaming with confidence at the moment, and it's building. They're spurring each other on and getting caught in each other's slipstream. Just with incredible surfing getting through heats.
So 4 former winners on the men's side. Geordie Smith's one of them. Medina, Toledo and Robinson are the others. Geordie would really be keen to turn things around. He fell out of the mix down there at Bells way earlier than we expected. He's got to make these right-handers really count towards his title campaign. As we see now, Kanoa up 6-7-3 on his last wave. Doesn't need a whole lot out of this one. Just a 4.94, silky smooth through that second move and a bit more aggressive on the final hit. Great sequence of turns. His girlfriend and his coach, Jake Patterson, they put their hands together. They know that's going to see him into the lead here over Eli Hanneman.
He's good, isn't he? He just does not ever lay down, this guy. He is up for the challenge. He will fight to the very, very end. And the fight back started at the 17 mark, and now he's building 6-7-3. We're going to back that up with another decent score. We may see a lead change here. Let's have a look at the replay here. So Kanoa, great looking wave, stands up in front of him. Beautiful slice off the lip. Deep bottom turn. Another good angled turn there. Nice and tight with the angle. And jams it for the final turn. So 3-turn combination with some variety on each one. Geez, he did well to hold that line. That lip line had about 3 different ridges through it. And Kanoa just ironing it out beautifully. You can see that that front arm just grabbing onto the wave face as he pivots around that almost like a pole. He just stuck in the wave face. And again, jams really hard on that 3rd turn. Committed every single moment of the wave. This is going to be a great score.
That's a big score.
Yeah,
it is, Jake. It is a big score. This is going to be huge. I just thought he did so well. Those first 2 sections, Rich, they weren't easy to read. You picked it up. It was kind of ribbed out, and he did set that board over the top of some of those chunks. As we see Liam O'Brien now use priority for this wave. Needs to make it count against Geordie Smith. Releasing a lot of water off the rail on his last 2 hits. Hangs on for the finish, wins the opening exchange. We know how often that leads to success at the end of the heat. Oh, as Liam just carefully floats his way over the top of the reef there, almost stalling his body and flipping the equipment over so he rode the top of the whitewater. Pretty technical little trip through the inside rock shelf there.
Yeah, great technique, just managing to keep the board intact. Little check turn fade to start off for Liam. I just love the acceleration that this guy gets through his turn. See how he squirts out of it, puts a lot of pressure on that tail pad. And that really clean, snapping, fast action, becoming somewhat of a trademark for Liam O'Brien. This is Geordie outside.
Well, Geordie's smooth as he climbs over that whitewater. This is a lumpy, bumpy ride, though. And he hasn't yet done that big dynamic hit. Slides the tail. He's going to hang on for the finish. It'll be a number to build on, but probably not one that's going to help him get through this heat. He'll need a lot more. Liam O'Brien's about to drop something in the 6-point range, you'd think. Kanoa Igarashi, Rich, he's dropped the number of the day at 8.5.
Oh.
And when we see that ride again, you'll see how well he did in just ripping his board through sections that he could potentially have bogged down on.
Yeah, I think for a moment there...
We'll get a replay of that in the GWM recap.
I think for a moment Geordie was toying with the idea of paddling straight back out, that whitewash. I think he's opted to come in, jump on the ski. These little moments through the heat, just calculating the best pathway back out into the lineup. He is on the ski.
Well, let's feel the energy, the hype from Sammy Pupo. It's deserving. He absolutely tore that last heat apart, Vaughan.
Yeah, Sammy Pupo is fully charged. He's got lightning flying off his rails at the moment. And, mate, that must feel excellent. There's something going on with you Pupo brothers at the moment.
I know, right? I guess it was the podcast we did yesterday got me fired up. Yeah, I mean, such a good heat to start off the event. I feel like everything I put to plan, you know, it worked, it happened. So my plan was to get one score before getting the priority heat, and managed to get 2 big scores before the priority heat started. So couldn't ask for a better start, really.
Richie Lovett's up there. He's the biggest board nerd in history. He was saying that, you know, your board just looks absolutely on point. This is the monster, a little step up?
No, now I got the Forget-Me-Not 3.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, so I can hold the rail a little longer. Yeah, so this is a 6-1. It's actually, all my boards are from last year. My quiver from last year for this event, so I kept them on ice until now, and they're finally back in the water, and they feel very fresh and sparky.
Ooh, they look sparky, mate. As I said, lightning flying off your rails. Hey, mate, a great start to the year. You know, this is the semi-pooper that we've been really dying to see. Off to a flying start and building with every single heat.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, just happy to get a good start of the year at Bells. I feel like last few years I had a bad start. Like last 3 years I had a bad start, and it kind of got me in a bad role of results and not surfing my best. And I feel like as I got closer to the cut, my surfing was getting better. I was getting better results, but not enough time for me to pick up the pace and make the cut. So it was very important for me to get a good start, and that happened. So I feel like it was already a bit of relief for me, just you know, getting a 5th there and having a good heat with Gabe. So yeah, I mean, first seed of the Bells, I said I was coming for the top seeds, and that's what I'm doing.
You are, mate. And speaking of top seeds, your pro's going to be coming up soon. You were mentioning last night, you know, whoever gets knocked out has to do the dishes. Is that going to happen tonight?
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I hope none of us wash the dishes. We both make it. Yeah.
Bruno will be watching the dishes.
Bruno. If we both make it, Bruno's doing the dishes for sure. Yeah, just really stoked for him for his momentum, you know, with the wins, his 2nd win, and really got me fired up to really put on my best surfing, my best performances, and hopefully I can give him that fire too, and we can keep pushing each other.
It's happening, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Pupo Ohana, they're on fire at the moment. And out in the lineup, we've got Liam O'Brien holding a bit of an edge over Geordie Smith in Heat 3 of this 2nd round. The time winding down for our competitors in Heat 2, 3.5 minutes to go. Kanoa Igarashi, he didn't get a scoring ride until the back half of his heat. Eli Hanneman, he had all the momentum in those first 20 minutes, Rich, but he has been well and truly reeled in.
Yeah, what a turnaround. It was Eli Hanneman in total control of that heat up until the 17th mark, and then Kanoa just found those 2 gems, that 8.5, the high number of the day, just beautiful surfing under pressure. It just goes to show you, you know, it's a rhythm thing. You look at the GWM recap, Eli Hanneman, he was the surfer that took control of this heat. Beautiful surfing. This is that fast twitching action off the top that we're used to seeing from Eli. One of the fastest surfers on the planet, incredible air game as well. And this was the comeback. Kanoa Igarashi just blasting the lip on that first turn. And just navigating these bumpy sections through the inside, and hammers that final oncoming wave.
And then this one, the 8.5, which Kanoa really did read beautifully. Drove that board high through the lip a couple of times on the outside section, and then finished it off beautifully.
Oh, just sizzling through every turn. Just almost like a chef, knife precision, cutting through the wave beautifully, and the path that he took through those turns was just magnificent.
8.5. That is the benchmark for the day. And he's up again now, looking to get rid of that 6.73 to make life even harder for Eli Hanneman, who's chasing a 9.06 already. Kanoa building some speed, some momentum for the inside section. Drives that board up over that final closeout. And just gets out of there before the rock, but likely coming into contact with the reef. That is unavoidable for our competitors here at main break.
Yeah, quick check of the equipment there. Check the fins and the fin boxes. Kanoa, well, Eli Hanneman still out there with priority. just over a minute to go, needing a 9.06. So we're going to have to see something brilliant from him.
Absolutely, as we see Geordie now in heat number 3, look to get back in this clash. Drives up into the lip there and just loses contact with the wave and his equipment. So things not really going Geordie's way. He's going to be looking to surf the back half of his heat as Kanoa Igarashi has. So Kanoa on the inside here and really can't control what happens. Eli Hanneman, will he get an opportunity to launch something spectacular in the final stages to turn this heat?
Yeah, I feel like Eli's just going to dip into his bag of tricks, that reliable air game that he has on lockdown. He just needs that opportunity, just eagerly waiting for a little swell.
Searching it out, isn't he? But it doesn't look like there's too much coming his way. Checks his clock, looks out to sea. The Apple Watch, a big benefit to the competitors here.
Yeah, he'll be wondering what happened. He would have felt in total control of this heat. He had, not often do you have Kanoa on the ropes at that point in the heat. He just came fighting back in a big way.
Impressive start from Igarashi. An excellent score. The highest single ride of the day so far. And he gets the heat win. And he is marching on through to the 3rd round. We're going to take a break here. And when we return, we'll see Baron Mamiya and Joel Vaughan. Time for the Bonsai Brew break.
The 2014 Margaret River Pro marked the return of the men's event to the Championship Tour. A thrilling finals day in Western Australia saw Michelle Perez dispatch Nat Young in the quarters and Kelly Slater in the semis to face Josh Kerr in the final. Both Perez and Kerr took to the water in the final, searching for their first career CT wins. After a slow start to the heat, Perez eventually lit up 2 consecutive waves with his patented forehand power. Kerr answered back, delivering a full-fledged attack on the main break rights. But Perez continued to build momentum, adding an 8.33 to his scoreline. The Tahitian powerhouse was crowned winner of the 2014 Margaret River Pro, the first Championship Tour win of his career.
As we celebrate 50 years of the World Tour, it's fun to have a look back and dive into the vault. Michelle Perez, a celebrated victory in these parts. Michelle, a win for Michelle meant a good night out for everyone else. Always led the charge.
Certainly.
The celebration charge. But here we go, heat 4 of round 2. Hitting the lineup now, Baron Mamiya up against Joel Vaughan. 2 of the young guns are on the CT. It should be a great heat. As heat number 3 now moves into that priority position. Geordie Smith up against Liam O'Brien, and Liam O'Brien has won the big exchanges so far. So in a strong position, Geordie after an 8.5.
Yeah, it's a big number, and Geordie in unfamiliar territory here at the moment. Let's see what the big South African does here on the replay. Big opening swoop, a little catch again. These waves super bumpy and textured, hard to hold that rail line. Geordie doing well at this point, just to muscle his way through. Now he's getting some work done through the inside. Does he get the finish? Yes, he does, of course. Best wave for Geordie. And outside, Liam O'Brien with his reply. Big bottom turn, top turn blast. Huge section, comes around again, attacks the lip. So that wave really stood up twice. And this is Joel Vaughan in his opening ride. Smaller wave. Some horizontal rail work comes through to the inside. Pivots a couple of times off the top and loses it on the 3rd. We had Joel Vaughan in the booth down at Bell's Run. Did say he was working on his rail game. in the off-season definitely will come into play here at Margaret's, especially against someone like Barramamia, who's had some success out here.
Yeah. It's not lost on Joel that these are the more challenging events that he's going to face. Main Break, Margaret River, you know, a venue that really requires some of those big, powerful rail turns. So he's identified that as a weakness. He's been working hard on it. But there is certain venues where Joel's probably going to go in as one of the real favourites in the contest. He proved that at Trestles last year, had some magic performances. His aerial surfing's on another level. Won the Stab High event, you know, against a cast of just the most unbelievable aerial surfers. So, you know, he really is one of the best in that realm, but already identifying that he has weaknesses that he's got to work on in his surfing if he's going to maintain his position on this CT and get himself right up to the top of the leaderboard. Here goes Barramamia, who did perform really well down there at Bells Beach, stop number 1.
The Channel Islands boards looking good under his feet at this event. Let's have a look at the replay. Check turn, quick fade for Liam. Beautiful snap up, deep bottom turn. Nice open face carve. And this was Barron on his opening ride. A more horizontal bottom turn, but a nice arc up the top of the wave. Another swooping cut back, just staying with the source. Through the inside, connects with a beautiful slice off the top and gets the foam rebound to finish off. So lots of variety on that wave, different manoeuvres each and every time.
Yeah, Barramamia, just amazing when you think about where he's had championship tour success. 3 wins, and all coming on the North Shore. A couple of wins at Pipe, also a victory at Sunset. So he does have those big rail turns that can work here. But I think across the entire championship tour calendar, you know, he's still been kind of figuring out his equipment and working on his rail surfing himself. So, you know, two surfers who I think have been really looking to tap into similar things, fighting it out for a place in that 3rd round. Time's kind of running out for Geordie Smith to get a good number on the board here, Rich.
Yeah, he needs to strike. He does have priority in this heat up against Liam O'Brien. He is patiently waiting for a particular style of wave. We saw Liam just get that 4.93, which it was a good leave from Geordie at that point.
To be honest, like the conditions for the next round is going to be bigger or smaller? Like more spicy. I told you. Shouldn't have been on. You didn't tell me I was in the water, brother. No, I was yelling out, get off the rock. I couldn't hear you. I couldn't hear you. Get off the rock. Okay, 15 more. I felt a bit stiff, actually. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. For me, if it's light on, the other heat's going to be onshore, and it's going to be spicy for the other one, I think. Yeah, this boy felt a little bit like stiff, actually. Only because it went crumbly a little bit. Yeah, maybe. But just saying that, if you fell on the first wave, the heat was done. If I fell on my first wave? Yeah. You needed to be, if you didn't bank that wave, you only got one other chance. No, I know. So, yeah, it was like, it was super slow heat. Yeah, no, they took the waves.
Yeah, Jake just breaking things down with Kanoa there, who busted his fin actually coming in on his last ride where he got washed across that rock shelf. But I think what Jake was saying is in these dual heat format, the overlapping heats, try and bank something in the opening stages of the heat, because he only had 2 opportunities. Luckily, Kanoa is strong enough to convert on both those and didn't lose his cool. Surfed extremely well in the dying stages there, but yeah, he made it hard for himself.
Yeah, definitely, and he's going to have to shift his attention to different equipment now too. He's going to have to go to his backup board, because that one I think is toast for the minute.
I think he said, that's all right, I've got 15 more.
These guys, they get so many boards, upwards of anywhere between 50 and maybe 80, 90 boards a year off their shapers.
You need that quiver for this Australian leg. There's a high chance you're going to break a few over here in WA, or at least damage a couple. As we take a trip here on the Western Australia Flight Cam, it's been bringing us beautiful images on a sensational opening day competition. A lot of sets pumping through. This has been kind of one of the real big lulls so far. Well, we've got a little bit of time. We're going to check in with Kuiper.
Hey, you may know me from my love of surfing, my love of fashion, but I guess you know what you didn't know? I'm also a foodie, and this is the place for a foodie to be. Right on the side of the Red Bull Athlete Zone, Mickey's Open Kitchen is making deluxe cuisine here. Lobster hand rolls, Mickey. We got the creamy.
Hapuka is a poke, like poke style, is a hapuka from Augusta as well. So
all locally sourced. This is 5-star dining over here. Come on over here. Let me show you what we got. This is Mickey's menu. And these are all of the items, again, all locally sourced here in Margaret River. Come on over. Sweet, savory, farm to table. Again, this is a beautiful assortment, all grown locally in Margaret River. Margaret River, just a beautiful place with beautiful surf, but the food, out of this world. Delicious. Oishi, ono, whatever you want to say. Yum.
Rip Ed Kipes. Yeah, we were down there before.
I actually
Unbelievable.
can't move. I'm so full.
Good.
We gorged in the break.
Well, this is the place to be now. Full tummy. Heaps of surfing coming your way this afternoon as we look to knock over a whole lot of action. And at this point in time, with just over 7.5 minutes to go, Geordie Smith desperate to chip away at this requirement or turn in an 8.5 to get himself out of trouble. Barron Mamiya and Joel Vaughan, they've still got a lot of time. Barron Mamiya, 5.33 on his opening ride, has the edge over Joel at the moment. Let's hear from the winner of the last heat, Kanoa Igarashi, looking very strong, Vaughno.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, Geordie's looking for an 8.5. One guy who's already got that score, the highest score of the event so far, is Kanoa Igarashi. Congratulations, mate. You're saying it's super rippable out there.
Man, it's so rippable. It's kind of weird to call it a 6-8 foot wave rippable, but it was really like, it had a really nice coping on it today, and I mean the wind's still hanging in there, but I feel like Margaret's at this size is like almost like a big XL version of lowers, and in that sort of sense you just need a bigger board to suit the walls, but it's such a rippable wave to surf. And man, I had a really fun time out there. In my first 20 minutes I felt super lost, and I kind of wasn't really clicking in. I felt a little bit kind of, I don't know, sort of like I couldn't find my place in the lineup. And then, you know, when kind of, it's also hard when you don't have priority. And as soon as the priority switched over to our heat, I kind of was like, okay, cool. Like now I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm looking for. So, yeah, I was really happy to be able to kind of adjust during the heat.
Man, that's some cool insights there. Big lowers. I've never heard that before, but yeah, it kind of makes sense. And I love that also, you know, the trigger for you was when the priority heat kicked in, and my goodness, mate, you really made a statement once you got those better opportunities and you had your full choice of the lineup.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, you know, it's funny, like you see everyone competing and everyone in jerseys, and you expect everyone to be out firing on all cylinders every time they paddle out in the heat, but sometimes you're just not feeling it, and I don't know. I just wasn't really feeling it in the first half of the heat, and I kind of couldn't get myself to click in, and I was just sort of, I don't know. I don't even know how to explain it. I was sort of like blank in my head, and I just didn't really know what I was looking for, and I just hate when I don't have priority, and I'm just like watching people just paddle circles and circles around me, and I'm just trying to look for the scraps, even though that's what I do all year, free surfing. But yeah, I don't know. I wasn't really locking in, and then it's just, I don't know. Sometimes when, you know, the other opponent gets some scores on you, you kind of sort of, you know, shake it off and go like, wow, I'm about to lose this heat. Like that's, you know, I didn't come all the way here to lose first round. So yeah, I mean, you know, one wave at a time. My first wave helped me sort of get some confidence and some rhythm, and you know, as soon as I paddled back out, I saw this sort of wave, and I kind of got the chip into it, and as soon as it doubled up, I knew it was going to be a good wave. So I just wanted to, you know, kind of finish the wave, and I knew it was going to be a good score based off the wave itself. So yeah, it was good heat. I'm happy.
Yeah, your performance was outstanding. You really ripped through those turns, but unfortunately a bit of board damage at the end there. Can you sort of walk us through what happened?
Yeah, I just face planted into dry reef. I like finished the last turn, and normally there's like water on it, and you can kind of just sort of glide over it, but it was just like the sidewalk. It was like a wall in my face, and I was trying to decide whether I was going to go to the left or right of it. And as I was sort of like deciding, my fin hit the biggest rock or something, whatever it was, and it made me stop, and I kind of like face planted into the sidewalk curb. and I was kind of pinned against the curb, and I was rolling around, and I was just like blocking my head and kind of ripped up my wetsuit a little bit. But yeah, the last 30 seconds of the heat was the most intense for me.
Margaret always keeps it interesting, man. Congratulations, epic performance, and yeah, hopefully, I don't know, get that one fixed or straight onto the next board.
No, luckily the guys at JS got me a lot of good boards, so I definitely have another 6.3 in my garage somewhere.
Thank you. Thank you, Vaughn. Kanoa Igarashi. He's going to retire that board, step onto a backup piece of equipment. But he did look sharp in that heat. And as he mentioned, no one comes out unscathed here. But I like the comparisons, just to like this just being a big, more powerful version of Trestles when it gets this wind on it. He certainly surfed it that way. As with 3.5 minutes to go, we have a look at the GWM recap of Geordie Smith and Liam O'Brien's heat here. And Liam O'Brien getting the start and getting the lead early, and he hasn't let go.
Yeah, he started off really strong, Liam, just taking that momentum from his heat earlier today. These beautiful turns where he just squirts and accelerates through them. Picks some absolute gems. Have a look at this thing, just connects with the lip. And this second turn, the wave stands up, and Liam just in attack mode. That was that big two-turn combination for the 7.33. So in total control of this heat. Geordie with the 5.5, needing the 8.5. An excellent score. You'd need to match the high ride of today. And he's running out of time. He does have priority, but 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Not a lot of time. And he's not on this ride, obviously. That's Joel Vaughan out on the open face. Clean swoop there from Joel. This wave's starting to flatten out a little. But he likes the feel of that first turn, so he sticks with it. And why not? Big finish could help convert this into a decent number. Love the way he flares on that tail as he climbs up into the pocket once again and gets a nice finishing move there. That's a bit more like it.
Nice.
And he didn't need a whole lot to get himself up into first place, just 2.34. So Joel Vaughan on his way to the lead in a moment. The 2 minutes to go for Geordie Smith here, Rich. And I guess the good thing for Geordie is the 7.33 for Liam O'Brien. Why he hit the section a couple of times. They weren't big, crisp, high impact moves necessarily. They were committed turns, but didn't really kind of stand out as memorable moves. So if Geordie can get a couple of these big rail turns going and get a high impact finish, he might just be able to do this with the single excellent score. And here he goes, having a crack at it. Smith, he's got some bump to deal with on the face. Wants to go big and does on the first section. Now goes to the rail, just gets swamped though and bogs down. Just that board hasn't looked fantastic under his feet in this clash.
Yeah, so Geordie just ripped that first turn and just sunk the rail a little too deep on the second. Looked like he just lost a lot of speed coming out of that first turn, which is not normal. It's not what we're used to seeing from Geordie Smith. Just checking his watch there. He knows with a minute to go, this is going to be a very difficult assignment, especially with Liam O'Brien shimming priority.
Liam just focused on getting in a position where if a set wave comes, he can actually snatch it here in the dying stages. Just 40 seconds to go.
This is actually huge for Liam in his campaign to get out of those that early round.
Yeah, massive. Meanwhile, Joel Vaughan turned in a 5.17. He's taken the lead in heat number 4. Baron Mamiya doesn't need a whole lot to get back in front, just a 2.84 on the outside. There's 20 seconds to go. Geordie maybe with an opportunity here. Is this one going to break on his head though? Yeah. Looks like it will, so it catches him out of position. And I don't see this next set reaching Geordie in time as they start to count it down now. And surprising to see Geordie only manage a heat score total of 9.47 out here at main break. He surfs this place so well. He is a former winner. But Liam O'Brien carrying some momentum after an earlier heat. Banks a heat score total of 14 and progresses through to the third round.
Yeah, Geordie's not going to be happy with that at all. Just going out early. Last year's champion. So we're down to 3 former winners now in the event. And that's a big one for Liam O'Brien. Great surfing from the Australian.
All right, well, we're going to take a break here. Another big heat hitting the lineup next. Marco Mignot up against Crosby Colapinto.
The Western Australia Margaret River Pro is brought to you by Bonsoy, official milk of the World Surf League. By BioGlen, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Bond University, ambition loves company.
Welcome back to the show. Round 2 action continues here on the opening day competition, and Heat 5 hitting the lineup now. Marco Mignot in his sophomore year on the CT, representing France. Spent a lot of time over there in Mexico as well. Sayulita. He's up against Crosby Colapinto, who we're kind of backing to turn in a big performance on the championship tour last year. He missed the first 2 events of 2025, but he had a shocker by his own admission down there at Bells, as we see a replay of Barron Mamiya during the break. Just a couple of mid-range scores for Barron and Joel Vaughan at the moment. And Marco getting in the mix to kick off Heat 5 here, Rich.
Yeah, Marco Mignot, just a mid-face carve to start things off. The wave starts to build up in front of him. Another nice slice and a little stab on the inside. Fast snap, and then he kicks out. And then outside, Crosby on his opening ride. Low bottom turn. Lots of speed. Bit of a 2-stage wrap to start off. Another roundy through the mid-zone. And again, as he comes through to the inside, Cros starts to flare a bit on that final turn and gets the foam rebound with a bit of aggression.
That was impressive. Yeah, just got that that height, that leverage in his surfing, deep rail turns that he can count on, and always when the swell comes up, a willingness to throw himself into some pretty hectic sections. So, you know, just that you see this venue quickly becoming a favourite of Crosby's as a championship tour competitor. He's going to easily win the open exchange here. Marco's no easy beat though, Rich. He has been such an impressive performer and someone who really steps up to the challenge when he faces a more fancied rival.
Yeah, absolutely. He's not one of these rookies that tends to shy away. You know, he had a beautiful opening season last year and did some great surfing, but you can see how he's developed. The turns a little stronger, the body also stronger. And but Crosby, mate, I've actually got him pegged as one of my fantasy surfer picks. I reckon Cros and Margaret River, there's something special there. These two have connected over the last couple of seasons, and I just feel we're so close to seeing Crosby break through for a maiden victory on the tour this year.
He's looking to exact some revenge here too, because down there at Bells Beach in this same round, Marco and Crosby came together and Marco got the jump on Crosby and he was frustrated punching his board at the end of the heat. You never like to see it. Equipment violence. 6.5 for Colapinto on his opening ride.
It's a good start. As a competitor, you always want to get that opening wave, the good start. When you hear that number, anything sort of 6 and above is kind of acceptable.
This wind's kicking up.
Yeah, it is.
Rich, what's it going to do to the lineup, and what are the challenges that the surfers are going to be facing as we move through into the afternoon?
It's just going to push the sections down. The lip on these waves are going to be coming down a little bit faster.
Here we go, Marco, 3.8 around his first wave. Now after just a 2.68, but he'll want to match the number that Crosby put up on his opening ride. Driving through to the inside. And there is a strong finish.
This guy's super consistent. He doesn't often fall. He plays the percentages. And you can see on that final turn, just did enough. Really hammered it, but didn't overcook it.
I think he had a great off-season too. He looked like he'd stepped up the speed of his surfing and the power in his surfing down there at Bells. And you're right, he is super consistent and reliable for getting the big finishes. Probably got a little bit to do with how strong his air game is, that you can ride out of tricky end sections with great control. If you fall in a heat against Marco, he'll punish you for it. That's what happened to Crosby down at Bells.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing that this wind is doing, Ronnie, is just creating these little bumps and ridges on the wave face, which always makes it more difficult to hold that rail line. This is live action of Joel.
Yeah, Joel Vaughan looking to get rid of a 3. He's after basically a 5-point ride here to get himself back in front. Yeah, sets the fins free. Got his dad over here. And that's probably him whistling and clapping there, because that was a tidy finish. But I think, you know, that there's something in where the scores are for the 4 competitors that are out there in the lineup at the moment that kind of speaks to what we were saying about Crosby with the 6.5 in a heat that he didn't even have priority, whereas Barron Mia and Joel Vaughan, they've been out there for some time and they're kind of still hanging on to mid-range scores. This, though, might go a little bit higher for Joel.
Yeah, you can see Joel's just stepped it up in terms of speed on this one.
Wow.
Really connecting between these turns all the way through to the inside, gets the tail flare to finish off. So really starting to feel good. You can tell he's starting to connect. The board looks amazing under his feet too.
Yeah, something in just the approach there, setting the fins free, a confidence with that tricky inside section. And it wasn't like he just released the fins. He powered through the turn to set the blades free. So waiting on the numbers to roll through for that last wave, but likely that Joel Vaughan's going to snatch the lead back from Barron Mia here.
Yeah, that was a well put together ride for Joel. Had the variety, mixing up the turns, keeping the judges entertained, putting on a show. I think we're going to see some good numbers falling.
Well, one thing that the competitors love about surfing here at Margaret's is just having this huge crowd get behind them, and in amongst that crowd is Vaughan.
What do you reckon would be the best ever school holidays job? Because when I was a Grom, it was scraping leaves out of my neighbour's roof, out of the gutters, and it was awful. But guess what the best job in the world is? Being a dream caddy. Western Australia, walking on a dream. These guys are on school holidays. We got Jack, Kalani and Leilani, and you guys are the dream caddy. So you're spending your holidays helping carry boards for the best surfers in the world. Who have you done so far? Who have you been caddy for?
Callum Robson and Carissa Moore.
Wow. What about you, Jack?
I've done heaps of different people. It's hard to say one.
Too many. What about you, Kalani?
I did Carissa Moore and Liam O'Brien.
Sorry, that Leilani, isn't it? Carissa Moore and Liam O'Brien. Are you kidding me? And Jack, what about you?
I've done Oscar Berry and forgot the other one.
That's so cool. Doesn't matter, mate. You'll get plenty more. You'll all get to remember their names. But guys, what a fantastic job. I just got to ask you one more question before we throw back. Who's going to win this comp?
I've got 3 different people. I reckon Jacob, Jack or Crosby. Yeah, Jack. I reckon Philippe. It's probably same as Jack.
And then what about on the girls? How about Molly?
I reckon Gabriella Bryan. Luana Silva. I reckon Gabriella Bryan too.
Well, there you have it. The Dream Caddies have spoken. It's going to be Jack and Gabriella Bryan. Thanks so much, guys. Do you guys mind carrying my board later or no?
Yeah.
Oh, wicked.
On your Vorno. Yeah, well, the caddies, they know their stuff, Rich. They're getting the boards under their arms, and Gabriella Bryan's name came up a few times there. She's going to be hard to beat. She's really dominated this event the last couple of years, made it her own, and yeah, looking forward to seeing what she could bring here in 2026. If she can go 2 wins in a row, that would be huge towards a title campaign. But out there in the lineup at the moment, 9 minutes to go. Some bigger numbers now starting to drop for Barron Mia and Joel Vaughan. Joel with a 7.5. And yeah, it just looked like he gave that last ride a little bit more, but also, you know, waited for his opportunity with priority to tap into a more quality wave. He made it count. 6.33 for Barron Mia, who's after a 6.35 here with 8.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, you talked about, you know, Crosby getting that 6.5 under priority. Joel just being patient, and waiting for a better number. He converted the 7.5. So pressure now shifts to Barron Mamiya, who now needs that 6.35, which is well within his wheelhouse.
Well, Joel Vaughan had plenty of company, and a similar story to a number of competitors down there at Bells. He came up against Miguel Pupo in the first stop and lost out in this round. So no easy draw. Miguel was on an absolute heater from the very first heat, putting up solid numbers. So Joel just kept his cool. He hung about to get some reps in the lineup down at Bells, which was good, just to get some increased experience. So he's really invested in you know, realising his potential as a championship tour competitor, which is great to see.
Yeah, it's you can tell he's not content to just make the tour. He wants to figure out a way to start climbing up those ratings. Always refreshing when you see the surfers stick around. They don't just leave town. Obviously you need to prepare for the next event, but if you haven't figured out a certain location, best to hang around. I think back to you know, Mick Fanning and the greats that really put time in where they're not comfortable. Remember Mick going to Chopu in Tahiti and really figuring out that wave. Others spending a lot of time at Pipeline, getting comfortable with it. So you know, that time spent there is never wasted.
7 minutes remaining here. So Joel Vaughan right where he needs to be. He's got the lead. He's got priority. He's trying to drop a 5.17 to add to the requirement for the Hawaiian Barron Mamiya. And on the outside, Barron just under priority, willing to take a chance. Both Joel and Barron have airs that they could go to in this wind, and Barron's been talking about that, bringing more of that approach.
Yeah, he mentioned it down at Bells in one of his post-ed interviews. He just said, look, I haven't been leaning into my air game that much, and I should really bring it back. He was dropping crazy edits, you know, a few years ago, and laying down some of the highest airs we ever saw. So be great for him to tap back into that, especially now that this wind's come up. It's going to make things easier if they can get a section. But mate, in terms of finding a section, an end section that's you know, playful enough to really attack and go for the air at Margaret River is not an easy thing to do.
So that boil just bubbling away out there at the moment. The competitors, you know, I think have moved quite a ways inside now, Rich, as we're expecting this swell to kind of, the energy to dissipate just a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And still some beautiful sets approaching here. Looks like this second one of the set might have some opportunity.
On the inside, so Marco having a good look at that one. Pretty even matchup we've got on our hands here between Marco and Crosby, both with a mid-range 6-pointer on the scorecard already.
A bad looking wave. That first one looks like Barron just trying to get to that outside shoulder, and unfortunately just caught on the inside a little bit. So yeah, everyone just out of position for that last set.
Yeah, I
normally triangulate that takeoff zone with a couple of landmarks to keep your position there.
For sure. Yeah, I think that Joel's holding it down on the apex of the peak there, and Barron was sort of weighing up what was happening down the line. But you know, those big opportunities with a strong opening turn come from deep positioning at the takeoff zone, and if you're too far on the shoulder, you sort of miss that first section. The wave does tend to flatten out pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. No one does it better than the John Florence, really showing you know, the best line here, coming from deep right around the section, and then getting up high in the pocket and just carving his way down. Let's have a look at the fat boy right of the heat, and it goes to Joel Vaughan. Just a beautiful hack off the top. Comes back down. This is a wave that showed a lot of variety. Nice tight wrap up high. Little check turn, and then really accelerates through that third one. You can see here the speed on this one. Just had that tail flare on the inside. That had a beautiful tempo to all those manoeuvres. Joel actually rode this one past that inside reef. And that was the 7.5, and that is the high marker of this heat so far.
You know, big day anticipated this morning. A lot of heats that we're planning on getting through, and for a majority of these competitors, you know, they've been down here since first light watching the conditions, but that big change with the wind kicking up in these last couple of heats has almost forced them to take a different kind of line through those opening sections, and I think that's what maybe Joel Vaughan and Baron Mamiya kind of have sort of been suffering from. You know, they haven't been able to sink those big opening rail turns as deep as they would have liked, and it's forced them to more of an assault on the lip through the inside.
Yeah, equipment too, Ron. Like if they've paddled out here on slightly bigger equipment, the bumpier the face gets, the more texture on it, it's harder to control that longer rail line, and you can actually come back down in size, come back down to your regular shortboard, or perhaps an inch or two longer. But Joel definitely looks like he's on a slightly longer board, looks good under his feet, he's controlling it well.
Well, let's check in with the winner of the last heat. Getting a win over one of the favourites in the contest was Liam O'Brien.
Lobby, a huge result, but best of all, huge surfing, mate.
Yeah, frothing. Obviously, it was a freaking hard-as draw. Geordie won it last year. He's an absolute weapon out there. So, I don't know, I was just doing the same. I kind of didn't have much time to think about it, to be honest. Just kind of came in and ran back out. So I was just doing the same thing I did in the heat before, and yeah, stoked it worked out.
Unreal, mate. Yeah, like as I was saying before, you know, just the turns, they just looked on another level out there with that extra juice.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, I don't know, the board I was riding felt good. It's just a DH sweet spot, so kind of couldn't fault it. And yeah, if you get the right waves out there, that's so fun, so bowly. So it was just nice to get a few of those and hack into a couple.
Mate, 2 heats, 2 good results. See you in the next round.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Thank you, Vaughan. Yeah, it was a really quick turnaround. Quickest of the event. Got through that first round and quickly had 20 minutes to basically get himself ready to take on a former winner, and rallied well. And maybe, you know, just that little run in these conditions served him well when he took on Geordie.
Yeah, I think it worked in his favour for sure. It's almost like having a warm-up heat. And he just kept that momentum, that winning feeling, just really in tune with the sets. And we can see here Joel Vaughan just with priority. The final 30 seconds, just starving Barron of opportunity. Looks like the ocean has just gone a little quiet as well. So this is a frustrating one for Baron Mamiya. He would have had big expectations on this event.
Yeah, no doubt. But you expect to see it. You know, when some competitors are dealing with the disappointment of falling out of the mix early at the very first stop, you know they're going to rebound in a big way, and Joel Vaughan's done it well here. Baron Mamiya showing his frustration, slapping the water, but Joel Vaughan, he's going to get the W. He's moving on to the third round. Impressive, built nicely through the heat with each ride, and he finishes with a solid heat score total. As we get set to introduce yet another unbelievable heat, Griffin Colapinto and the winner of the trials, Jack Thomas, will hit the lineup. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break, and when we come back, we'll have Joe, Flick, and a very special guest joining the booth.
Thanks for enjoying opening day with us here at the Western Australia Margaret River Pro. Stop 2 of the season for the championship tour, and also the second stop for the GWM Aussie Treble. The overlapping format works so well when you come into one-on-one heats. No such thing as non-elimination. No such thing as reseeding. You can follow the draw, and hopefully you've been doing your brackets well. It's stop number 2 of the season. Joe Turpel, Flick Palmatier, and Brody Sale joining us fresh out of the water. Brody, it's a beautiful day in WA, and with this kind of format, we're really maxing out on probably the best day of the forecast of our waiting period.
Yeah, it's been beautiful. I got here like 2 days ago, and it's just been beautiful weather, and waves have kind of been a little funky, but today has been pumping all day, so it's been fun to watch.
Yeah, thanks for joining us for the call. These things have been moving by quickly. Crosby and Griffin are going to be in the ocean together, but in different heats. So Griffin just paddled out, and he's taken on the wild card, Jack Thomas. Came out of the trials, then got a big heat win over Mateus Hurdy, and now he's got his hands full with Griff. Flick, what are you seeing here?
It's such a tough draw, right? I mean, Jack's, off the back of an incredible win. He dropped an excellent wave, probably one of the best waves we've seen out here in, this CT format for Jack. But, yeah, this is a tough draw. I mean, Griff is looking incredible. You think, how he was surfing at Bells, and then, what he's done out here over the past. I think this is going to be no easy feat.
Here we go, rolling in and rolling right out. Marco Mignot has a 6.23. Crosby has a 6.5, so pretty much matched there. As we take a look at some replays, it'll be the opening ride for Griffin Colapinto. Got this wave during the break. Brody, I know you're good friends with these guys, spent a lot of time with Griff. He's pretty explosive on every venue, especially making the final here last year. How do you feel like he's feeling this year, coming off a runner-up in the world finish?
Yeah, I think he's got all the confidence in the world, right? He's surfing insanely good. He's got all this experience. What is this? His like 7th year on tour.
It's happened fast, hasn't it?
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. So young to have 7 years under your belt, but yeah, he looked great at Bells, and he's looked really good in all the free surfs out here. So yeah, it's really cool to see him. He's just that title contender now. He's not just like kid anymore. He's like a legit title contender every single year. So
you guys have spent a lot of time together, specifically a lot of winters together on the North Shore of Oahu for a long time, sharing the same major sponsor.
Yeah.
And it just seemed like he had this instant X factor. All of a sudden he came from T Street and lowers, and he had big barrels, and he really had the whole package. But you had a front row seat to that growth. What did you see happen?
Yeah, I think just, we were at the Billabong House all those years, and he would just go out when it was terrible, obviously when it was good too, and then put in a lot of like all dayers out of pipe and off the wall and Rockies and all that. But I think what stood out to me was like he really just put in extra time when it was really bad too, and just figured it out. And most of the time, and especially in Hawaii, like it's not always perfect, so I'm sure he took that to everywhere else in the world, at every other location on these CT stops, and he definitely puts in the work. So yeah.
Awesome. Looking at this set, just pulsing out the back. Everyone's got a punch under this one. We got the message it'd be peaking this morning, but still a ton of energy out there.
Oh, I just said it earlier today. It doesn't matter how far out you sit. And you're also trying to position for those small to medium ones. You're always going to get a copper set on the head here. It's really, you're playing cat and mouse a lot of the time. So, yeah, that one just cleaning up everyone. But you're kind of not looking for those big waves, so naturally you are going to get caught by them. But, yeah, the small to medium ones are definitely the pick.
Being okay with dealing with a lot of whitewater, obviously being very fit, ocean fit. These guys are the best in the world, not just at performing on the wave, but positioning and dealing with the power of the ocean. Brody, for you, being one of the top surfers out of Hawaii, it always felt like Hawaii surfers always had an advantage coming to West Oz. Do you feel that comfort factor as well when you're in the ocean here?
Yeah, for sure. I think this wave is definitely, I think the ocean as a whole, like the energy is similar to Hawaii, but this wave is really tricky. It's like, I guess the only similar kind of wave is kind of like Sunset in a way. It's without that gnarly closeout section, but like just the open, bumpy, like you need a bigger board. So yeah, in that way, I guess it's definitely similar to Hawaii.
Yeah, and you've had some success at Sunset as well, which is cool to see the Hawaiians transfer that here. And also just getting the chance to deal with a different type of discipline. We always talk about the story of it's an old school wave that was, I think, at a certain point almost got forgotten about as far as the premier venues on tour. And then John showed up and sort of went, well, surfing like this, going 100 miles an hour to the biggest carves you'll see all season. And now everyone's trying to find their inner John to see if it's possible for them to lay it down.
Yeah, you've nailed it, right? I think for years, yeah, you were right. It just kind of just drifted off the radar. And John made it really cool to be able to surf this wave with so much power and finesse and control, right? And it started with those, like, you know, the double arm laybacks that he was doing, and it was like radical, right? And everyone was like, well, there's the bar. And then if you want to be that good and you want to be John, and that's in his prime, you know, obviously he won a world title recently, but then he set that bar and everyone wanted to be like John.
Griffin Colapinto, non-priority heat with Jack Thomas. Stepping off at the end, but accomplished a couple moments there down the stretch. Had a 3.67 start. And now putting in a second scoring ride. Looked amazing over at Bells Beach, especially when he was pushed by Dane Henry in a heat where Griffin had to dig deep to avoid a first-round loss. Brody, take us through this wave.
Yeah, just this non-priority section of the heat is, I think it's important just to stay busy and kind of get your flow, and if you can come out of that first 20 minutes with a lead, I think it obviously puts you in a good position going into the back half with priority and being able to manage. And yeah, this format is really tricky. I mean, these guys are obviously used to it, you know, the veterans like Griff and Kraz, but for someone like Jack, like I was lucky to get a CT wildcard at Sunset one year, and I surfed in this overlapping format, and I was like, this is a whole different like strategy, a whole different type of way of surfing a heat. It's really tricky, and it definitely, I would say, favors the guys that have done it a lot. But yeah, Griff obviously is just staying busy under it, and yeah, it's definitely a whole different way of surfing a heat. So I'll be interested to see how Jack goes. He went good this morning, though, right?
Yeah, he went
really
great.
Good, yeah.
It's just backhand attack in the pocket, right? And that Timmy Patterson really exploded. And we've seen Jack now a few times as a wild card. That was definitely the best out of his performances at the CT level. Younger Colapinto up now. Crosby threw a wrapping cutback in the heat with Mignot. Throwing down an aggressive little wrap. Nice start there. He's got that onshore wind helping that coping to blow the tail out into reverse, and then seals it with a wrap. Nice. Still wants more, as he'll be setting up a nice ride to the jet ski and to get back out there. And now hopping out is Marco Mignot. He was trying to answer immediately. Griffin looks like he wants to keep things going for us. His last of 5.17. So smooth in that approach off the bottom. Solid power carve, waiting for a nice section to blow the tail out with control. And the man from San Clemente will throw the wrap in. Little inside wedge to tag. And he's able to keep his board intact and get a finishing move. Flick, really cool to see Crosby, Griffin back to back. I mean, they are brothers, but they've got different kind of styles and things that stand out between them. We'll keep this one going with Marco Mignot. Snap, rock and roll float to liven up the finish, and he likes it. The French-Mexican is in the matchup with Crosby. His dad's here, his coach.
Yeah, Marco's, I feel like, leveled up, yeah, in the offseason. I feel like he's surfing really, really good at Bells. He looked really sharp. Boards look good. Yeah, this is a rematch, yeah, from their first heat at Bells.
Yeah, Crosby was devastated. And it's good to have a big brother around to kind of give you words of wisdom on how to move on. This is what Crosby just threw down, Flick.
It's so cool, right? I mean, just to go, for these guys, Crosby and Griff, to go back to back, they're obviously in different heats. But you brought up the point, I mean, that was so cool. There's the landing too, obviously going to the air. We've got that onshore flow, bringing that variety. But you brought up the point, Joe, of, you know, is the similarities between style. We'll get back to that point because let's break down what Marco got done. Just this beautiful layback in the pocket, and then seriously hard floater. That floater is so underrated, man. And it usually, you know, doesn't get, it sort of feels like it's such a hard maneuver and maybe doesn't get the points it deserves sometimes. But then, yeah, back to the style sort of conversation between, you know, Griff with this wave and then Crosby. There is similarities in their style, but there's also differences. And I think it was the guys who did the Largo podcast. They put up a good post recently, and it was like breaking down styles and saying, is it inherited or not? And they had contrasts of like the Hopgood brothers, they had the Irons brothers, they had you know, the Colapintos, and it was actually cool. They're like side by side, and you can see it, and there is legit, like, it's so weird. It's like siblings doing the same sort of move, and like in certain places, similar hand placements, and it's like, hang on, maybe it is passed down.
And we found out at the WSL Awards night that Camille Colapinto's the one that really worked on their technique. Griffin gave his mom a shout out. She noticed something about his front hand, and she's like, hey, let's work on that. They had a fun moment giving her a shout out for all the support that they've both been getting their entire life, and still onto the championship tours. Both their parents came to Bells Beach to watch them perform. The style conversation is a great one, especially when you look good on waves that are way overhead. Drawing into this first section, an awesome down carve for Crosby. Throws it back into the power source. This thing's loading up, and he just drills the oncoming section. Did he just like clean up his mo there?
I don't know what he did. It was like, looked like just original Crosby right there. That was awesome.
I mean, a guy that doesn't stop laughing when he's on land, and it looks like he's got the same sense of humor when he puts together a beautiful three-turn combo.
That was awesome.
Rides the whitewater right to the Red Bull ski. I mean, one thing that's the difference between Griff and Kraz is that, well, Kraz has the size. He's a bit taller. He's got that bigger frame. He was getting little light Geordie comparisons when he first came on tour for his ability to be loose and flexible above the lip, but also really powerful on the open face. Brody Sale, walk us through this thing.
Yeah, this is like a bigger set. You know, it looked like first wave of the set bumpy, and there's a lot of bump right there, but he did good to hold the rail, navigate, and then this last turn was just money. This section is, I don't know if people at home really understand how gnarly that section is. Like, that thing comes together, and you're not in the right spot or in front of it, like, you can get seriously worked. And then there's like a table of reef right in front of you, so full commitment, and he just timed that perfectly. Little Crosby claim.
Hey, that works. That works.
I don't know what that was, but
any idea, Flick?
It honestly looked like he was cleaning up the mo to me.
Yeah, they kind of like, you know, spinning.
Like the handlebar mo, you know, like, woo.
That's funny because Griff's the one with the mo usually. I haven't seen Crosby.
I didn't even know Crosby was shaving yet. 6.67 for Crosby Colapinto, 7.5 to back it up. Two brothers that push each other a lot, but they're not against each other at the moment. If they both win this heat, they'll be in the next round together.
Oh, no way.
Which is something to think about. I see the score drop, 7-5 on the decision. But yeah, Brody, we were talking about having a good older brother that can give you sound advice. And Griffin definitely did that for Crosby at Bells Beach after that tough loss to Marco Mignot.
Yeah, I was telling you before, I watched the, I don't watch all the Colabros videos, but I think WSO and Colabros collaborated on their last one, and I watched the whole thing, and it was really cool, like, really cool for like the younger kids to check out too, because they really, like, Crosby came in all bummed, you know, first event, lost, had kind of a shocker, fell a lot, and came in and they broke it down, like, you know, live reaction.
That was great insight. And loading up, there's a nice floaty air reverse attempt from Griff. He'll be incomplete on that attempt. As he picks himself back up, let's hear from the winner of the last heat. Joel Vaughn is with Vaughn Deadly.
Thanks very much, Joey. Joel Vaughn, mate. First heat win of the year must feel so good.
Yeah, pretty frothing on that. Barron's been surfing really good, so feels nice to get a heat win, especially with someone who's surfing so well.
Unreal, mate. Look, your board looked incredible, but what I really loved about your strategy in that heat was when you got your second chance and needed a big score, you really turned the dial up on the aggression.
Yeah, it felt like I kind of needed to. I hadn't really put together a good wave in that heat, so I felt like I just needed to push a little bit harder and so to get a 7.5.
And a slightly bigger board, you were saying?
Yeah, I'm on a 6.2. Shortboard's the 5.11, so got a couple inches and feels like it just kind of bites through the bump pretty nice, and with the wind coming on shore, just nicer to have a little bit more length.
And when do we know that you're in a good mood, mate? It's usually when that tail starts flaring.
Yeah, the wind started puffing up and I was debating whether to go to a smaller board and try to go for a bit more aggression and go for some airs, but there's still some pretty solid waves out there, so wanted to kind of get a mix of both, but didn't really get a chance to go above the lip, so maybe next time.
Engine's running, mate. Go, Vaughnie.
Thanks, Vaughnie.
On your Vaughnie.
Yeah, cheers, Vaughnie.
How good is that? Well, Vaughn Blakey, well, Vaughn's his middle name. His first name's Adam. Ronnie Blakey, his middle name's Joel. So Joel Vaughn has already been on tour for a while now.
Adam, I didn't know that.
Yeah, Adam. He actually used to go by that when he was, longtime journalist, editor of Surfing World. His first pieces were all under Adam Blakey, but that's still the same guy, Vaughn. As we look at the replay, last of Crosby, Flick.
Oh, he's just reached that flow state completely. I think you're just feeling it. He's heard the 6-6-7 drop, the 7-5, and he's looking really connected. The wave previous, it was big. His board just powered through. And then behind him, Jack in the other heat, just trying to make something stick here on the backhand. I think, my brain goes to the conditions have obviously changed since his first heat. The first heat, it was, offshore. It's been, probably a couple of hours since he was out there last and scored that excellent wave. So conditions have changed. And potentially just feeling it out. Obviously, he's put time in here over the years, and he's from here, obviously local, yelling up, local wildcard. But, I think just it is a definite difference from earlier this morning.
Man, the trials are always intense. Every CT venue that has one, it's always the best of that region. And, we got to see Jacob Wilcox get the call up as a WSL wildcard for the event, but Jack Thomas has featured a few times, which has been really fun to see how he's taken on the best in the world. Certainly his best year so far as numbers in the previous heat. And to get into the second round, Jack still got a lot of time, but the heat that is almost down to the final minute is the heat with Crosby and Marco. We like early rivalries, that you have on tour. This was, a fun one when you think of Rookie of the Year last year with Marco. Year before it was Crosby. Marco got Cros at Bells, and looks like it's going the other way here at Margaret River. And Crosby reaching for the air on certain sections with that onshore wind, Brody. Great heat.
Yeah, I think it was a 6-6-7 Crosby had. It was the first one where he had an air, and I think that was kind of where he started gaining momentum and putting up 7-5s and 6-8s. And I think he fell at Bells on that kind of similar maneuver, and that's kind of why he ended up losing. So I think once he stuck that first one, he just rode that confidence, and he's looking pretty good to make it out of this one.
Yeah, part of that piece that they dropped on Colabros was just Griffin talking about moving on and what you learn from those moments to make yourself stronger. And the reason it stings is because you care and you need to apply yourself and know how you won't make that same mistake again. So already having an opportunity to fix things up in the second event of the season. Crosby will get the jump on Marco Mignot and move into round 3. Marco will start preparing for the Gold Coast and probably start preparing for a rematch he might get with Crosby later on this season. Colapinto, Griff, he's got some room to move here. Coming off the arc, that thing is bottoming out, and he was so perfect with that lip line finish as he was running out of room. Griff and Jack Thomas will be the priority heat, as Crosby will be happy with this rematch win over Marco. The possibility of an all Colapinto matchup is still alive, and Marco will hang out, make some plans for the Gold Coast for the final stop with a GWM Aussie treble. Griffin and Jack will take priority, and Jack Robinson and rookie Cowley Vost will hit the lineup for their matchup in round 2. We'll be right back.
This has to be one of the most beautiful, picturesque places on the planet.
Everywhere you look, it's like a photo type moment.
You have the sunrise and the painted cliffs and the long sandy beaches.
Biodiversity here is incredible. There's amazing caves that are 20 minutes away that you can go and explore.
If you like some wine, if you like food, if you like surfing, this is the place to be.
We're walking on a dream here in Western Australia. Happy to be here for the second stop of the season, and one of the greats back on tour after a year off due to injury. Gabriel Medina was lights out over at Winky Pop at Bells to kick off his return to the tour.
and already has a potential Heat of the Year award with the heat he had with Yago Dora at Winky Pop. It came down to Yago doing a Indy full road to finish in a 9.5 to get the jump on Gabriel Medina, so he's equal third on the rankings. And another rematch scenario. Al Cleland Jr., a U.S. Open champ representing Mexico, famous for a wild finishing move attempt last year. He's a hard charging guy, and can't wait to see what he's going to do for us on his first wave flick.
Oh, I'm so interested to see where Al's head is at. I think, yeah, it's go big or go home with him. And we saw some incredible moments. I mean, you know, last year when he, you know, I think he cemented his moment, you know, on the tour for the back half of the season. And I don't even know if he knew how important that heat was or not. And then, like, next minute, he was still in his wetsuit up in the VIP, you know, having a drink and kind of celebrating. He's just, yeah, the real classic throwback to the ages. And, yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing where he's at.
Here we go in the priority heat. It's Griff going for a big rotation. Almost had it. Sky high and just fell off his surfboard. Brody, remember the magic he threw down here? I guess not just at main break, but the box as well. Kind of levitated on the foam ball and pulled a giant version against Leo when he needed it. On the Stone and Wood slow-mo, what was he trying to accomplish here?
Yeah, that would have been radical. He's in this position in the heat where he's kind of so far out in front. He doesn't need to do that and save his body, but he just loves to entertain everyone and create moments for us. But yeah, that would have been another one for sure right there.
Yeah, the air he did last year, it was under priority, and it was when his season turned around. You know, last year's his best year he's ever had, like finishing #2 in the world, almost achieving a world title. The first half, you would never guess that was going to happen, and I think the spark all happened here in the West.
Oh, totally. West brought out the best. But yeah, what we saw, it was incredible, right? I mean, to deliver one moment like that in, you know, a contest period of 10 days is amazing, right, over at the box. And then to do it again, you know, then every next day over, you know, at main break, a totally different wave that demands, you know, a totally different type of surfing was pretty impressive, right? And yeah, the runner-up finish here was really what set, you know, his whole year alight, and went on an absolute tear in the back half of the season.
Well, we love 10s, and just reminiscing on one we had last year is sensational. You know, you think of 10s that you get in big barrels, which are always amazing, but when someone does it in a clutch situation and performance type conditions, doing the unthinkable at main break. We look back to this moment we were just referencing, and we go to the Apple Watch to find out some of the dynamics of this wave. The distance he rode, 147.5 meters, and the full rotation was radical, peaked at over 40 kilometers per hour, and decided to go above the lip. Some saying the biggest air they've ever seen completed in a full rotation format, a section that size at main break. Everyone was holding up 10s with their hands before the score went in. One of our magic moments we had in the West, Brody, of Griffin's spark that he brings to the CT.
Yeah, that was one of those ones that was just like they just dropped it straight away, right? It was just, didn't even have to think about it. 10. That has to be, yeah, one of the best full rows ever, and definitely got to be the best full row out here. That was a moment, one of those moments that he's created for us.
And one of those just tough heats for Leo Fioravanti to walk away from last year.
Oh my God.
Tie break didn't go his way at pipe, has the heat controlled, just leaves a closeout, which looked smart at the time, and Griffin's like, all right, I'll do the biggest air of my life.
Yeah.
It was
he was surfing really good in that heat too. I think he did like a huge layback or something, got like an 8.5. Yeah, those ones sting to lose.
Griffin rolling in, and will set up his first turn just in total rhythm and control in the heat with Jack Thomas loading up just to kick out. For Jack, he's got a couple in the 3 range. He's trying to wipe those away now. Snap off the top, and then takes that mid-face fade in the pocket, trying to slap a messy section, and the man from Yallingup will crush the finish. Nice little clean sweep to get out of that inside. So a little bit of a hill to climb, but 12 minutes and 22 seconds has enough time to get 2 new waves. And just falling off is Al on his opener.
That was like really, it was like real specky and weird how that all happened. It just looked that weight distribution was totally caught him off guard there, and it looks like Gabby
Nice little roll in for a 3-time world champ. A past Margaret River champ as well. Throwing a couple of backside arcs. Now into the foamy part of the wave. Nice, round, clean finishing move. Riding out without a problem. So much anticipation to his return to the jersey, Brody.
Yeah, man, he looks really good. I didn't expect him to look this good coming off of, what, almost 2 years? Was it 2 years off of not competing? And yeah, he's looked really good at Bells. He looked lightning sharp. And yeah, it looks like he's carrying it over to here. This is really well done. This wave looks really hard on your backside. I tip my cap to all the guys that are even just committing to this in section on your backhand. You know, it's no joke.
Yeah, great job, Flick. I mean, for the backhanders out here, it's pretty tough. Gabriel getting that one, and this is what happened to Al.
Oh, so late, man. Look, he's going to have a crack because it's Al. But you can just see where his feet landed obviously wasn't where he wanted it to be. And yeah, just doing the cockroach down the face of the wave there. So not the ideal start, but he'll pick himself back up as we see the absolute king down here of Western Australia, really. You know, he's got a couple of titles here under his belt. And he's looking for a big result, you know. Probably didn't get the start he wanted over in Bells. And yeah, I mean, his warm-up sessions have been looking pretty nice. I saw a couple of clips on socials that went down yesterday afternoon. It was hard work, a lot of onshore, and he landed a pretty nice air, so he's looking good.
Yeah, he's looking great. Jack Robinson, total king around these parts, especially when the whole narrative was about John being the best ever at main break, and then Jack gets him not once but twice in finals, you know, to take John's name down to second and add Jack's twice to the winner's podium. That was clutch. And I mean, for Jack to figure out the system on the CT so fast, I mean, he's won so much, you know, from his rookie season winning in Mexico to, you know, still showing up in the world title race in Final 5 last year with that clutch performance in Tahiti. It's like that approach he has. Doesn't matter if the wave's a real full, mushy wave or if it's super hollow. He's proven the world that he's not just a slab specialist. He can do it all, and he's very competitive
and super consistent, right? Too. I think he made the Final 5 every year it ran, right? Like, that's insane. Like, making that thing once is a big feat, and then every year for the last 5 years is really cool.
Brody, your thoughts on everything finishing at Pipe again? Pipe Masters in December.
I love it. Yeah, I love the whole new schedule. As a surf fan, I'm super stoked, and crowning a world champ at Pipe in Hawaii just feels right, you know. It's back where it's kind of where most of the world champs in our sport have been crowned, so it feels right.
Yeah, it's the true test. But the first time we're going to feel what it's going to be like to have 15,000 points on the line for the Pipe Masters. That has never happened. So what will that mean for the title race? We'll find out. But it's like, hey, can someone come from the top 10 and go all the way to win? There's going to be some fun predictions to make as we get closer. But that'll be the first time ever. Griffin just S-ing his way out of that one. For Griffin, he loves pipe and backdoor, and somehow is able to get some incredible clips out there over the years in the toughest lineup in the world, Brody. You've seen it firsthand. You know, all of a sudden, you're trying to wait your turn, find where you can sit on the reef, and then Griffin Craws are splitting the peak and getting tens, you know, in the free surfs.
No, Griff especially is just putting Craws too, but so much time out there, and he, especially in the earlier years, he would just be sending himself on like waves that no one's looking at, just to like, I feel like, gain the respect of like, okay, when the good one comes and I waited my turn, like, you know, I'm gonna go, I'm not gonna pull back. So yeah, especially at the start, he was going on waves that you should not even be looking at. Yeah, I think he's got lucky a lot of times to walk away clean from a lot of the wipeouts, but yeah, he's definitely one of the best out there now, and probably stoked that it's ending with 15,000 points.
That's a big topic for the world title race and for Griffin's chances, as we see a bouncy wave there for Jack Thomas dealing with this onshore shift in the last couple hours. Definitely strongest now. Griff up and out. So Griffin's taking a lot of waves. He's just kind of rolling the dice, Flick, staying, keeping his energy hot. He hasn't improved since wave number 5. Now riding 9 waves in the matchup.
You got a lot of time, you know, the 40 minutes, 20 minutes with no priority, and then another 20 in the priority heat. And I mean, look, he's got a couple of nice scores on the board.